pain make the black father's chain smoke. It starts to rain in the park, children playing on the swings. Marvin Gaye standing in his raincoat. Do you see demons in the flames? World made him go crazy till he seen the babies with the wings of an angel. They can't grow, it's painful. First off, rest in peace to Takeoff. His real name Kirchnick, Kyrie Ball. At the same time with Kanye, then Kyrie got involved. Oh wow, Kirchnick, Kyrie, then Kanye. Guess that's the modern day KKK. Ancestors were slaves, now we America's plagues. Be aware and afraid. From Hebrews to Negroes, I heard the sequels fire and brimstone. Cause they put the messiahs on Skid Row. We were the providers that lift stones. We had empires with big thrones. We were never pre-owned, now we unknown. When I write I can see home. Before they put our seeds in the twilight zone. The enemies with the white tone. That gave us BET and EBT. R.I.P. to Nate Dogg and Easy E. Tupac Shakur and B.I.G. Shots for you all. And one more for Shock G. They on the ships as Anunnakis. When I spit, they transform through my body. They call it the gift of my hands when man first saw astronomy. Call me Gandhi, a godly from Mali. Spread love like I'm on Molly. But I'm as strong as broccoli or broccoli. They call me the Mahdi. The truth is clear as sake. I'm headed through the spheres, the proof is here, the suits I wear is probably for the star seas. I'm the tsunami, split to both sides when I part seas like Moses. I wrote this is God disease. Hashtag, when did Kanye start talking like these razzcats? Who would've thought it, but we support it. Knowledge drop like a leaky faucet. Take ignorance out like a trash bag. Say to babies, we in the land where they made a graven lady. The great horde that makes war and takes your safety. Satanists, necromancers, question God, the devil answers. Alchemists with bars, a metal handler. I sit on the throne with heavy antlers. The golden deer, the chosen steer. It's more than rap in the booth, I'm a channeler. I sense rejection, isolation, and fear. And abandonment, I planted hit. Candles lit for a year. Save the babies, stress, loss of control, death. This is Hades, bodies going up the pole. They feel lost in the need to belonging. I see the performance, let's save our seeds till the morning. And place our greed in the coffin. You can actually see what I'm talking. I got the tolerance of Solomon. On my throne of knowledge in the outer realms. I see it like a film or a hologram. I see our babies going crazy. Infants codependent. With no opinions that's so offensive. No one to help them or show them business. So they're a co-defendant in his prisons. But with the math, I'm the master of the solar system. I came in the craft to expose religion, but I'm good friends and good faith with the Jehovah Witness, and so with Christians. In Islam, I sit calm as I deal with the outer limits. I switch palms, I'm the old magician. Sleight of hand when I'm writing jams. My style is hitting algorithms, balance wisdom. The salads heal them. Trauma from the mama, drama. I had rhymes ready to carry the summer, but I was never ready for the news. I had to bury my mother. I told my Aunt Cassie and Aunt Carrie I love her. Don't worry, no suffer. Fish and curry for supper. She's my Mary as I sit with the brothers. Maybe my last meal, Judas, came as a covert, narcissist, arguments, over if I had a deal, bag of pills, 50 pieces of silver, I grab a steel, it's getting real, this give me chills, I've written this will, understanding anxiety through a child's eye, grew up on the wild side, expecting a storm, mad clouds in the sky, save the children, obey the healing, they played victim, became the villain, God favors Abel's offering, because of jealousy came with killing, in the 60s we were proud of blackness, none of black queens and child are captive. Churches Alice to practice. Our attitudes are maladaptive. Our children play in the day, but at night the owls are active. Police proud with the captain. Big brother watches through clouds for our taxes. We stand on mounds looking up, but can't see them like the meerkats. And fear that they looking down on our actions. Post-traumatic stress disorders. The IRS at our door, cuz they took the law from us. They plan to build a superhighway to try to escape and get arrested at the borders. Grandmothers pray, making a mess at the altar. It's like the old days, hair braids, like the chicken necks, make an offer. Pray till it rains, felt a hurricane over Mississippi till the whole South flood with waters. We personalized, we hurt inside. We never arrived, we first tried. 432 Hertz vibes. He must be doing the devil's work. This is Mr. Universe live. West is Yam, the East is Codeine, teaming in South. Let me even this out. They came from the North, which is smoke, painted on skulls. The land of Canaan of old, trading and enslaving the gold. Required by force, wanted resources from tribes on a horse. Uninhabited plots, that's why the unexplained gathered in crops. The whole universe is inside of an astronaut. They say Killah Priest sounds like when Prince first worked with Sheila E. When Michael Jackson first put on his glove. When the first disco balls lit up a club. When Bob Marley lit up his bud. Or Hear the Key by Stevie Wonder. Or Hear My CD Mother. Save the babies. Yo. So I can hear y'all. Y'all can hear me?
Mic check 1 2. You good, Priest?
All right, turn it up. Oh, well, that's the problem. Now I can hear y'all. What up? What up? Hold on. Wow, man. Whoa, we got the guests up in the building already, the rocket ready to go. Maye this is Muses, right?
Maye Muses.
Yeah, Maye Muses, yes. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, man.
There's a bit of an echo.
Coming from my end?
No, I think it's my end. How should I put it?
Huh?
Yeah, that might be better.
Let me get him.
I'm here early, right? Peace. What up, Knowledge Boy? What's good? Shout out to the craft room.
Feel good to be back on the wind down.
Yeah. That was quick. That was quick, man. That was quick. We switched and we came right back. So I think the regular one is going to be Thursdays and tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow and Sunday. So we'll be back on the regular schedule program tomorrow.
Thursdays and Sundays for the God Crab.
No doubt. Yeah, shout out to Unsubscribe. Jody, I see you, Southward in the building. Jay Bland. This is gonna be a great show. Our active. It's gonna be a great show, man. It's gonna be crazy.
I saw some of the footage from the concert. How was the concert?
Oh, it was incredible. Yeah, it was incredible, man. Yeah. They got
I have my hand over my heart.
Yeah.
Nobody would take my half kidney, you know what I'm saying? Otherwise I'd have been out there, man. So good.
Nah, man. Nah, we got you, man. I was trying to get him to the studio, but he told me gonna get up in here though. Word. Right. Maye Muses. Man, I can't wait for it. It's gonna be crazy. Yeah, but Killah was dope. It was dope.
Nostalgic?
Yeah, very nostalgic, man. Killah, he burned this.
I apologize. I don't have headphones. Is that any better?
I don't hear them echo over this side.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So I guess I'll start it by saying, how are you today? How are you feeling?
Oh, I feel great. I'm so happy to be here.
Man, that's love. That's love right there. Yeah, I came across one of your videos. You were building on occultism. Is that your main thing? Because you was really going in on that.
I do just general I would say disordered thinking. I try to do ordered thinking. I try to switch it up. So I'll do 3 disordered thinkings just to show what is ordered thinking, if that makes any sense. And then occult is just the absolute extreme version of that. Like when people really, I don't know, you fall down a rabbit hole. I don't know if you get sometimes you get really high and you lose sense of reality. And so the basis of your reality, where everyone else is standing on the ground right here, a lot of these groups will get into themselves. And then the foundation of the reality will just shift. And so they'll get into this whole new world. And so that I'm fascinated by it. How does, sometimes it'll be millions of people that get into this new way of thinking. And it's crazy to me.
That's crazy, right? What first got you involved in the occultic world?
Well, so I've had interest in that my whole life. My mother was an anthropologist, and she took us to all these things. She took us to transcendental meditation. She took us to all the temples around. She did all of that stuff with it when we were little. And then so when I got older, I studied history and I studied sociology. I studied that at college. So I understood, the more you get into history, the more you realize that the periods where people are sane are actually smaller and smaller.
Mm.
Like we've happened to be living through one, or our childhood was actually a period where people were generally sane. But then you study history and you're like, oh, everybody's crazy all the time.
Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, when you look back at it, I guess that could make sense. Man, so you went to college and studied through that. That's heavy. That's heavy. So that's what piqued your interest. Tell us a couple of the occultic groups that you covered.
Well, see, they're not all religious. So some cults are political, and some cults are self-help. Some cults are health. You know, some of them are religious. Like the first one I covered, the one that really took off was Father Divine.
Who?
And Father Divine.
Wow.
So, yeah, and he made this organization, and when he was making this organization in the early part of 20th century, so like basically 100 years ago now, he's making this organization, and it is semi-political. He said he was the Messiah, but like whatever, that's fine. But just because he mixed races like that, it became political. And it was also business, because he was also in there like, well, we have to have our own shops, we have to have our own programs. They're going to try to exclude us, and they're not going to let us mix races and stuff like that. So his entire existence, even though he was all about religion and so forth, was also very political, just because at the time that he lived. And I really admire Father Divine. I like Father Divine a lot, even though, you know, people say there's some stuff he did that wasn't perfect. But the more you get into these cult leaders, the more you realize a man like Father Divine is actually, as far as they go, he's a good man. Like he did things for his community. Now, the problem with Father Divine is that he didn't let his followers have children. So that's why that cult is dying out.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. Have there ever been any female cult leaders that you know?
Oh, yeah. Mother God. I did a video on Mother God. Do you know who that is?
Heard things, but not really.
See, this is why I like YouTube, is because there are a lot of cults on YouTube. And she had a YouTube channel, and she was just this regular lady who was just, you know, middle-class manager. And then she fell down this new age rabbit hole. And so she basically just, she met this man, and they decided that they were God and goddess, which you can understand because we're all like, you know, representations of God and goddess. And that's like how you understand psychology. But she just took it way too far. She ended up starting this cult. And she was, okay, not to say that this is a great thing, but I just admire her for being like the men. Yeah, Amy Carlson, that's exactly right. I admire her for being like the men, because she would switch out father gods. Like she'd get a new boyfriend, and she'd get this new boyfriend, and then that new boyfriend. And she actually met kind of a tragic end. She ended up taking too much colloidal silver. Do you know that stuff?
Yeah, colloidal silver. I heard about that.
Yeah, they advertise it a lot. She had a lot of problems, and she had alcoholism, and she had an eating disorder, so something like that. And she was taking this, and she ended up dying. And then they propped her body up as a mummy. It was really weird, but this all happened over YouTube.
Oh, that's crazy. Wow. I never heard of her. Where was she based out of? I
believe she ended up in New Mexico. I want to say New Mexico, but don't quote me on that. I have to refresh my research. But she was American.
Wow.
So it was like California, and she traveled to a few different states. Wow,
I got to do some research on that, man. Yo, this is going to be a crazy show, man. I can already tell. Man, it's going to be heavy. First, we had Chuck Morgan on here one time, and you know what I would love to hear is your definition. You can give us, anyone, the definition of what is a cult leader.
Well, see, a cult is a high control group. So it's not just like a prayer circle. You can have a prayer circle, and that's fine. A cult is when they try to impose themselves on their lives. And oftentimes a cult leader will be the person who will say, hey, I can get something out of these people. And they might be genuine, they might not be genuine, but they often have narcissistic tendencies, and they're often a bit controlling. So they want to, their followers have to listen to what they say. Like there's no, for example, if you go to a regular Bible circle, or if you go to a regular group, there's a democratic process. You know, you can say, I disagree with this, I didn't agree with that, or this would be better if that. That's not accepted in cults. It's what the leader says. There's no talking back. There's no democratic process.
Okay. All right. A couple of now names came to mind. I know you heard of the crazy stuff with Nature Boy and all of that, right?
Yes, Nature Boy. He's a big one.
Yeah. So I had a couple of his the females that were in his group, his wives and stuff, reach out to me. It's kind of crazy. I didn't let them on right away because, it was kind of controversy at that moment, but they did reach out to me.
Are they doing well?
Huh?
Are they doing better?
Do an email. Yeah.
Are they doing better? I did a video on him, and I wonder how his wives are now.
Yeah. Well, when I was speaking to them, they was still under the Nature Boy will come back. He will come back. Even stronger. They was still, they was representing Nature Boy, So when I had spoke to him, it was kind of crazy. Yeah, man, this is gonna be crazy. Yeah, so all right, so the cult leader is a person that you can't do. It has to be his or her way. That's it.
That's it. Yeah.
And how do you? So this is how do you identify it? Like if you're one.
It really will depend on if you can question them. How much do they want out of you? What are they asking out of you? And what are they giving in return? A lot of these people, it actually is mostly men. Except for, every once in a while there'll be a multi-level marketing cult or a Bible study group. And sometimes it's women, but it is mostly men.
Right.
And he'll always say, I'm giving you this, I'm giving you everything, da, 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 da. But like, what is he actually giving you? And what are you giving him?
They get you riled up and involved in it. Some of the tools that they use. Example.
An example of the tools that they would use? Well, the way a cult will work on a person, this is how you know, and this is a lot of things, but it's especially true for a cult, is that they destroy your old self. So you have an idea of what the self is through your parents, through your upbringing. You have an idea, you say, I'm Killah Priest, I represent this, da-da-da, these are the clothes I wear, and this is what I believe. So what they're going to do is they're going to say, this is why everything you just said is nonsense, why there is no such person as Killah Priest, why there is no such community as yours, or if there is a community, it's fraudulent, it's not real, it's based on lies and deception. So they're going to destroy who you thought you were and who your parents made you. So we all have an understanding of how the world works. We have an understanding of our place in it. And that's the first thing they do is they destroy that understanding of how the world works and your place in it. They'll say there is no objective truth, or they'll say every truth that you've ever been told is a lie. I have the objective truth. So that's the first step, is destroying yourself. Take that away. The next step is we'll build you a new self. So that's often where you get the new name. And this thing happens all the time.
Yeah, go ahead. New identity. Go ahead.
They have to give you a new identity. So while everything's broken apart and you're kind of just like pieces, yourself is in pieces. So they have to put those pieces into a different way or give you new pieces entirely. You get a new name. You get a new belief system. They often will say that your parents were trying to sabotage you. They were not friends with you, or they were not looking out for your best interest. They were trying to use you, so separate you from your family. And you speak the new language that you speak. Like they'll say, you shouldn't say this. This is the way we talk in here, et cetera, et cetera. They'll have you speak in different way, have you wearing different clothes, call you by a different name. And then once they do that, and then you're this new person, then they cement that and they're like, this is your true self. You just needed to find it. That's the process. Break you down, give you a new one, and then cement that new one.
Wow. You know what's crazy? I remember back in the days I went to, what was it, Hooked on Phonics or whatever?
The Dianetics is with Scientology.
Scientology, yeah. And it was in the train station in New York back in the days, and they told me to grab on to this metal. I don't know if it was copper or something like that. Yo, they was telling me stuff that made sense to me. I was like, wait a minute, hold on. And it was kind of like appealing to me, but I knew something wasn't right. I was like, why he saying everything that makes sense to me? You know, and I kind of like backed up. I probably was one of the lucky ones, but, you know, there's probably others out there that wasn't so lucky. But I already knew that something was crazy, you know. But they come like in a charm, right, with a certain time. Because it was like they were real nice and cool. I could have followed them home and wore a white robe and stuff like that, but I would have been in all white today, or with John Travolta in them.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Might have helped your career. I mean, that's what they say. I say it might have helped your career. That's what they say over in Hollywood. Yeah. You know, I can't speak to it.
Exactly. Because you go up another notch. You know about that. Was so much stuff going on today. How more powerful has an occultism gotten now?
Well, the thing is, there's more ways to reach people. And I recently did a video on this, and people should check it out. It's called Why Are Cults Surging in the Digital Age? And basically, like, you had to go to a train station and someone had to approach you and you talked to them. And so you were nice to them. And that was an interaction that it wasn't in your house, basically. Like, you had to seek out that interaction, or it happened to you and you didn't wave them away. But now a lot of this stuff is coming through Facebook. It's coming through Instagram. It's coming through YouTube. There's so many cults on YouTube. There's so many. And people don't think that they're cults. They think that they're just teachers. They're all these things. And a lot of them are. But because there are so many millions of channels on YouTube, of course you're going to get that kind of personality that's like, you know what? I can use this to my advantage. And so it's basically, it's on your phone. It's easy to get to you on your phone.
Right. What about this is gonna be a little controversial. What about what you think about dieting, like vegans and vegetarian? Yeah.
That I don't think that is necessarily a cult, but every ideology that you can name, there's going to be some teacher within it that can start a cult. So
I just can't find the flat earther ruler. I can't be looking for who started that. Was it Christopher Columbus? Because I know you do a lot of that researching on cult, who started it, but I don't know who started the flat earthers. AD won't tell me. I think it's him. AD is my engineer.
I can't think of who started it recently, but yeah, it popped off. Early YouTube was all about that flat earth stuff. And after like a 3-hour documentary, you're like, hey, this guy's making some sense, you know, like I can't really see over there. Maybe this guy knows what he's talking about. But then you look at it and you're like, no, he doesn't.
Yeah, they have a lot of people out there now that's going against. I mean, it's crazy now. It's going back and forth. So, you know, I try to stay out of it. But I saw one on you. It was real good too. You were dropping it on the self. What is the self?
Yeah. And that's why.
That's heavy.
Yeah. A lot of people don't understand how easy the self is to manipulate. And not everybody has the same self. Like, not everybody has the same tight grasp on self, because honestly, you can remake yourself, except for but some major pillars of your personality. You can remake your personality with the right efforts if you understand these things. And that's a lot of times what therapists aim to do. But we oftentimes don't even realize when we're going into a room and we adjust ourselves to be like the people in that room. And we adjust ourselves to, fake it till you make it. We do that kind of stuff. And so the self is actually, it can actually be broken apart. So when you get these guys and these occasional women who know how to break the self down and know about psychology, and they're actually using those tricks to manipulate you, then it's like, oh yeah, I see how they do this. It's like a magician, but he's a mind magician.
Dang. How many years you got to study to be that?
Never do it. Never do it.
Yeah, exactly.
They got to train up their following. They have to train up their following. That's a thing. So the people that are on the streets are the greatest ambassadors. They're out there on the street. They're out there on the street corner, right? So what she's talking about is you don't have to go on the street corner. So now it's more easily accessible now. We had to go somewhere. We had to go to the train station. We had to go on the corner. We had to see the brother with the paper. We had to see the cats on the corner with the bullhorn. We had to go interface because that was the society we grew up in. We went to things. So we were always on the move, on the go. So they had to catch you on the go. They had to catch you on the sidewalk. But people are more sedentary, and then you add in the other situation, everybody was really at home. So your mind was really susceptible because you were in a space of fear, right? But this is old, right? This is old. This is how, the Western world gets done. And they even was bold enough to put it in our faces. Like we grew up watching TV, laughing at it, right? And thinking, I could never, and you're doing it, right? You think, oh, this could never happen to me. That's how magic works. So if you see David Blaine, everybody was like, oh, we're going to figure out how he does this trick. And that's the trick. You're caught up in the trick trying to figure out, like, oh, that would never work on me. You're like, oh, the hypnotist, oh, that would never work on me. And it happens. You understand what I'm saying? So if we go back and look at, just for a second, if we go back and look at what's happening, and we go back and look at Martin.
Yes. Yeah.
We saw that, right? And that was pronounced. But both of the shows was the same thing. Both of the shows was, okay, this is how you build a cult following. So they study the brain, they study you, they study your habits, your attitudes, and they use predictive analytics before it became something digital. It was something physical. It was there. So they had this map come out and map your mind. They already know what you're going to do before you're going to do it. Like Neo with the Oracle, if I'm going to take this or not. Wouldn't be much of an Oracle if I did.
Yeah.
And like, so that's the space that she's talking about. And if we go look in psychology and psychiatry, they don't have a job, or sociologists or psychologists, they don't have a job without it. They don't have a job without it. You see what I'm saying? So if they're not there lending their service to some sort of means of guiding people and making it look like it's the best thing for them, they don't have a job.
And some of them are doing it. They genuinely are doing it to help people. Like they're helping you be more adjusted with your family. Like people are trying to help you be better with your family and be better at your job. I'm okay with that because that's fine to use the psychology to be better with your family, be better with your job, and to be better with yourself and be healthy. Is that you actually will get therapy cults as well, especially in the 80s, 70s, and 80s. There's a thing, psychotherapy cult, and they'll use it to take your energy and bring it to them because it's really about. And you want to go back into the occultism. It's about energy transfer and who are you giving your energy to? Are you giving your energy to your family and yourself, or are you giving it to this leader who can be a psychologist and using psychological methods? But even if they're not a professional psychologist or a professional psychiatrist, they still understand these things oftentimes way better than a professional psychiatrist would.
Because they're not trained to listen. They might be trained to listen for certain keywords or indicators, blah, blah, but they're not paying attention to you. So somebody paying attention to you, like, I mentioned the word narcissist. A narcissist will pay attention to you. appear. It'll appear as if they're paying attention, like you have their undivided attention, like you're the most interesting person in the world, but they're using it for a means. They got a goal. They have an objective. You know what I'm saying? Like, and what's happening? They had a head of lettuce. They called it Ralph. You understand? And they was cleaning up the streets with him. They were cleaning the streets. The folks was giving all of their money. You understand? So it's like there's a thing with it, right? You go look at that movie, Car Wash. You know what I'm saying? Like Richard Pryor got out the Cadillac with the Pointer Sisters. They start playing the tambourines and singing, and said, "You got to believe in something. Why not believe in me?" And took all the money from everybody that was over there. Even the man who shined his shoes, he gave him the money, and by the time he was done, the man had gave him the money back. You understand? So it's like it was really right there, really a sleight of hand. But that's low level. Crazy. High level is for you to make you think it's your own thoughts. You know what I'm saying? I'll yield and give way. You know,
it gets high.
It gets real high.
You can. I mean, I did a video that people didn't like called "The Cult of Trump," the cult of MAGA. People didn't. Some people liked that video. Some people didn't. But it doesn't have to be MAGA. It can be Chairman Mao. It can be Adolf Hitler, Joseph Stalin. Like you see, it can get to the point where this person is in control of an organization that can then control millions of people in entire countries. And when that happens, then it can get a little, usually it's not good after that happens, but not always.
Oh yeah, there's some good ones.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head where that worked out.
But
I can't think of it working out.
Maybe like a team. Like a team or something, like if you get it on varsity or college or something like that.
It depends on the goals of the group. If you're in a space where you think you're oppressed, that has to work. That works somewhere. Right. There are nations that are free because of it. That they overthrew their tyranners, quote unquote. As long as it wasn't a situation where they took out one tyrant for another, because that happens, right? So you're like, I'll replace this one with another one and think, oh, okay, this is better. But I know you have, Maya, I know you have a presentation. Do you want me to pull it up so you can?
Oh, sure. We can start the presentation. Okay. And so we just go into what we talked about this a little about what is a cult, and it's a high control group. There are a lot of groups out there, and exerts different amounts of control over its members, but there's kind of a spectrum, and at the far end of the spectrum, you have cults, and that's the people that are exerting the most control over their members with the least regard to their members' actual well-being. And some of these group leaders think they're doing the right thing because they believe in their ideology. I would say Chairman Mao thought he was doing the right thing. Honestly, I think Hitler thought he was doing the right thing too. But
yeah, I heard he was kind of big too. Before that, he was like the man on People's Magazine. He was the man of the year.
He was in 1938. He was man of the year, but Time Magazine. He was man of the year, but they warned that next year can get very, very dangerous because he was already doing terrible things. And that next year, 1939, he invaded Poland. There was an all-out war in Europe. So they kind of named him the man of the year just because he was such an impressive human being. Like, I got to give Hitler all the credit. Like, he pulled himself up and he basically was like, I have this dream and I'm going to accomplish it. And I don't care what anybody says. And he really was like a one-man force that was able to get his way into power through very sneaky means, take over Germany, which was, after World War I, it got kind of knocked down, but it was a very powerful country. He wasn't even German. He was Austrian. He wasn't a German citizen when he took over Germany. That's how impressive he was as a person.
And the Austrian Jew at that.
People say, I don't know if he was necessarily a Jew, but they say that he has background. But he was a force of nature, and it was the worst possible thing that could happen to Germany. He was a terrible thing for Germany. I have a bunch of Hitler stuff coming up next month because it's the 80-year anniversary of the end of the Second World War, where he ended up killing himself in the bunker because his dream evaporated. But the most interesting thing about that, and I won't talk about Hitler this whole time, is that so he's dead in 1945. In 1925, he's the laughing stock of Germany. Everybody's laughing at the Nazis. Wow. But Hitler understood that he's like, I just need to do this. I need to scheme. I need to get in a position of power. And what he did was everybody underestimated him because they're like, well, no one's going to do this. So they didn't understand what they were dealing with. They were dealing with a man with a goal, a singular vision. And he took the market crash of 1929 and all the pain that caused and was able to convince enough people to vote for him that he had the solution. And then he was also able to use politics and connive his way to the top using the German political system. And everyone just underestimated him the entire way until it was too late.
Damn.
Yeah, and the speechwriter said that there were 4 people in history with the same speech-giving style. Adolf Hitler, FDR, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and Barack Obama.
Oh, it's getting too deep.
Just that quick, like they went into their speaking style. So if you hear their speaking style, in one of Hitler's speeches, he said, I said this on the corner when there was 3 of us. Now you can force people to be somewhere. When they pan through the crowd, the undying love that they had for this man, this adoration. The place was packed. There was people outside. There was hundreds of people on the stage. Babies were smiling. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you can force people to do some things through some kind of force, but there's a whole nother adoration, and the people still embody that spirit. I'm German, blah blah blah. You understand what I'm saying? Not necessarily the National Socialist Party. That's a thing of ill repute over there now. But that nationalistic pride that exists, it's there forever. So,
I mean, he built it. He had this idea of what was a German, and then he built it through his speaking style. Like, these things are neutral. It can be used for good. It can be used for bad. You can get someone coming up like Martin Luther King, so that I'm going to use this for good. I have this talent. I'm going to use it for good. But that same talent can be used. It can be used for evil, and it's just, you don't really know until you know what this person's motivations are. And Hitler didn't come out with it and say, look, we're going to invade Poland. We're going to invade. Actually, he did in Mein Kampf. He did say, we're going to get this, we're going to invade all these places. But when he was giving speeches to the people, he wasn't saying that. He was just like, I'm going to bring back national honor, which has been destroyed. Right. I'm going to make sure that, everybody has food and a place to live. I care about
a chicken in every pot, and a car in every garage.
Yeah.
Winning the crowd over, right? Winning the hearts of the people. Once you win the hearts, that's basically it. You got them.
Yeah. And what he did, I will not make this whole thing about Hitler, but yeah, he won enough of their hearts, and then he got the army to back him. And once you get the army to back you, and he was able to, everyone was then scared because they're like, if they didn't go along with him, because in one of the last elections, he only got, I believe, 37% of the vote. So it wasn't the majority of Germans, but it was enough and the others were divided. They didn't understand what they were dealing with. So he was able to divide the enemy and solidify his base, even though it was a minority, and really seize power.
Right. Okay.
That's Hitler.
Yeah, that's Hitler. In a nutshell. I heard some stuff about Marilyn Manson. Well, continue your presentation. Continue going.
So they're controlled by a charismatic and domineering figure. So the charisma is very important because for some reason, people are attracted to certain people. They like the way they speak. They like the way they look. And you probably know this through rap. You probably know this through a lot of music, is that maybe this person's not the best rapper, or maybe they're not the best musician, but people are drawn to them and they want to hear more of them. And so that's charisma. I don't know how you even quantify that.
Go on.
And we have this person.
You got me going. You got me going right now. I'm joining the cult. Go ahead.
You start one, but no, I don't want to have to do a video. I don't want to have to do a video.
No, so. You're right. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
This central figure, he promises that this person has exclusive knowledge. Like, I can get you enlightenment. I can get you the perfect Germany if we're talking about Hitler, or Mao. I can get you the perfect China, utopia, which we know there's never going to be a utopia. It's just not the way humans work. We're always going to be, it's never going to be perfect. Even if it gets close to perfect, it's never going to be perfect, but they'll promise this perfection. Some people promise immortality. You know, other people, you see this a lot online now, is you see these entrepreneur gurus, and they promise all these riches if you buy their courses. They promise whatever you need. Sometimes it's love, like Twin Flames Universe. They promise love. As long as you follow their program, because the program is perfect, as long as you follow the program, you're going to get this thing, which obviously nobody can promise you.
That's right. So it's misinformed, empty promises, leading people to places of slaughter. I get it. So it goes back. It just had different names for it.
False prophets.
Yeah, there you go.
False prophets warned about in the Bible. That's the same thing.
Right. So it's a cult. Wow. So it goes all the way back. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Man.
And then we have.
We'll
go on.
No, I was going to say you have the word like idols, followed after idols.
So false idols.
False prophets. False prophets is good because that would be a straight up prophet, considered a prophet. Go ahead, listening.
And then, how is a cult different from a new religious movement? Because maybe, about 40 years ago, people would say a new religious movement is the same thing as a cult, but it's not. A new religious movement is just that. It's just a new religious movement. Like the Rastafarians, for example, that's a new religious movement. Or back in the 60s when Hinduism came over here and Buddhism came over here. Well, that's a new religious movement. But people only saw the bad parts of that. They didn't see that, oh, okay, well, this is a new religion. And we just need to, there's going to be growing pains, but it's not necessarily a cult. Although a cult can come out of a new religious movement, that happens all the time.
Break that. So the new religious movement, and it's the spawn at the beginning of the cult?
Not necessarily, because you can have Christian cults. You can have Islamic cults. It's just that in the United States for the longest time, everyone was Christian. They were mostly just Protestant. And then you had Catholicism come in. Then you had Catholicism come in the 1800s. And in the 1800s, people thought that Catholics were a cult because, you have a Protestant country and these Catholics are coming in here and they're taking these people's children away. They're bringing them to live in monasteries. And people are just like, this is a cult. Like they're worshiping the Pope. What is going on here? And then cut forward 100 years, you basically have a new wave of new religious movements coming through in the 1960s. And that's why the 1960s were so chaotic, is because their old belief systems were kind of getting broken and all of these new belief systems were coming in. And so that doesn't necessarily mean it's a cult. It just means it's a new idea. But of course, you're going to have someone who is like, well, I also know more about Hinduism, and so you should listen to me, and you should live in my compound, and you should bear my children, or some ridiculous thing like that.
Wow, that's crazy. And to go back to what you said before about hip hop, that's a kind of like a good cult, though. That has some positive. But what you just talk about rap would be a different type of thing. So I was just wanted to go back on that.
Yeah, it's just that it's not necessarily that's a cult. It's just the way that you see how they kind of mesmerize people with the verse and the rhymes and the certain repetition and the way the melody is. And that's the same thing with a cult leader, is that it's not necessarily music, although there are musicians among them. It's not necessarily music, but it's the way that they lull people into almost a hypnotic state where their minds open up, and now you can insert new information. And not everyone's mind is going to open up to every cult leader. Like 99 out of 100 cult leaders, you could just be like, oh, I don't care. But then there's that one who has a certain way of speaking, a certain cadence, a certain rhythm. And they won't even say that much, because when you go and you look at what they're saying, a lot of times they're just repeating the same things, like a song. They're repeating the same things in a certain order, and it
Riders in the Storm.
Yeah.
Jim Morris, the Doors. You know that, and they were doing a lot of psychedelic stuff out there in Manhattan Beach when they was doing all that stuff. You ever saw his movie?
No, I haven't.
Oh man, Riders the Doors are heavy. They had a lot of followers like that. We'll get to that later.
Yeah, there are all kinds of conspiracies about the Doors. But you can never really tell if what's true and what's not.
Yeah. Hey, the dude Vin, what's his name? Vin Hale, the actor. Yeah, the actor who played as he did a great job on it. He almost like method acting, who lost himself in that. It's called The Doors.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah, you might want to break something down on that one. I love your breakdowns though. It's incredible.
Thank you. Okay, so we went through that. Oh, so here's one: the periphery versus the center of a cult. So this is just the people who are on the outside, and then the people who are on the inside, people who are closest to the leader. And so people who are on the outside, they often don't know the inner workings of the cult. So they think that, this guy's a nice guy, everything's going really well, what's the problem here? And then they'll hear stories from the people in the center who are directly related or exposed to the leader, and they'll be like, no, you're lying, this never happened, even if they have all the evidence for it. And the people in the center who are the closest, they're in the most danger.
Wow. Yeah, that's crazy.
Now, where does the zealots come in? And what kind of mind and how important is the zealot in the cult following?
Some personalities just get that way. And we saw this a lot. Honestly, I don't know where you stand about COVID. I put all COVID stuff behind me. So if you got it, if you didn't, if you did the whole thing, if you didn't, that's fine. I have nothing personal about COVID. But we saw people become zealots under COVID. And we saw how the propaganda worked on people. And people you really never suspected, all of a sudden they became the most diehard Fauci defenders. And, don't come near me, all this stuff, you have to get it or you're not going to speak to me, things like that. Don't come into my house if you don't have it, that kind of stuff. And it wasn't necessarily the people that you thought would do that. It was a weird thing that got triggered. I think, this is my opinion, I was suspicious of the whole COVID thing, but I didn't give it to anybody or anything like that. Nevertheless, watching them do the propaganda to break it down, to instill fear in people, the way the media covered it, you saw some people, they flipped a switch, and there was, I don't know if it was 1 in 10 or 1 in 4 that just, I don't know if it's their true self either, because people say, well, why is the true self your worst self? There was something in it that made them die hard COVID people. And then there were people on the other side that, and I think the people that were on the other side were often, were also very, very scared. But they became there's nanobots in it, and then there's this, and then there's that. But I think what I noticed, and don't attack me in the comment section, I'm just going to say that the way the government was able to manipulate people into doing their bidding is how we saw how zealots are formed. And I do think it's just a certain personality type that can get triggered to do certain things.
Yeah, kind of great.
That was excellent.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
If you're familiar with the Stanley Milgram experiment, you saw what happened. Like you saw it happen. Like this was a real life thing that happened to some kids in California, and that was to prove how they were successful during the occupation, uh, the Nazi Party, the SS, and how to get people in the kind of a mind frame. And they're like, oh yeah, whatever. They took some kids off the street randomly and put them in this experiment. It wasn't even for like months. After a couple of weeks, the kids that they identified as the correction officers were diehard correction officers, and the kids that they identified as prisoners were diehard prisoners.
Yeah.
They weren't prisoners, they weren't correction officers, but within a couple of weeks in a controlled environment, that's it. And it wasn't even a controlled environment. There was really no real threat or anything. All they did was insert it in a couple of weeks' time. You know, they had to stop the experiment because I believe one guy escaped, another guy, you know, he tried to take his own life, whatever the case may be. This was in a couple of weeks. These were regular college kids, as a matter of fact. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like this is it. Their sample population was a group of kids, and that's all it took.
Yeah.
So if you that was no machine, that wasn't in the paper, that wasn't on the 6 o'clock news, the 5 o'clock news, or none of that. That was just an ad that people responded to get paid to be a part of this experiment. And it was pennies basically. And you know, they came to that place and that's all it took.
Yeah. They broke down their old self and they're like, this is your new self. And it is freaky in that experiment how quickly they adopted that new self as if like their parents hadn't raised them for 20 years. And all of that just got wiped away and this new stuff
gone in weeks time. There was like, oh, prisoner such and such did the wrong thing. Like they ousted them. You were talking about that, you know, in one of your presentations, how you get ostracized, how you get put out of the group, blah, blah, blah. So I wanted to ask about groupthink dynamic and how powerful that is and being, you know, ousted out of the group and that kind of psychological effect that go along with that.
It's everything. Being accepted into a group, that is how we survived in the wild. So, or, you know, before we had farming and civilization, and even once we had farming, is you had to be part of a group. You can't, most people can't get enough food on their own to survive. And then once you get a certain age, then, you know, your children or these people, they have to take care of you, or else that's it. It's death. If you are exiled from the group, that is almost death. But we also, you see that babies that don't have mothers who love them, they can often just wither. So it's on a very basic biological level, we need to be with other people. And so this group will exploit that need, and they'll say, well, especially once they've cut ties, they've made you cut ties with your family. So you don't have that family anymore. They'll do that like fairly early, and or often they will do that fairly early. You'll cut off people who are negative, they're negative influences, whatever. You cut off your family. And so that's like, well, now we're your only group now. So if you don't please us, then that's it. Yeah. That threat of exile is everything. And they don't even have to say, that's the interesting thing, is that you don't necessarily have to tell people this is what you're doing. And you don't even have to threaten them. Just the idea that they would cut you off. We already adjust our personality so that we don't get thrown out of the group. So they don't even disapprove of us at any moment. That's how powerful group dynamics are. Now I will say this one thing. The kind of people that cults don't go after are disagreeable people. So if you're like curmudgeon, you're a jerk, you know, you don't want to hear anyone's nonsense, everyone says that about you, they're not even going to bother.
Right.
Because especially if you have street smarts, you're like, what is this? Like they tried to do that thing in the Scientology Center over on Hollywood Boulevard, and I was just like, how does this work? What are you doing? What are you talking about? And they just right out the door. They didn't want anything to do with me.
Mm-hmm.
Just being that kind of person that's always questioning, that maybe doesn't care if you're disliked. I mean, I think there's a place for everybody in this world, and even those people that you know, maybe your cousin, maybe it's your friend, and you're like, why are you always such a jerk to everybody that we meet? Why can't you just be friendly? It's like, that's that person that's going to keep you from getting sucked into some nonsense.
Or if they bring you in, they'll bring you in at a higher level. There's room.
They're trying to get something on
you. Somebody studies you on one level or another, right? So if you could bring a whole bunch of jerks or you know, folks that question in together, then a lot of those things were made too. Like Amway didn't miss nobody. You know, a lot of those places, they didn't miss anybody. What was that place? They did that movie about the Wolf on Wall Street and all that. Those groups, yeah, that was a real thing. Like what was the I forgot. What was it? Enron or
Leo.
Yeah. But it was based off of Enron in there. Like that was the type of personality, a type that was over there. You know, those are the people that they recruited. So either they were like that or they made them like that. You know, that's one way or another. So somebody's there, what they call the alpha, blah blah blah, whatever. They pull those other kinds of people in too.
That's true. There's a way to get at everybody. Like everyone's got like a little crack that so someone, if you could figure it out, they could get in there. Yeah, always be looking and see if what they pitched you to start with is what they're pitching you at the end. That's a way, and that's the thing is you can't be afraid to get kicked out of the group. You can't be afraid to be like, that's it, I'm done. Because that's what gets people. It's like they're so far in. These are my friends. But you have to be able to say like, hey, this isn't what you sold me at that jump. You know.
The snake oil became real.
Yeah, a space of institutionalized, being institutionalized. You there. You rejected the Kool-Aid at first. you took a couple sips and now you're there. So those are people. That's the middle of the road, and then the more of the Kool-Aid you drink, the more you start to spiral, and those spirals, you know, you unravel.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Now the conscious mind of someone that's in the cult, are they aware that they're being manipulated, or you know what I mean? Like what are some of the effects that show you like, or does it cater to their personality? You know,
I don't. If they're aware, they think that the manipulation is good. Like that manipulation is helpful because we all accept certain amount of manipulation from certain people. Like you have some influencers that you're willing to let your guard down around. You have some artists that you're willing to let your guard down and listen to the lyrics. But not all the artists. Some artists should just be like, this is nonsense. I'm not listening to it. And that's the same way for teachers. You know, you accept that you don't know everything. You're willing to accept this man's teachings, but they don't think it's a cult. Obviously, they don't think it's a cult. And if they do think it's a cult, they'll say, well, everything's a cult.
Right.
And we're not true.
Right. Yeah. You got to kind of like plot them out of there or something like that. Okay. You good. You can finish your presentation. It's great.
Oh, thank you. So people asked, okay, did all religions start as cults? And this is a fair question because you need to get something off the ground, whether it's a business, whether it's, you know, even a YouTube page. Most of the time for a YouTube page, you really need to put in the work and to have faith when it looks like it's not going to work out for you. You know what I mean? Like we talk about with Hitler, where in 1925 or after the Bureau, so 1924, everyone was like, this guy's a joke. It's not going to work out for him. But it was him and a few circle of people around him that were basically like, yes, it will. So they needed that kind of irrational dedication to this cause to get it to pop off the ground. We see that with early Christianity, where people, they were told to leave all their belongings, leave everything behind, follow us. And you got to imagine, if you're hearing that, like you're in Rome, you're a Roman, you're in a toga or whatever, and your buddy's like, yo, I'm selling all my stuff, I'm gonna follow these people. You're like, yo, this is a cult, dude. Like, what are you talking about? You're selling all your stuff, you're gonna follow these people. What are you talking about? That's an insane thing you just said to me. But that's what that took to get that off the ground. You needed people who are willing to, you know, be flayed alive, all this stuff. So I'll hear it. I'll hear that maybe most religions, maybe not all, maybe not the pagan religions, but I'll hear a lot of the major ones out right now started as a cult. I don't say for certain, but I'll hear that.
Wow. Good. To rely on.
The when you talk about like pagan religions, a lot of these mystery cults, though, they weren't necessarily centered on one person like that. They seem to be like a secret society, which isn't necessarily a cult. It's like, you know, these people would gather at these places and they perform these rituals, and a lot of this goes back to before writing, so I can't say for certain if, you know, the cult of Aphrodite or anything like that, if that was started as a cult, but from what they were like mystery schools, you know, secret societies and things like that.
She amping it up. She going in, yo. Hold on to your rocket chairs. She going in.
I mean, I'll definitely hear that, because sometimes you need a cult to pop things off. Sometimes you need that level of dedication. People working for free for 80 hours a week.
Right. right. They're working for free to build up. To build up the religion. Yeah, that is true. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. The Fellowship of Friends, that's a good one. The Fellowship of Friends, that's in Northern California. And they spent all of these people, that was really interesting, because you would buy a book of Gurdjieff and there'd be a bookmark in there. And the bookmark said, if you want this real knowledge, you contact this number. It took you to a study group. And then you go to the study group and it's like, oh, you want this real knowledge? You move to our compound. Now they moved to the compound. They built this beautiful compound, this beautiful winery up in Northern California, dedicated to art and all this stuff, but they're being exploited the whole time.
Wow. There's a lot up in the north too. Yeah. I went up there, it's like witches and warlocks and stuff like that. Yeah, and Humboldt.
Hey, I don't have a problem with it. You spells, that's
yeah, I feel you.
So this page is basically like, all religions are not cults. Maybe they started that way, but the way it is now, it's not a cult. Not all of them are cults, but there are cults within religions. For example, Christianity. So Jesus is dead. Paul is dead. There are many sects of Christianity. There's Catholicism, there's Orthodox, and then there's a bunch of Protestant. Those aren't all cults. But you get like the Branch Davidians, and the Branch Davidians were a sect of Christianity that David Koresh was able to take over, and then that became a cult. So even though all religions are not cults, any religion can have a cult within it. And I think one of the most important things.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things here is that, do they tell you what you're expected? Like what's expected of you? Do they tell you what is expected of you early? Like you go to a church, they have the 10 Commandments on the wall. If you don't follow the 10 Commandments, you're out of there, because they say this is our rules. Okay, you go to the church, you follow all the 10 Commandments, but now they have these new rules and this new stuff you have to have, and they didn't tell you that from jump.
Yeah.
That's what you can tell.
Yeah, you're right. I remember a long time ago, I went to church with my boy, and they would everybody would stand up, and then we started. They wanted us to recite this thing that's like, we believe in the Bible. It was crazy. Everybody saying at the same time sounds crazy. It was like, we believe in the Father and the blah, 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 blah. We believe in the blah, 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 blah. We believe, blah, 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 blah. I was like, yo, this sounds crazy, yo. Yeah, this is a while back. I was like, yo, why are they switching up like that? And this before I was 12. So I mean, this was after I was 12. Before, when I was younger, I went back there. Word, but it was like a little crazy.
Right. You gotta have disciples out there.
Huh?
You gotta have disciples out there.
That's right.
Yeah, disciples, ambassadors, whatever the case may be. Like you, if you aspire to do something, you have to have somebody that has that presentation. The leader can't be everywhere, so the leader has to be in the mind of everywhere. You see what I'm saying? Priest. Somebody say something about Drake or Kendrick, and then here come the Drakeists. Here come the Beehive. You understand what I'm saying? The leader don't know everybody. The leader doesn't have to know everybody. But when you're pushed in a position and supplanted in the mind, however it goes, the people are going to carry it out. You see what I'm saying? You were talking about, mob mentality. We exist in a place where they were hunting down women and calling them witches, and we have the Salem witch trials.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. This is a real thing that happened in America. You see what I'm saying? So even the term witch hunt comes from it. Like they say, oh, this sounds like a witch hunt. So you're admitting that these people, were executed in a lot of these cases based off of nothing. Like, you see what I'm saying? And it's a major staple in the history. You see what I'm saying? In the history of this place right here. So they could conspire, make up something, and be like, oh, yeah. And once the train goes, it goes. And they even made like a short documentary / film about it. And, much is written about it. And it didn't take much. There was no proof, really, no evidence or anything like that. And it didn't matter. Initially, it might have looked like it was something to seek justice, but the fear template took over, and it was just it. So now, these are people you grew up with, people you came up with. It was a communal place. Everybody loved everybody. And in 12 seconds, you looking like a witch over there. You understand what I'm saying? So, that was definitely something real. Something real that people feel the after effects from. And a lot of the thinking is still the same. It doesn't take.
Sorry if there's baby crying, but he's going to get them. The Salem witch trials, that is a really interesting example because that's like a small town. And there are witch hunts all over Europe and in England. That was a major, major thing where these people thought that the devil was there and they were conspiring with the devil. But you have these small towns that they just turned on each other. Because these girls, they said that they saw them, they were in the forest, and this is what we did, and it was just basically these young girls going into hysterics.
I went out there, I seen it. I walked the path. Yeah, it's Salem, New York.
Salem, Mass.
I mean Salem, Mass. Yeah, Salem, Mass. I was out there. It was kind of crazy. During Halloween too.
Yeah. No, that is the thing that always gets to me because I'm like, there's still a Salem Mass to this day, which means after all that settled down, then everybody had to go back to being cool with people that murdered their cousin. Like, I would be like, you murdered my cousin. What are you talking about? Like, because you thought he was in league with the devil? Are you out of your mind? But that's what we move on. Like, after COVID, we all moved on and we were like, you told me to never go near you again. You called me a disease rat, but I guess we're just going to move on, I guess. And we did.
Wow. Yeah. After fighting over toilet paper.
Yeah. And whatever you are on COVID, I don't care anymore. It's
right. Right. Let's go.
Okay. So this is interesting. So what's the difference between a cult and a culture? Because we hear that a lot. Cult is just short for culture. It's really not. Cultures, it's basically the accumulated customs and habits of a people, the way they speak, what they eat, so that's what a culture is. A cult is what we've been going over. It's like a very specific thing to a group that this person is exerting undue influence. It can become a culture, and we saw that in Red China. That's where brainwashing comes from. It comes from Communist Party in China, and they're like, well, how did you turn this entire country to be loyal to Mao? So we see it can happen with a country like that, but not all cultures are cults. This is just, I want to say it's a cope that cult members give when they say we're not in a cult, culture is also a cult. And it's like, well, no, it's not. And so here's a list of why it's not focused on one person. For example, United States, the president is elected and they can serve 2 terms and then they're out of there. Dissent is allowed. Freedom of movement is allowed. You can move to different states. You can choose your friends and marry who you want. That's not allowed in a cult. The laws are available for you to read. They don't switch them up. And if they do, it goes through a legislator. The history is available for you to read. Most people, honestly, in the United States, they just don't. They just don't take the choice. They don't want to go through the effort of going to the CIA's library and reading through all those books. They publish all the stuff they do. Not all of it. They publish a good portion of it, so much of it that you'd be shocked at what you can find on the CIA's webpage. And they just know nobody's going to go and read it. Because why? It's a lot. Your lifestyle is not controlled. So you can wear what you want, eat what you want. And then your fees are made clear, which is through taxes. Now, you do have some societies that are very strictly controlled. And not everybody in the society is in the cult, but you might have a cult at the top that's able to basically threaten violence against people who don't go along with them. So you have China, you have Stalin, USSR under Stalin, you have Nazi Germany. And it's that even if you weren't in it, you basically had to be in it or else they'd throw you in jail.
Mm. Yeah, that's heavy.
So when someone says cult is just short for culture, that's not the case. Like, if you find yourself in a place where your culture is a cult, you have a major problem, and I would just say keep your head down and wait for it to blow over. And honestly, it might not blow over in your lifetime. That's just the unfortunate truth. Just keep your head down and hope that eventually your people come out of it and that they're not destroyed. So the next thing up is they call the cultic milieu. And the cultic milieu is basically, it's the cultural underground, the ideas and the beliefs that lie outside of mainstream society. So let me look this conspiracy. I'm just gonna pull this up. Conspiracy board. Images. Oh no. All right, I'm not finding that right now. The conspiracy, basically, I can't find this picture right now, but basically, you've probably seen it. There's flat Earth that's on it. There's, yeah, so it's everything, from flat Earth to, let me conspiracy theories map. That's what I'm looking for. The conspiracy chart. This is exactly what I'm looking for. Can I share this with you?
Most definitely. Tune in, man. Hit that like button, man. Tell them we over here at the Killah Priest Podcraft. Man, she's going in, man.
How do I share this with you? I'm sorry, I'm so bad with computers.
I think that was going to get you.
I can actually just copy paste, and you can pull that up, so you see what I'm talking about.
Maye
If
Muses.
it's in your window, you can switch it from wherever you're sharing it from to the other part. Hold on.
Who, mine?
Hold on. Let's see it over here.
It basically just shows. Okay, it starts in the middle is this one.
I see it, but I can't. How do I? Oh, let's see. Oh, this is amazing. Call me get back. How do I? I don't know how to do share and all that stuff. What do I do? It's right here from Maye Muses. What I do?
I'll describe it. Okay. Basically, it just links all of the major conspiracies. So you have COVID-19. You have the AIDS was started in a lab. Oh yeah, there you go. Okay, yeah, that one. So AIDS is started in a lab, the WHO, the FDA, and it just goes on to everything that we've been exposed to on social media. Like all of these theories that it used to be, if you wanted to hear these theories, you needed to have a crazy friend to tell you. Not a crazy friend, but a friend that smoked a lot of weed, who knew about these stuff. It's not just something you're going to hear if you go to Sunday school or whatever. This may never cross your path. But all of these things are now in what is called the cultic milieu, which is just sort of like the background knowledge of counterculture, of things that the mainstream doesn't acknowledge. You're not going to see it on CNN. It's this other stuff. So that's what we call the cultic milieu. And now the problem, because it's whatever. I don't think it's a problem. I think it's just that people are quickly exposed to this and they don't know the background to it. So that's what destroys their sense of self. It's like everything I've ever been told is a lie, da 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 da. And so now they're more apt to be pitched something new and now the cultic milieu has gone mainstream, and it's really gone mainstream. We see in our current government, which if you support the government, that's your business. But we see that RFK, he used to be a conspiracy theorist on the fringe, but that Make America Healthy Again strain, I would say, of the counterculture has now mainstreamed. And so a lot of these things that used to be toward the fringes are now front and center. Okay, so that is what the cultic milieu basically is. And I made the point in Why Are Cults Surging in a Digital Age that because that's front and center now, that's messing with a lot of, we would say, normies. Would you call them normies?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just messing with a lot of normies, and that's why we're getting this cult thing that's basically mainstream. And so it seems as though regular people have no bearing. They have no sense of this is true, this is false. They're just lost. They're completely lost. Did we lose Killah Priest?
He'll be back. I'm sure. I just want to share your YouTube channel really quick so they can see. I put it in the chat, so if y'all look in the chat, y'all will see it.
Okay. Yeah, the Zizian cult.
Yes.
That was a new one. That was a new cult that dropped, and they had like 6 bodies. And then a lot of them are in prison now. But yeah, that started in San Francisco, and they just got these, I want to say, like cutting edge tech ideas. They got that, and they were starting with brain hacking, basically, and they went insane. They killed a bunch of people. So that's the new cult. That's the Zizian cult. So if you wanted to check out that video, I thought it was an underrated video because I don't think people knew what to do with that video.
Mm-hmm. So where's the aspect? Where's the through line, or how far does the zealotry go to from extreme followership into the murder space or the murder other space? You see what I'm saying? Like the Jim Jones and the bombers and all of that. Like how far in that space does it have to go in order for that has to happen in it? And is that center or periphery?
Well, with Jim Jones, that was everybody, but a lot of people were forced to take that Kool-Aid, forced to drink it. But a lot of the times, that jump will just happen because the leader asked them. And before that, no one asked them to do it, but they'd be willing to do it. So a lot of these cult members will say, when I was under that, I would have killed my parents. I would have done whatever. And the leader just didn't ask. But Jim Jones, he made that request. And so they did it.
That's crazy.
And that's same thing with the Manson family. The Manson family, they used a lot of psychedelics as well. But you don't need psychedelics for something like that. It's just that, is this person going to ask them to do this thing? Because a lot of the times these people will do it. They're so far in. I don't know. Have you ever taken psychedelics?
Yeah, somehow. Yeah, some form. Yes.
Yeah.
I did.
So you get in that space and you're in a completely different world and a completely different reality. It's not even this earth. And so this is where these people are living at that time.
It was some edibles, huh? Yeah, I had to call an ambulance on myself.
Really?
I thought there was regular chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah, that'll do it. But it is like you're in a completely different reality. And so a lot of these people, when they're in that space, they're willing to do just about anything. They'll do anything. And then they get out of it and they're like, I can't believe that was me. I can't believe I thought that. I can't believe I did that. Even the hardcore zealots will be like, I don't know what came over me.
Wow, that's crazy. You're waking up in a room full of blood or not waking up at all.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And with Jim Jones, he did force a lot of people to take things. Like, not everybody wanted to drink that Kool-Aid, especially the kids. They didn't.
Well, it was kids there too?
Oh, there were a lot of kids there. Yeah, it was an awful thing that happened. And he had nurses working with him and doctors. It was that was a real tragedy. That was a real terrible thing.
Man, so you start turning into like animalistic, crazy stuff. What about Waco?
Well, Waco, the Branch Davidians were already a sect of Christianity before. And then David Koresh took that over. He took over the Branch Davidians because that was a long-standing religion. And then once he took it over, he was a very, very charismatic guy. And so he was able to convince these people to do a lot of really extreme things they wouldn't otherwise, like let him sleep with their wives, let him do all these things. So that was already strange from what they were doing before. But they were also getting involved in weapons stuff. It was borderline. They were crossing paths with the ATF, and they shouldn't have done that. Just because you didn't want to piss off this ATF at the time. And so he told people, they're going to come and get me. And then the ATF, the FBI, they completely botched that raid. They ruined their element of surprise because they basically told a member. No, it was a reporter. It says, there's going to be a raid on the Branch Davidians today. Where is it? He asked a Branch Davidian. So then they were ready. And then the feds showed up and the feds shot their dogs. And the people who went to trial for shooting at the feds, they actually got off on that because the feds really mishandled that situation.
And you drew that parallel into the raid with the Wabian cult when you were talking about that they were prepared to go in that same kind of way. right? So yeah, I think that was an interesting paragraph, right?
They
Priest,
really.
his birthday the day after yours.
Pardon?
Huh?
I was teasing Priest. I said David Koresh birthday the day after yours.
17.
Yeah.
Oh man, he was David Caress. He wanted to caress those women up there. Yeah, that's crazy.
But he was really abusive to his family, his children and his wives, and he was able to convince cult followers to give him their daughters. He was really manipulative. To him, and it was. I don't think he wasn't a good guy. Well, I can't say for a fact he wasn't a good guy, but what he did was really wicked. Just the way he manipulated those parents to give him his daughters. And there was this one lady who actually did escape, and this is always what fascinates me, is that you'll find one person who sees through everything. They're
Right.
just like, everyone is telling them one thing, but for some reason they're just like, oh, this doesn't make any sense. And then there was one lady who was able to see through his nonsense, and she got out and she got her child out, and it was David Koresh's child, but she was just like, no, I'm leaving. Buns was the name, and she actually got herself and her child out, and that's what saved his life.
That's crazy. That's sort of like how Chuck Morgan saw through Dr. York.
Mm.
That was crazy. Because it takes a lot, man, to go through all of that and come out, and to be able to separate yourself and then be, to go against all the slander and the people that's going to come against you after that.
Yeah, because they'll attack you. Sometimes these cults, the Scientology is known for this, is they'll come after people who leave. They'll frivolous lawsuits. Sometimes they'll physically attack them, threaten family members. They really come after these people because, like this guy, he can expose everything that's on the inside. So they don't want that.
That becomes the most dangerous or the most great recruiting tool. An ex-member, more than any member, one or the other, right? So it just depends on where your mind state is at. So if that's extreme paranoia, that's one thing. There are people who are ex-members of organizations that recommend them and speak of them highly. They just had their own thing. So that third party tool can become something, because movements beget movements. Most of the time in the space of dissatisfaction, there are factions that happen. So that fractionalizes and people separate and they do their own split, right? So either they work together one way or another, or they work together one way or another. So, perceptually, there are plenty of people we can point to in history that separated from groups, and after they left those groups, they still brought light and credence to those groups, and the opposite. The opposite, they exposed the group for what it was, and the groupthink dynamic activated some zealotry, quote unquote, to come to attack them, not just verbally, physically, in all of the other ways. So,
apostate.
An ex-member can either, right.
Yeah. Well, Jesus was a Jew. I mean, he was his whole life. He was a Jew his whole life. And then,
right.
Paul later. But yeah, that's the most famous one, of one branches off from another and still shows respect to its parent religion, but is now a totally new thing. But there are religions in Islam, some places in Islam, apostasy is punishable by death. If you leave, that's it.
That's
you
it.
Don't
Check out time.
We say AD in the chat. He wants me to ask you about Jehovah's Witness, the leader of the Jehovah's Witness.
I'm not super familiar with. I have done some cursory stuff on the Jehovah's Witness, but I don't feel comfortable speaking on that.
Okay. Yeah.
Call it a cult or not.
Right. Yeah, that's real wide. No, we're doing good. we doing good where we at, man, because we are just thinking on just the core manifestation and how do we come out of that? Like, how could one avoid how to identify the cult and how to avoid it, you know?
Was like, who is this guy at the center, or who is this person at the center, and what do they want from you? I mean, I personally, I think tithing that 10%, I think that's a lot. I already think that that's a lot. So if someone expects you to give, for people who aren't religious like that, that's, you give 10% of your paycheck or whatever to the church. I think that's crazy, especially the way things are right now. But if you can afford it, that's one thing. Now, if they want you to give like 50%, they want you to give everything, do they want you to move there? Like, you got to ask, like, what are these people demanding of you? And so if they're demanding too much, you'd be like, already, I don't see why I have to do this. And then what are you getting out of it? What are they promising? Are they promising something that could actually be delivered? And do they say that they're the only people who can deliver it? Because that's, I mean, that's a big red flag right there. Like, especially something like a utopia or, you know, enlightenment or stuff like that. If they say, I'm the only one who can do this, and it comes from this man, and this man is right here, he's alive, and he's right here, and you can meet him, you're like, so he's flawless? And they'll say, oh yeah, he's flawless. Like, and then I said before, if they sell you on one thing, it's like, okay, you have to follow these sets of rules. Oh yeah, by the way, we have a whole book that's this thick of other rules that you have to follow. And oh, by the way, that book of rules changes depending on the whims of the leader. Just gonna be like, I don't think so.
It's crazy. That's good information. No, you'd be surprised how many people really need to hear that, because they, like, you know, have the sheep mentality of just following anything and don't ask questions and are scared to question authority, because some people they are scared to, like, in a cult setting, they're like scared to go, you know, approach, like you said before, like that person who doesn't care, who's like into their own self, you know, that could step up to the leader and be like, man, I don't care. They don't like people like that to join their cults.
Yeah. And a lot of times, sometimes some of these cults, if you question them, they'll beat you. They'll force you. They'll kill you. There's a real reason why you should be afraid to question this authority. If you're in that position where you're like, oh, I fear for my life, you just got to run. You have to figure out a way to get out of that place. There's stories where people they'll find a way to use the phone, because sometimes they don't let you use the phone. They'll find a way to use the phone, and they'll call literally anybody, or they'll just walk away, and they'll walk literally anywhere, just get anywhere else. Go to a police station, just get out of there, because yeah, sometimes they'll make an example of you, especially children, mouthy children, you know, they're known for abusing children. So you gotta think, like, am I in a place where I can mouth off to this cult leader right now, and what's going to happen to me?
Yeah, it's crazy.
I want to talk about cult lingo, because this is a way that they'll trick you, not trick you. This is a way that all groups will get you to be like them. So they'll speak a certain way, and then they expect you to speak that way, and they don't even have to tell you to speak that way. You'll just eventually do it. So this is true for a lot of subcultures. Have this way of speaking. Like, I'll go to a certain subculture, I'll speak the way I speak, and they're like, you're not one of us. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Good call. But in the cult vocabulary, they'll have certain words. Fresh meat is an example of, oh, this means a newbie or whatever. So that'll be a term that only the people in the cult will understand. Then new people, recruits will come in, and they'll understand, oh, this is what this means, this is what that means. Now I have to start speaking this way. Once they start speaking that way, they kind of got you. And so I don't say they necessarily have. You obviously do whatever you have to do to protect your safety at the time. So speak whatever you have to speak, just do it. But then they kind of have you in your own brain. They have convinced you that you are part of that cult, and this is the way you speak, not the way your parents taught you to speak. So that's kind of that mental trick, is how the lingo. And then you'll get so used to speaking like that that you don't want to speak normally anymore. So then you're not going to speak to somebody outside the cult because they don't speak the lingo. And it's like code switching. You constantly have to code switch for this and this and that. That just gets tiring. So eventually you just stop speaking to people outside the cult.
Yeah, you touched on that in that video. I think that was very powerful. We don't even think about it. And you go places and you expect people to speak your language, right? Like, does anybody here speak English? You go that way. You go that way, right? Interesting. Yeah. Go ahead. You were finishing your point. Pardon me. I didn't.
Oh no. That was the point. It was once they can get you to start using their language, that's the first step in that. Okay, they have you. Now, of course, if you're just doing this because you don't want to cause a scene and you're going to find your way out, then do that. But just keep that in mind when you suddenly start changing your vocabulary. And you'll see this on the internet a lot. There'll be a lot of phrases that people start using on the internet, and then you'll start using it. Like, oh, that's cringe, or whatever the new phrase is. And that basically means like, oh, I'm with it. I'm with the cool kids now. And it's just like, it's okay. It's okay to get new vocabulary. Just watch out when you're adopting this person's new vocabulary. Why are you adopting it? Does it help you? Is it make conversation clearer, or does it make conversation more confusing? Can you now not speak to a lot of people because you've adopted this new vocabulary? Just take note of that. Always know what you're doing and how they're getting you to change your behavior. Okay, so this is cult leader characteristics. And not surprisingly, a lot of them are narcissists. It's all about me. I've been sent to do this divine mission. God speaks to me, only me. He doesn't speak to everybody. He only speaks to me, and only I can do this. Sometimes they believe it, and sometimes they don't believe it. They're just like, oh, I can get power and money and women, so of course I'm going to say this. Now, I don't think all narcissists are cult leaders, but Daniel Shaw, this man called Daniel Shaw, he has a theory about traumatic narcissists. So that's basically a narcissist, but was abused as a child. And so people who are abused as children, they say hurt people hurt people. It's basically that. So people who are abused as children, they go on and they say, I'm going to abuse people later. Not to consciously say I'm going to abuse people, but it's like, they're going to respect me now. Like, they didn't respect me when I was 5 years old, but they're going to respect me now because they'll see that I'm worthy of respect, and I'll force them to respect me just like my father forced me to respect him, or whatever.
Wow. That's crazy. What was his name that they came up with this term?
It's called Daniel Shaw. And he was in a yoga cult for a while.
Wow. That stretching things out, man. You say you ruined the truth by stretching it. Wow. Man, so the cult leaders, the characteristics. Come on, yeah. I'm ready for more. Got it?
Okay, so you have to check how they treat their followers, because not every spiritual teacher is a cult leader. If they treat their followers with respect and they want to hear what their followers have to say, and they're willing to listen, and they're willing to be fair, and they don't use psychological tricks to manipulate, but okay. And also, do they believe their teachings? Okay. So moving on, yes, cult leaders are mostly male, at the exceptions of Mother God and Teal Swan. And this could just be because people tend to respect men more. They see them as natural leaders because we're still animals, and we still see, big, strong man. Big strong man be president. Big strong man lead us. Big strong man beat off wolf pack that comes to attack us. What can we do about that?
Big strong man.
Big strong man. And it can also be that women are less violent, so they're less likely to lead a cult that's going to make the news. They're less likely to try to sexually assault people. I'm not saying that they never do, but they're just less likely to do it. And so you don't see these horror stories coming out from female cults, because plenty of cults just stay under the radar and we never hear anything about them. Yes. Now, this is something that I was thinking about, is that do we still need charismatic leaders, or can we have digital avatars? Woo. So in the internet, I don't know.
Woo.
So Pepe, for example, could you start a cult around Pepe? People say they have. Q, for example, that's another one. He never showed his face. He was just a digital idea. And those people went all in with that. So I don't know. And once we get the AI going, all bets are off. Okay, let's move on. Oh, yes. When do cults flourish? Like times in history when cults flourish. And it's times in chaos and uncertainty, when people don't really have a sure footing of who they are, what they represent, what they believe. Especially now we see that the family is on the way down. People don't necessarily have families. They don't have the true north. I'll refer to it as true north. So people don't have true north. So someone offers them a true north, and maybe they'll fall for it. And when new ideas come out, when new ideas come out, you got like 10 years where people can exploit that idea, because people don't really know what that means. You know what I mean? Like we've seen it in tech. We've seen big data. We've seen all these terms, and people are like, "Oh, that's the next new thing." And it's like, what does that mean exactly? And they're like, "Whatever, just give us money." Big data. We said big data. Okay, but you see it with a lot of religious ideas. The Secret was one. The law of attraction is when these new ideas come out. You got a good 10 years before people really know what you're talking about, where it's still in its magic phase, where you can make all these promises that haven't been proven untrue yet. So we had psychotherapy cults, like I mentioned, in the 70s and 80s. So psychotherapy, it's going to fix everything, and there are genuine techniques. And then we had those cults. We had the Hindu and Buddhist cults in the 60s. And we have right now the New Age. We have the New Age. The New Age is kind of old. The law of attraction, people are seeing through that. But you see, you got some time. But the AI thing is probably going to be the next one. I think the AI thing is going to be the next one, where we people who think like this can be like, well, AI can solve all your problems. That's just my suspicion. I don't know that for a fact.
Well, they came out with the surrogates, so that became something. The surrogates became the metaverse. So they're doing all of this stuff, and they're putting that stuff out on shows like Black Mirror. Like, I thought Black Mirror was done. Where AD at? They're coming out with a new season of Black Mirror next month, right? So that release date is kind of around Adolf Hitler's birthday, where they see a surge in violence in the world. They market certain time periods of the year around certain events, and they never go. Like, who was the guy? David Koresh. He died the day before Hitler's birthday, 420, right? So 420 has a different resonance for people now, but 420 used to mean what it still means. Like, that's Hitler's birthday. So there are people who have a connection based off of that, and these things happen. So there's no surprise that these things are being recycled again.
That's really
Hegelian dialectic.
That's That's really interesting. I didn't know that there was a crime surge on Hitler's birthday. That's crazy. That makes sense. Man, if you told me that was the Antichrist, I'd be like, yeah, it was.
Mm.
They said he was a vegan too. I don't know if that got any connection.
Yeah, that he wanted to make a vegan utopia for Germans, and this guy had a lot of the, he seems like a nice guy, you know, he's working class, he's just trying to help the Germans. And it's like, no. That's how they get into your blind spot, where you're not looking out for them, and then that's how they get you. And man, Hitler is fascinating. Really. I do think he may, like, if there's an Antichrist, totally it was him. It was him. So why do people fall for it? Because a lot of people are like, oh, I'd never fall for it. And so they think, oh, this stupid person fell for it, so they deserve to be in this. They deserve to be in their position. Because people get these ideas in their heads that this world is fair, and that if something bad happened to this person, they must have done something to bring it on themselves. That's just how we think, so that we can rationalize a really chaotic and cruel world, that this person was defective. But what they do is they trick you. They bring you into a Bible study group. They bring you into a yoga class. You know, they bring you into a business seminar. They don't tell you off the bat that this is what's going to happen. They bring you in, and then that slowly but slowly, and then you have like them, psychological master working on a brain that just it wasn't primed for this. Like if you're watching this program or you watch my videos, you might be primed to be like, oh, this is what you got to look out for. But someone who doesn't study cults or doesn't even know about this, they're not primed for this stuff.
Right. I agree. No, you definitely fit for it.
It's a sales pitch, you know, something that's for sale, right? So what's the game? You know, there's always an end game. So they're there for altar call. They're there. Like, who's here for their first time? Stand up and be recognized. You see what I'm saying? So you go there and you get that recognition. People are clapping. People are greeting you, and all of that. Like all of it is those are sales techniques. You have to have a sales force. So whether we look at it like it's sales or not, like they're there. You know, sales and recruiting.
Mm-hmm.
So either one or the other or both working in tandem. So you have to have a recruiting force, an ambassador force, blah blah blah. You have to go meet this person. You have to go meet this girl. You have to go meet this guy. Like Neo was recruited. He was a neophyte. Like they told him he was the one. Like if y'all didn't see the Matrix and the cult space like that was going on with that whole thing, like he was recruited in. Like Trinity warned him. Trinity was like, "Hey, be careful. He knows more than you could possibly imagine." So he was already prefixed, like from their interactions over the computer, blah blah blah, all of that. Like if you looked at that from a Salesforce perspective, it was like, oh man, he didn't make any decisions. The only decision that he made was he came there as a ransom sacrifice, and they heralded him as a Messiah. So they even spent it, and then they reintroduced him in Trinity back to the people as somebody that was on their side. So it was just really interesting on how you could take something conceptually that was something that was good that people kind of flocked to in the space of waking up about falsehood into the realm of truth and distort that even as a mechanism to kind of recruit people and bring them people in. So
exactly, they'll say we're awake. That's a common thing that they say. It's like we're awake and they're still asleep. That's the metaphor they always give. You know, we understand, they don't understand, and so don't even deal with them because they're not in. You know, they're not on the in team. You know, they're the outsiders. Yeah, waking up. That's very, very common.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to rewatch The Matrix and keep that in mind because I didn't keep that in mind. I haven't watched it for years, but what you just said makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the sales pitch, right? You have the detractors. Everything when you look at it again from what you do and the way you're able to expose that would be some excellent to actually see, how your mind works from that particular vantage point, because we know the real story versus the falsehood. I don't know if we saw the falsehood though. Like he was recruited, he was tracked, and they were looking. Both sides were looking to get him.
Mm-hmm.
Both sides were looking to get him. So he had a choice in between both of the sides. So, if you looked at Star Wars, for instance, both of them were after Luke. You understand what I'm saying? Like both of them were after Anakin. Like it was the father, the son type of situation. They did that whole situation. But everybody that Morpheus recruited, he recruited them specifically. All of them had the potential to be the quote unquote one, and all of them failed, including the neophyte that came in. They were a little more adept in regards to not being the ransom sacrifice, but they was like, nah, we got them when they were young. We had to go after a different demographic of group. This guy represents the best of that generation right there. He's the one that's going to come in, and he's not going to be asking any questions, and we're going to play on the fact that he thinks that he's making his own decision. So they brought him in and told him these things, and the transparency about it. It was like, oh yeah, when he went and talked to the oracle, if you remember, she said, "You're handsome than I thought you would be. I can see why she likes you." He said, "Who?" She said, "Not too bright though." We got one. We got who we've been looking for. This ransom sacrifice that we can imbue with this thing to think that he's special. You was talking about it in one of your presentations, that he was special, that he was different, that he was the one. But he was like, nah, I don't know what you're talking about, blah, blah, blah. He was slow. And then when he got the belief system up together, he was taken out and then he was reinserted. So was his operative, his twin in that space. He was taken out and he was reinserted, right? So you have this opposing force that's there, that's a twin force that could be manipulated and controlled. So this one went from one on one side to this one on the other side. He went viral, right? Isn't this what people are looking for in the digital age, to go viral? So he was able to change everything into himself. So he had his own cult following, but his own cult following was something that was based off of his own design. And the neophytes, they had their own. You understand what I'm saying? So this was the sales pitch in regards to using the one to control the many. So the one was used on this side to be whatever he did, he was able to duplicate. He was able to duplicate himself. And this one, through fear of fate, had the other people that was in the space where they were in allegiance. They defied. They threw away logic. Logic didn't mean anything. The military was relying on logic, and the people was relying on faith. You understand what I'm saying? So both of them had to be present, and everybody was being used and manipulated in regards to how they showed this spin in regards to it. So the agent was talking about purpose. You see what I'm saying? So the people, they ask you to say, so what's your why? Right? So once you tell them your why, they know how to assist you in the way it goes, how you're going to be most useful to them. You see what I'm saying? So that why becomes a powerful tool that's utilized. But looking at it from that sales pitch, looking at it from that space of manipulation, looking at it in the space to where you're thinking, okay, you think you're making a decision based on you, right? Morpheus asked Neo, he said, you think that's air you're breathing now? He was breathing hard, right? And then all of a sudden, he's like, you think that's air you're breathing now? Like he was in this environment the entire time and didn't know that this environment that he was in, how they were presenting it, because the originator versus the person who's telling the story on the cinema is not the same people, right? So now they're telling it from their lens. They're telling it from their lens. So their lens is like, oh, this is bad. This is crazy, blah, blah, blah. So when you see these guys and they're rebellious, they're like free radicals in your body. You see what I'm saying? So your immune system has to take them out. So we're not looking at it right in the lens from how it's presented on the screen in the way for that thing to be looked at in that way that it goes. We're looking at it from the the consciousness vantage point or the oh this was the matrix and blah 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 whatever the case may be. So they're prepared to fight to a standstill, but then use these other means by which the zealots are birthed. All of it. They show the zealots, they show the manipulators, they show the detractors, they show the indifferent. They have all of the cult personalities that you speak about in during this Matrix series. And we look at it. We even use the term Matrix improperly. Like matrix means womb, matrix means mother. So that means it's an attack on the womb or the mind or the womb of the mother. And the attack on the mother, we don't even give credence to the mother. We seek to cut off relations with mother in that regard. So we go through the artificial space you were talking about earlier. If you don't get the mother's love, you begin to wither away, right? Psychologically, it says secure versus non-secure attachment. This is what they call because they were looking to make child soldiers in the Nazi Party very, very young. So kindergarten, is two German words that they put together to describe children garden. So this is where they would get their best resource from in regards to the schooling, and this is why they have preschool and Head Start and all of those things in regards to making sure that they are the intravenous or the umbilical cord that's feeding, the children. And in the Matrix, you saw those people being grown in those fields artificially. They weren't going through the birth canal. So, just interesting.
Watch it. I now have to rewatch it.
Yeah, so if you check it out, I'm sure from your vantage point, you'll be able to see some other things.
It's funny because now I'm thinking, well, are they the villains?
Priest go that word again, villain, right? Yeah, are they the villains?
You also got to remember the big orgy they had in part 2. At the beginning, they had the big orgy.
Right. Inside of a womb in Earth, right? They're all the way down in Earth. Mm-hmm. Again, is it your what are you birthing into existence? What are you giving birth to? So bornness is bringing into existence either physically or mentally. What are you bringing into existence mentally or physically? So through that gestation period. So I'm glad that you're breaking it down in this way. It's just sometimes we need some sort of representation, and the movies and the television shows and the music are the easiest places to supplant those things. So you have to have some sort of propaganda tool. Ho Chi Minh and them were very successful with their propagandists. They used every means available to speak to their cause. So the writers, the painters, the performers, everybody in that space was utilizing the mechanisms or the muses to bring about the reality that they wanted to have.
Yeah, and we see that supposedly the CIA backs a lot of American culture, and I don't think America is the villain, but when we go to a place, we go there culturally first and get the people to want to like us, and that's the easiest way before you drop any bombs or anything like that. If you can just change their mind through getting them to like our culture.
Right. The leaflets come after. If you remember the leaflets, they drop out of the sky. They were dropping 500-pound bombs and then 500 pounds of food. You understand? Like it works like that. So those things and where people are sick. Confessions of an economic hitman. You destabilize the region. All of these things they give those steps. You gave a breakdown in regards to the categories when you were looking at the cults. I think it was 4 or 5 different categories where you gave a total score. Like, how did you come up with that metric? I think that was pretty brilliant as well.
Honestly, the rate your cult started as a joke because you can't really rate cults. So I was just like, well, I'm going to judge them based on this, but also I think academically. So you have charismatic leader, you've got doctrine and beliefs, you've got practices and rituals, quality of the followers. I'm blanking on one. Brainwashing techniques, of course, brainwashing techniques. So I'll rank all of them, and if they get a high score, the highest score you can get is 5 goat heads. You get a goat head for each of those categories. And honestly, the ones that really, really matter are brainwashing techniques, charismatic leader, and quality of the followers. If you have those 3, you can really, really go far as a cult. And this isn't like I'm supporting this cult, I'm trashing this cult, because the higher the score, often the more dangerous this cult is. And then once you get ideology and stuff like that, the ideology, the doctrine and beliefs, that's where you can get, maybe you can go out into the rest of the population, you can convince other people, like, hey, these guys aren't so bad, they're making a lot of sense, you know? And then the practices and rituals, that's how you keep people doing things, because they'll forget about you. You know, you got to keep them going to mass. You got to keep them fasting. You got to keep them doing the thing so that they keep it in their minds. Oh, I can't just go off on my job and have a normal life. I am part of this other thing as well. But if you get a charismatic leader, especially if he is brilliant, and you have good brainwashing techniques, oh man, that cult can go far. They can go far and far, and good followers. Especially if you get professionals. Some of these cults get professionals, they get doctors, they get lawyers. That's when you got power. You get politicians backing you. Oh man, that cult can do a lot of damage. A lot of damage.
That sounds like how York had it. Dr. York had all type of politicians, and he had a whole set with him. Crazy.
He had powerful people that were supporting him.
Mm-hmm.
First rule of Fight Club is you do not talk about Fight Club.
Yeah. You know, the secret societies. There are secret societies that, you know, they're good at being secret societies.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to this country clubs.
Huh?
Country clubs.
Oh wow.
And that not all country clubs are like this, but you see that there is a behind the curtain of people who are in power, and they can conspire, they can speak amongst themselves.
A country club? I've never been to a country club. What's that about?
It's just rich people who go and play golf.
Oh,
but
wow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That space of exclusivity, right? That membership. You know, I mean, the world, again, the world of sales. You see what I'm saying? It's like SAG in Hollywood, like to be in SAG. That's something that people pay thousands and thousands of dollars to be involved in, because there's a certain pay rate you can demand, blah blah blah, certain things that you are entitled to based off of that. But it don't cost you no money to be SAG, but all they have to do is present it in a way to where it's like, oh man, you know, what's your willingness? You see what I'm saying? So, like I said, that, you know, the first rule of Fight Club is you're gonna talk about Fight Club from the movie Fight Club. One of the things that Brad Pitt said at their meeting, he was like, I see a bunch of new faces and people were clapping. He said that means that you broke the first rule. The first rule of Fight Club is you don't talk about Fight Club. How do new people know where to be at? So again, in that space, they're recruiting without recruiting. So the subtleness of it is, you know, that people are going to be talking about it no matter what. They're going to be talking about it. So again, with that level of belief, there's a thing that happens that's a through line in between skepticism and acceptance. Something works. Something happens. So if I come into a place as a multi-level marketer and they like follow this system and it works, I had some success. They have a window. They got within the first week. So they push you as far as they can for you to have some success within the first week. Otherwise, your belief in the system is gone.
Mm.
So salvation works like that. Something has to happen immediately. You get some instant gratification, and then you're hooked. Like this happened, this worked, right? It's a sales pitch. So the results may vary, right? They write those things. The individual results may vary because either you have a eye-opening, life-changing awakening, or some small success, one or the other. Whatever it is, it becomes something that you chase after. So something happens in between that intuition, where that gut feeling is like, something feel off about this, till it happened. You said F it, and you went with it, and something happened, and that's what it is. So either it turned you away, or you was like, yeah, this is it. I need more of that right there.
Yeah. A lot of these people, they'll you go to these churches and they have kind of like this ecstatic kind of church service. So you say, I felt the Holy Spirit, or they'll do things like hyperventilate. So you have to do certain breathing, and then you'll just get lightheaded and you'll be like, oh, I felt God, or I felt something, or, they'll give you drugs or whatever. And you say, oh, but I felt it. I know. And those are techniques that they know how to use.
Right.
Yeah, they chart it from the beginning. Somebody has to chart the entire process, because that process has to be duplicatable. Uh, the the treatment spaces, the support groups, right? Everybody knows day zero. They know you're there on day zero, because everybody had a day zero when they came in. So when you go into that society, because that's a society, that's a lifelong society that you go into. So everybody in there was at your level, and then you see somebody there at a level that you aspire to be for the first time in your life. So it continues for you to go back. That's a support group, right? It's a support group. So you have a group that supports you. It's a group that greets you. It's a group that knows where you at, even in the most deplorable or despicable times of your life, right? So you become ashamed of who you once were, right? And, and now they replace that, like, oh, such and such. They give you an attribute. Oh, I'm an addict. You understand what I'm saying? So you're there in that space, and they take you through the processes. These are processes for you in regards to quote unquote getting back to yourself. You're in recovery. You're recovering those aspects of yourself that was great, and atoning for those things that were deplorable, quote unquote.
Well, that's a really good point you just made, because not for support groups, but for cults. Is they'll make you ashamed of your past. Now, obviously, it makes sense if you're a recovering addict that you're ashamed of your past, but cults will make you ashamed of your past and you didn't even have a bad past. They'll make you say that, oh, you were violent and like all you did was play video games or stuff like that. So they'll rewrite your past to make you have shame that you didn't need to have shame. So it's similar to a support group, but obviously in a support group, like, you should be ashamed of that and you should want to change. And them giving you this new self of an addict actually helps you. So these techniques can be used for good and they can be used for evil.
Definitely.
Fire, man. Cult followers.
So cult followers, the characteristics is that oftentimes they're mildly depressed, like nothing that would show on the outside, just a little depressed, a little sad, lost. And so that's why these people are often susceptible to love bombing, where we were just talking about it 2 seconds ago, where, you're very special. What you have to say matters. We've never met anybody like you before. You're so great. We like to spend time. That's love bombing when you first get in, and then you're like, okay, this group is good. And so you want to be nice to them too. And that's the first stages. They fall into cults when they're going through a transition time. So big move, divorce, death in the family, losing your old religion. Like if you were Catholic and you're like, I don't believe in that anymore, or you're Protestant, and now you're just I think it's like, if you're trying to step from one moving block to another, or even just from one foot to another, that time where you're shifting your weight is when you're most vulnerable. So that's the transition period you got to watch out for, especially if you have a loved one that's moving to a new city. Just keep in touch with them. Just because they move to a new city doesn't mean they're out of your life. You just keep calling them, maybe every day, every week for the first few months until you're pretty sure that they have a good footing. Maybe they joined a gym or whatever, joined something that you're like, okay, that's cool. They're good. Because just because someone moved to a new city, it doesn't mean that they're out of your life. That's when they're most vulnerable. I said before, cults avoid disagreeable people. Doesn't mean you should be disagreeable all the time. Just, street smarts is good to have. Just have street smarts and be willing to joke back with somebody. You know what I mean? Like you did when they tried to do a Scientology thing. Just be willing to say something, because a lot of people won't say anything. Just like just nod along. Just say something like, "Oh, this doesn't make any sense." Just literally anything like that. Right. Do it nice. And then basically they come from all demographics, all ages, rich, poor, any race, anything. So it's not, you can't just spot them and say this is the characteristic because they're a young white college student. That used to be what people thought in the 60s, but now we see that it can be anybody.
Mm-hmm.
So cult promises, we kind of went over this. I call them Mark because if you're more familiar with con games and how people do cons, you'll be more familiar with this, because it's a lot of cold reading. You know what psychic cold reading is?
Explain it. Go ahead. One more time.
So cold reading is basically like a psychic sits you down and they kind of pick up on what you're looking for. So let's say you're having a tarot card reader and she says, well, what do you want to talk about? Whatever you say, like relationships, then she knows, oh, she's having a problem with her relationship. She's having a problem finding love. Or you say job, she knows you're having a problem with your job. So then that's a cold reading. So basically start fishing for information and then presenting that information you just found as if they just found it in the cards or something like that. So the more you're familiar with con games and cold readings and stuff like this, the more you'll be able to spot. It's a con game. It's a different kind of a con game. And so we went over this, that they promise you what you want the most. If you're searching for health things, they know on some level you want to be immortal or more powerful. So that's the thing that they'll promise you. Or if you're searching for like, how do I do a business? They know you want to be really rich. And so that's what they promise you. And the problem is that there's no easy way to do these things. Like if you want to be fit, you got to exercise. If you want to be rich, you got to work. That's it. They promise they can give some, they can't. Okay. So this is the worst thing about cults, is that they go after children. Because these people, they'll either come in with their children or they'll have children within the cult. And so now this is someone who this is a new life that's completely impressionable, and they should not be in this situation. They just shouldn't be in this situation, because even if it's the best, you have the best parents and you mean the best thing, they often don't let them go to public school. They have them learn their ideology and their lingo. So this kid turns 18, and let's say the cult is like, okay, you can go off on your own. But kid has no education. He doesn't know how to interact with the outside world. What is that kid supposed to do? And that's best case scenario. That's assuming the child hasn't been abused at all and doesn't have any trauma and doesn't, isn't violent. So that's my thing, is just watch out for the kids. And I've seen this before. People have contacted me before. And the saddest thing is when your ex goes and joins the cult and they have custody of your children.
No.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that can get really bad. And then someone contacted me. Unfortunately, I couldn't do anything for this guy because the cult was able to weaponize the family courts against him. And so that was it. And I can't do anything against the family courts. You know what I mean? But they were able to weaponize the family courts. He wasn't able to see his children anymore. And that's what happened. So if you have an ex and they have your children, you got to be clear what they're getting up to and what's this new church. I mean, and that's your business because, you know, that's your child too. And even if you have shared custody, sometimes, as in the case with 12 tribes, they had to share the custody between 12 tribes as a cult that have a racial aspect. So they believe that Black people have the curse of Ham and all this stuff. And so this mixed girl went in and they're like telling her that because she's half Black, she's got this curse, and her father was trying to get custody. And he's saying, no, this is messed up. But the courts are just like, well, don't say that stuff around the kid anymore. Did not give him custody. And then she went off with the child and moved to a different, because they'll do this a lot. If they have different communes or different buildings, they'll move them around a lot. And so then this man was lost. So just watch out for that. We went over this means of control and brainwashing. So brainwashing in Red China, that's where brainwashing comes from. It comes from Zinao. I probably did not pronounce that right. So if you're Chinese in your comment section, you're like, oh, you pronounced that really badly, I'm sorry. It literally means to wash the brain. And so that's where we got the term brainwashing from, is from this 1951 book. And this man, this Edward Hunter, he worked for the OSS, which is a precursor to the CIA, and basically told how the Chinese Communist Party was able to brainwash all these people. And so that's how we got that term. And it has been put to use in the United States. They brainwash people. Like I said, during COVID, I saw brainwashing put on a large scale that I've simply never thought was possible. And I studied this in school, and I was like, there's no way they can do this. And they did it, and it worked, and they never suffered any consequences from it.
You was at the super laundromat of brainwashing. It was at 24 hours, soap and dry, hang up and dry. Yeah, that's crazy.
That is crazy. That is crazy. I never thought I'd see anything like that in my life. But then we did. Also, a lot of cults will use physical violence. They will just beat you, right? They will sleep deprive you. They'll make you work. So it's not always like, oh, these tricks. It's like, no, they'll just beat your ass. And then you'll do what they say because you don't want to get your ass beat again. Or you'll see someone else getting their ass beat. You don't want to get your ass beat. So you just do what they say. It works.
They be fun like they know martial arts. They'll probably be at like beating up a dummy or have somebody. You ever saw the kung fu dudes that be throwing? They just like push and the person to fall down and stuff like that.
So how is brainwashing different from marketing? It's on a spectrum. It's very similar, but it's on a spectrum. And I use this example of you can ask someone to let you hold $20 and give them a guilt trip, or you can rob them at gunpoint, and the goal is the $20, and it's a persuasion spectrum. So you kind of have to watch out for that a lot of what we're exposed to in marketing, especially over social media, which is very focused on your biggest insecurities, like you're worried about this, and they know because of what you stop at that they can have this level of control over your mind that you just didn't think was possible. And I use this example here that if you look at old ads from the 40s, the ads are like, hey, you need flour, we got flour. But now what they do is, do you want to love your family? If you love your family, you will buy this flour. And so that plays on totally different levels of needs and desires, the variable. And that's just flour. But, maybe you don't have value unless you buy this bag. So you also got to keep in mind whenever you're looking at an ad or you're looking at these things, that marketing is another level of brainwashing. And unless you need that thing and you're going to the store looking for that thing, they're trying to convince you that emotionally you need this thing. So always keep that in mind. I don't mess with ads like that.
Predictive programming, they have it there. It went from a supply demand type of situation at the undercurrent to subliminal seduction, and then they put the evoking an emotion. Right? They realize very early every story is a love story, so you got to fall in love with it some sort of way. So if they had Lassie or Bambi or All Dogs Go to Heaven or whatever. However, the socialization goes, it goes for you to feel for one or another, right? So either you got a love affair in a harmful way or a helpful way, and these are both subjective, right? So you were talking about love bombing and all of the other things right there in regards to that.
Oh yeah, that's where they get you. I have this wire cult surging in digital age. We kind of went over this. Religion is dying. The internet is a new frontier, which draws out new people. Cultic milieu is mainstream. More people are depressed. And it's just a new way for bad actors to reach people. Like, it's just like a scam artist. A scammer is going to get you.
That's a way for bad actors to reach. That's a bar for the day right there.
This is uncharted territory for later study. A case study is the Haktua girl. You remember that? Yeah. That was crazy that she all of a sudden had this one moment and then now she's able to defraud people out of their savings. That level of control is completely insane. So I'm
the Catch Me Outside girl, all of it, like whatever that moment is, it becomes a space of sensationalism that it's a moment that you live in. Now you can operate to it.
Yeah, and some people fall into it. It's crazy. But that deserves a lot of study. So how are influencers different from cult leaders? Some do intend to be cult leaders, but honestly, most influencers, I believe, are just people with charismatic personality types that people like to listen to. I don't think most of them are cult leaders because they don't desire to control you. They don't force people to follow them. People follow them because, like, for example, they watch my videos because they get something out of it. I don't ask anything from the people. It's just, be polite in the comment section. That's it. Influencers don't force people to send them money. People support them because they want more videos. It's more of a give and take relationship, but of course, influencers run the spectrum. So how are influencers the same as cult leaders? And we know about brand building. We're just talking about it with marketing. And that's what they teach you as an influencer. Get more followers, shameless self-promotion, keep pushing yourself, believe in yourself, do the kinds of this. You have to be a brand. You have to build a brand. You have to become this sort of avatar that answers these people's needs. And that's actually instruction of what we're given and how to become a better influencer, if you look it up. Now, some influencers will sell exclusive access to enlightenment because the business model for influencers, and I don't want to ruin it for anybody, so you can cut me off if I'm saying anything I shouldn't say, but they sell programs. So this is like they sell classes, they sell these things, and this is kind of the doorway into a lot of cults. They sell these classes and then they sell more expensive classes down the line. I'm not saying that the influencers do that. I'm saying that that's what cults do. And that's what influencers are taught to do. So if you look up how to make money as an influencer, they'll say, well, you got to make this program and sell them, let people know that only you have this knowledge, which for a lot of influencers is fine. Like I see this lady's cake decorating, like I'm into that. So that's cool. Sewing, that's fine. You have knowledge and you want to share with people, that's good. You're allowed to be a teacher. That is fine. But there's this guy called Mike Winnett, and he has a Contrepreneur series. So that's basically entrepreneurs that are con men, and they sell these courses on how you can become rich. And it comes down to, they teach you how to sell courses too. So everybody's just selling courses. So how do you get rich as an influencer? Sell courses. Okay, now we're all selling courses. And so that's similar to this person has exclusive access to enlightenment. This one person knows all this secret knowledge and nobody else knows it, which is fine because you could be really talented at like sewing, but it also kind of opens the door for what cults do. So just keep that in mind, that some influencers are following this pattern, and they might not even want to, but they're like, well, this is how I make my money. So I have to sell a new course, and I have to sell a new course. And it's not, you don't just sell one course, you sell more, and you know, more expensive, etc. So just keep that in the back of your head. I don't think most influencers are cult leaders, but I do think you got to watch out for it. And also influencers are charismatic. And that's why people want to spend time with them. And there's nothing wrong with being charismatic. Our celebrities are charismatic. It's just different personalities are more charismatic than others, and it's fine. It's just, what do they want from you? Are they trying to sell you, especially these entrepreneur guys, they're trying to sell you these thousands and thousands of dollars in courses. And it's like, what are you going to tell me, to work hard, invest my money? Like, someone will give me that for free. Anyway.
Yeah, a lot of them have machines behind them, whether we see them or we don't see them. So they're at the behest of it. That's the only thing that they can offer after they're done speaking. You have to have something. So what's your offering? Okay, your call to action, blah blah blah, your story, whatever. It has to lead them to somewhere. So something that's like business 101. They have to have something, some sort of something free that they advertise for something paid. Right. So it's like, all right. So, I'm gonna teach you this course, blah blah blah. It's free of charge. You're like, oh, it's free. All right. You click on there, and there's 700 ads for you to buy something, because you have to utilize something free. All means available, right? For something that's paid.
Yeah, it's a business model.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people who are just watching social media, that they don't understand that that's the business model. So it's just good for them to know that. And it's okay to buy courses for people, especially if it's a technical thing like fixing cars or something like that, that's, but when you start to get to esoteric things, like I'm going to teach you how to pray properly, I'm going to teach you the right affirmations, then you got to be like, what are you selling me, and does it have value? Okay, so we're nearing the end here, and what can we do to keep cults from forming? Is that I think it's actually a natural process within humans. I think it's part of group dynamics. So I don't think we're ever going to completely stop cult formation. And you're always going to get individuals that want money, sex, and power. Like, since the dawn of time, that's what people have wanted, and that's what they're going to continue to want. So, I mean, you guys got to be careful. We can reduce the amount.
Yeah, that's true. No, that's real talk.
Yeah. We can reduce the amount of trauma that children experience so that there will be less cult leaders. But even this, Hitler's mother fawned over him. It doesn't mean that if we do this, we're going to completely eliminate it. We'll reduce it. We can educate people so that they're less likely to fall into cults, which is what we're doing right now. Teach them street smarts, teach them about con games, sleight of hand, like you were saying. Just teach them these things. Teach your children. Yeah. This is interesting. I saw one comment on Dr. York's video as one of his people who used to follow him or follow his teachings online actually copy pasted the transcript of his speech and put it to the AI. And the AI was like, yeah, this is nonsense. And that's what that's him out of it. Yeah.
I heard that because you know a little bit more, your research is a good. I heard that he didn't really believe in all of this stuff that he taught.
That's what they say. That's what one of his children said, that he was
to sell.
Yeah.
People wanted to know about it, and they were buying it by the boatloads. You know what I'm saying? Like it was either that or crack. You know what were they doing? Up with hope, down with dope, right? We grew up in the crack era. You know what I'm saying? It's one or the other. Somebody trying to sell you something, or either somebody's trying to sell you something, somebody's trying to pickpocket you, or somebody going strong on you, right? So one way or the other.
Right.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah. That's a good way to put it.
Money, or a stick up kid, or somebody strong on broad daylight, no weapon, fair face. You know.
Right.
And oh yeah, we can make a stable society where people have a firmer sense of self. But you know, good luck with that. That's what everybody's trying to do. You know, we're trying to make a better world, and I just think we're in a very chaotic time. So
yeah,
don't rely on that to happen.
That's deep. You just laid it out like that.
I mean, maybe in a few years that'll happen. But
No, that's fine. But I like the delivery right there. You just lay it out. This is what it is. Where we at? This is where we at.
I think that's. Oh, what can you do if your family member has joined a harmful cult? This is the last thing I have.
Good one. Good one.
You cannot kidnap them. Legally, you cannot kidnap them.
Listen, don't go out there and throw a net over them or with a bat. You gotta be. You trying to catch fish. People will come in with a net, throw them, circle them.
They'll go back.
Right, bring it back.
They'll go back. They'll combat you. You understand? Like you're. Go ahead. My bad. I was about to say.
No, you go on. You're right.
Yeah, they'll fight you. They'll combat you. You know, one of the things Morpheus told Neo is like these people are so helplessly dependent upon the system that they'll fight you. You know, they'll fight you. They'll harm you. They could have been gone a couple of weeks, like we said earlier with that Milgram experience. Those children were forever changed by the time they went back home. They weren't the same people anymore. So that sort of exposure, whatever it is, you know, even with the children, with these video games, with the roadblocks and meeting up with these predators and all kinds of stuff that are happening, they're literally targeting one way or another in regards to how it goes. So if they've been exposed in that kind of way, like you going in there, you're thinking you're going to rescue them, and they're looking at you like the enemy, and you're taking them away from their new home now. That's them. They're there. That's their identity that they latched onto. So know that could be something very harmful for you. You're putting yourself in harm's way for a loved one who doesn't see you as a loved one anymore. You know, that thing that they're become intrigued with or obsessed with becomes that's their new normal. Yeah. That's their new normal. So you're trying to break them out of that. You know what I'm saying? So
I mean, you have to do what the cult did. So they have this new sense of self that the cult gave them. Now, somehow you have to break down that sense of self that the cult's given them and put the one that they had before back in. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it does work, but sometimes it really doesn't. A lot of people end up in the mental institutions, ruin their whole lives. Just you gotta be careful. And they're all cult deprogrammers that you can use. You can try that method. I'm not saying I wouldn't kidnap my loved one, but it's not the first option. It shouldn't be the first on your list. But if it was like my son, are you kidding me? I would totally do that. Anyway, you've got to get them to see the group as a cult. You have to get them to realize what's happened to them. So you can, they could be visiting if they let them visit, but you have to be like, explain this to me. It doesn't really make any sense, you know? And then you got to get them to try to explain their ideology. And you're like, oh, so this guy, God speaks to him. How do you know God speaks to him? You know?
Right.
So when it comes out of their mouth, they're going to be like, Oh, and that Stephen Hassan, who has the influence continuum, that's how his parents did it. They were able to just ask him questions. And then he came to the conclusion, it's like, oh no, I'm in a cult. But you guys got to make sure you're careful with it so that the cult doesn't restrict your access. Because like I said, they can move them to a different city. They can move them to a different commune. Not all communes are cults, by the way, just to put that out there. Some communes are good, but they can move them to a different town. They cannot let them use the phone. They cannot let you see. So just when you're doing this, take advantage of all the time you have with them, but don't make it seem too obvious what you're doing.
Right.
And you can get a cult deprogrammer too. You can hire someone that will help you with this.
Now, are you a cult deprogrammer or some sort of therapist? Because the way that you go by, the way that you go by is so perfected. I mean, I think it's like a part of evolution. Like, there were so many cults coming because of this internet age and this new, that they spawn you, like ideas like yourself, like personalities that can come up and challenge that, because there was so many just popping up like spores, like, all over the place. Then, or what would you call your title?
Oh, I'm just curious. I'm a researcher. Like, my job is I work in comedy writing. And I grew up with this, like, I was born into a new religious movement, but it wasn't a cult. So I just grew up with this, and I saw, like, I would go to all of these places and see all these things. And I'm just really curious about it. And so I was just like, well, I'll research this and I'll let people know what I research. And I said to my husband, I was like, I'm going to go back to school. I'm going to get my master's and my doctorate. And he was like, why would you do that? You have to pay to get your doctorate. If you get a YouTube, then people pay you and you're still doing the same thing as you're doing a bunch of research. And I was like, oh, you're smart.
They go together. Well, yeah, some of this stuff is just really crazy. Yeah. Somebody said that was comedy. What kind of comedy? Like dry humor, or?
Yeah, it's a lot of dry humor. I think dark stuff is funny because I do a lot of history research.
My favorite. Yeah. Favorite.
But yeah, so I think dark stuff is funny. So I got to kind of tone it down for other people so that it's not as dark as I like it.
So I'm curious, what do you consider dark humor, dark comedy, like dark humor comedians?
Oh, a dark humor.
I'm sure there's a sliding scale. So
yeah, I'm thinking. I guess a comedian would be Anthony Jeselnik. He's a dark humor comedian. But if you want to get real dark, we can talk about how the Nazis were LGBT friendly. Like, the SA was run by a homosexual, and so people were like, Hitler, are you really letting all these homosexuals into the Nazis? And he's like, as long as they help me. They did end up killing a lot of homosexuals in the concentration camps, but one of the biggest criticisms in the early times of Hitler was that he allowed these homosexuals to be in the party. It's like, isn't he so progressive?
Word. Bang. Yeah, that was good. Yeah. Yeah, that was good. What we got? Yeah. Yeah, so that's what it is. That was funny. I love dry. George Carlin usually talked about religion, and he's kind of dark. Dark humor. I like those. Like, that's my favorite. My favorite show is used to be Martin. It's always will be Martin. Is always in there, But then because that's more crazy, but It's Always Sunny. It's like that's my boys right there. That's one and one chick. Yeah, that's dark humor.
Yeah.
Rewarding bad behavior. That stuff.
That was the last. That's like the last place. One of the last authentic places where the truth was told. They just made you laugh at it. But the joke's on you. Like remember, like the joke's always on you.
Yeah. Have you seen Peep Show?
Yeah.
Peep Show. It's a British sitcom.
Oh man, somebody told me about that.
Yeah, it's funny. It gets super dark, but
Peep Show. Yeah, someone was telling me that British are the funniest. That like their shows, and she's a writer also. And she was telling me that British shows are like really good. And they really go into details in the way they write. It's funny. It's called Peep Show.
Peep Show. Oh, I'm so jealous because you haven't seen it.
I'm on it now. I'm on it. I'm on it. All right, I can get it. Well, man, I mean, that's it, man. We could be up here all night, but I gotta check it out. I mean, I could still build, but I want to thank Maye Muses, right?
Maye Muses.
Maye Muses. Sorry when I say that. Maye Muses, man, you are beautiful. Everything that you dropped was incredible tonight. You're very informative, and I definitely want you to come back. Yeah, I definitely want you to come back. AD was creeping in the chat room. See you out there. But I have another show on Monday. Now we move to Monday and Thursday, but I'll get you in touch.
Thursday,
Yeah, Thursday and Sunday. But this is our wind down, and this has been great. I want to thank you for coming through. I'm gonna, thank you for everything.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, you don't have to leave, but I gotta go.
I'm gonna be up at 5 a.m.
Yeah, exactly. Knowledge Boy, what you think?
Yeah, I think it's amazing. Yeah, thank you, Maye, for being a truth seeker, a truth teller, and a facilitator for the truth to be discovered by the people. I think you present information in a very balanced manner. You give your perspective, your opinion, but it's not so much that it supersedes the information. Like you allow the information to do its work. So honest to you, honest to your channel, honest to your family, and continue to be the beacon of truth that you are.
So much. And I'm gonna rewatch The Matrix.
Hey,
oh yeah.
I'm gonna be waiting for the presentation. We have to come back. We could do a part 2. The cult of the Matrix, right? So yeah.
Not bad. Thank you so much, fellas.
All right.
Bye.
You have a good night.
You gotta give her a bomb or something.
Okay. See y'all later. That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
That's who stepped in the room. All right. I'll take the guess. Yeah. What up? Shout out to everybody out there. What's good? The wind down.
That was a real wind down. That was a wind up for the wind down right there.
Yeah. I'm glad we back. Yo, stop creeping in the chat room, AD. Show yourself. Show yourself. Nah, but yo, she covered a lot, man. That was crazy. I'm looking at the chat, Rita. Jody, you be coming through, huh? Chat GPTS.
Or play more Killah Priest.
No doubt. I'm back.
That's
All right. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yo, let's go. Play more Killah Priest. Yo, we also I wanted to
what's up with the Patreon?
Yeah, the Patreon is popping. Make sure y'all subscribe to the Patreon. I got new pictures of the show. Me and Master Killah. I got Master Killah on there now. So check it out for all my front tiers, my tears of joy. I did another one too. Front, what was it? Tear, not tears of a clown. Cause we're gonna talk about that joke. I want to go into that with you.
Yeah, whenever you're ready. I've been waiting.
Yeah, I want to go into that. Check out Piece of Solo.
Right.
Hey, what is it called? Crocodile Tears. Hold on. I got Rocketeers, the Rocketeers, and Front Tears.
Right.
Tears of joy. All the tears are coming through. Top tier.
Yeah.
Daniel wants to know when Abraxas 2 dropping. You gotta get one more person on there. It's coming, man. Word. Just gotta have faith of a mustard seed, man. Mustard seed.
Yeah, gotta have faith of a mustard seed.
Shout out Hakim. Shout out to Hakim. Well, I'm still here. Yeah, peace to the God. Shout out to Planet Asia. He came through. Yo, Lil Da Vinci, what up? I know you watching. Lil Da Vinci, I ran into him earlier. Shout out to him.
Hop on, man.
Yeah, exactly. I like that. AB2. That's what it is. Solar Facts. Shout out to you, my brother. Hotep. You know what I mean? So shout out to everybody out there, man. I'm here. I'm just like lingering in the back.
That's what it is. In the background. I know you got something next month, like you coming up top next month.
Yeah. I'm in San Diego on the 5th. I'll be in NY on the 26th, and I'll be in I got Chicago coming. I got a couple of shows in Chi-Town that on the 31st of March. But I'll be posting everything, and I'll be jumping on the road. I'm supposed to jump on the road with Killah.
Yeah, come next month, man.
Wow, let's go.
Yeah, man, come on. Yeah, come on next month, man. I'm waiting.
Yeah,
you know, I'm waiting. So I'm literally staying here for that. I'm not missing it. I'm like, nah, I'm not missing it. I'm gonna be right here for that.
Indeed. Indeed, as we proceed.
Yeah, right down there at the same venue that KRS-One and Hakeem Green just rocked. I'm gonna be right there. I know the venue, good little spot, intimate spot to get busy. You know, they pack the joint out and
there you go. That's all right there. Well, Killah Priest in effect. All right, Lord. What you gonna do? What you gonna play?
You know, I'm gonna get into it, but I want to share this flyer real quick with Niru, the 4th Fuji. They got an event this Sunday.
Oh yeah, she coming through, right? What's she at?
She got let me get the flyer.
Shout out to Niru. She always check up on me, man. That's my guardian help right there.
Legend.
Well, peace to her.
Hold on, let me get the flyer real quick.
Canada.
Yeah.
Shout out to Lord Fury. He be with all the wrestlers.
What up with Lance, man? Over there behind the ice wall.
Gotta get up with him.
Yeah, so this is
Johnny Arcade. Incredible.
Yeah. This is
still
our first event of 2025. World Priesthood out there representing.
Oh,
Ty Phoenix in the building. You understand what I'm saying? Niru the 4th Fuji. This is Astronaut Collective. This is her collective. Nero before Fuji. All of them line up celebrating Women's History Month. You understand what I'm saying? Play my CD, mother, as Priest said. You understand what I'm saying? Play it and say the babies, right? So March 23rd, this is happening.
That's beautiful. Oh man, I can't. Those
so
are
if y'all in the building,
favorite,
make sure.
my favorite artists. Ty Phoenix. What can I say? I tried to tell Mid Cap, and I know he listening. Nah, Lord, I say, dude, look, a female that I know personally is messing with her, and that's respect though. Right. Nero, soulstress, very beautiful, lyrical, crazy. So it's like that's gonna be the best of both worlds. I can't wait to see them two together. Sean Ski, Bobby Sinister. Okay, I'm gonna be. Where's it gonna be at?
In Baltimore.
Baltimore. What? They close by. They both natives.
Word. So yeah, it's gonna be epic, right? It's gonna be an epic joint. You know what I'm saying? If y'all can't make it and y'all love Nero, just send us something. You know what I'm saying? If y'all can't make it, just send us something. Send it. Hit on one of them cash apps or something, man. Send us some love, man. You understand? It's like, yo, I can't make it, but here goes something on it. Because you can never have enough when you putting on events. It's different going to an event versus putting an event on. You putting it together, you'll never have enough. You understand? And you can never gauge how many people are gonna actually come through. So if y'all love her, you know what I'm saying, the royal priesthood, y'all love her, for her contributions and who she is, hit her. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with Ty Phoenix. If y'all love her, send her some love. Like, yo, this for you. You know what I'm saying? Send her some love. Or book a reading. You know what I'm saying? Do something. Celebrate the people, their strengths and their and gift them in the way of their contribution.
Indeed. Yep. You said Maye Muses and Ty Phoenix. That's too hard. Maye Muses down with the fam now. Well, she down with the fam. That's gonna be gonna be a great addition right there because the way she sat back because she cocked the whistle blowing pistol and was just like sitting ducks, and you know how you orientate. So that was great by itself. Here's the wreckage. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh man,
there you go.
It's a joint right there. My favorite album ever.
Yes.
A piece to our two whole earths that in the ancestor realm that's guided, and I'll try to use your words.
Guiding the mothership. You know
what I'm saying? Mothership, yeah, like that.
From motherships to mother shifts,
Woo!
I got it from you, Prick. That's one of yours.
Mother shifts. Next time y'all see me, I have dreads.
and me, I have waves. You know what I'm saying? I'll be God wave. God wave meets tide wave. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Shout out to the crossing, man. I was at Minty Hotel. Shout out to you. Yeah. Shout out to Tahuti. The crossing. I watched drugs, guns take control. What's that? Okay. Sound like a rhyme he was kicking.
Right.
Shout out to Purpose. Shout out to
Black Father Chain Smoke.
Don't worry about it, John Newsom. We coming.
Yes.
Coming. I talked before. So John Newsom doing a great job. But
he gave an excellent interview.
It's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem soon for the music. It's gonna come. Fourth Disciple. And Jordan River Banks on deck. Welcome back to Voltage, and Coverboy. So Coverboy sent me a package. Bananas. Coverboy, you already solidified though.
From the Supermind.
Yeah, he did the whole Supermind. No, he did the whole. Yeah, he did Supermind, and he did the whole super the 3 Supermen. Yeah, that was Dolo. Craig Mike was in a cult. I wanted to talk. Well, I'm gonna save that back and what happened because at that time he probably was going through something, and that I forgot the name of that dude. I saw him like he was like hitting him or something. Say Craig Mack, you down with me? Some white man from it's like some old weird town. Crazy.
Yeah, I want to get into some of that phenomena, like they clone Tyrone. What I really wanted to do with is like the effects cinematically of PTSD, like cinematic PTSD. If we looked at a couple of films, we looked at like Dead Presidents. I looked at Dead Presidents, Jason's Lyrics, and a couple other films that were there that showed the trauma. Boys in the Hood, Minister Society. There was a whole undercurrent of how cinematically they displayed post-traumatic stress disorder in the families, and how a lot of these families are rampant with them. You know what I mean? And it's shown as acceptable behavior. So one of these wind down, if we're going to wind down that rabbit hole of cinema and different television shows where they show it. It's not just the war movie. It's not just the war movies or the films. It's a lot of these aspects on one level or another, male and female, that they show. So yeah, y'all. We're about to leave Pisces season. About to be the spring equinox. About to go into Aries season. So it's really about to be the new year for the folks. So yeah, it'll be definitely dope. Definitely a dope season of exploration to spring forward. So subscribe to the Patreon. Make sure you get your tiers. Make sure you top tiering over there in the Patreon world. Getting busy. You know what I'm saying? And KillahPriest.tv. So once again, before I get into the play more Killah Priest aspect, Thursday and Sunday, the craft returns to the regularly scheduled program, and we'll be here on Wednesdays for the wind down. So make sure you get your song promotions in, because we'll be right back tomorrow for a song promotion, then Sunday song promotion, regularly scheduled craft room, cafe, Rocketeers, Godcraft activity. So make sure you get your song promotions in. KillahPriest.tv, play more Killah Priest, get your merch, get the albums, get the vinyl, all of that. Make the reels. I want to see the reels, with the music. You see what I'm saying? I want to see the reels with the music. Shout out to Dave Flores and animation. That animation was tough. Where Dave Flores at, man? That animation was tough. That logo was tough. Seeing it all. You know what I'm saying? So without any further ado, we're about to get into my favorite time in the joint. Play more Killah Priest.
Submitting to the powers of the ages, ascension to the spheres of the ancient realms of the ages, without years or data, Alpha and Omega, eternal light body, house is the quasar, attended to the feather gathering, around the rings of Saturn, where the kings and queens look African, in the vesica, shape gate for the messenger, the boundless universes in the plethora, I'm stretching up, initiated in the secrets of the deepness, the resurrector, mental projector, words appear in burning letters, I wear the technicolor coat on my ghost, soft energy as I float, down my memories I see smoke, all planets yield to the mathematics, organic and inorganic, 613 commandments, for equality, one must knowledge the overstanding seen in panoramic. My solar body meets with the etheric body, atmospheric rhythms, healing, I feel godly, worlds above, curls my blood, release every cell like my mind's hurled in drugs, supreme alphabet, made me a king with the calculus, maybe like a dream, I'm an alchemist, you leaving the gods of Egypt when you pass the falcon test, your final secret, find the mountain next, walking through smoke, quoting speeches from Malcolm X, holding the tablets of space, you haven't faced your greatest challenge yet, you have faith you're about to regret, face to face with Russian roulette, a game of chess, you placed a bet, I'm making threats, finger flicking through the aces on the deck, a car race or a debate to see who's best. Savage heaven, strange universe, planet 7, grab your weapons, people from planet Earth, manic depression, alien religion, solar system prison, draconian spies, gene mixing, reptilian allies, Palladian skies, Nephilim size, the Most High, indigenous tribes, the feds hats and bow ties, the lamb reflection in the crow's eyes, the son of man, resurrection and the blow rise for tides, money, how many times I watch it go by, I must have been no more about 4 or 5, my auntie caught the Holy Ghost, 10 white men, a slave while they hold a rope, the 70s, Ali did the rope of dope, 80s, Scarface put his nose to coke, to rap about the truth, that was my only hope, Catholics, Baphomets in the back of a bony pope, took an oath to a stony goat, they said Jesus fed thousands with a loaf, 5 breads and tuna fish, while Shiva fed millions with turmeric, Numa Elish, the Sumer myth of a super ship, modern man in a computer chip, the fans don't understand how I keep doing this. swallowed into a bottomless pit, going down through the rocks from a cliff. Though the darkness wasn't the worst of it, as the curses eclipsed, I saw spots in the Gothic were lit, going down the throat of black smoke, into a moat that covered my face and my back like a coat. I'm in his bowels with owls, and men that wrapped their head with towels. They spoke the Talmud, the owls screamed loud too. I'm in his guts, I see skeletal forms, endless tusk. The winds are rough, a gust bends me up. My view is now in the spiral, confused as I go up in the cycle. Circular, 6 dimensions, my body light up. I'm a Merkaba, positive, negative in my messages. I thought the worst occurred. Soon as I lay the verse in the beat, it becomes a 12-person word. I risen from the beast digestive system. I resurrect with wisdom. When I connect with rhythm, I see Solomon hands appearing closer as I reach, coming from degree with composure. Behind me, looks like debris from explosives on planets that nova. That's when I got the grip, he pulled me over. As he pulled, he slipped, my hand still in his grip. He tumbled to the edge of the canyon, his body dipped. I said, I got you, hold on. We both pulling so strong. Then he tapped me on the back of my shoulder, asked me what's wrong. Asked me why I'm leaning over the canyon. I look again, I'm holding on my other hand like a companion. I said, wait, something not right. It went left, let's get this straight. As he curved the conversation, it could drive you to a place. I backed up, shocked, bouncing in my mind. A lie sends you mistakes. Food for thought, read it on the plate. Since Adam, Eve, and the snake, evil deeds inflated like a cake. Superstition, religion, became a business. Truth is fiction, changed from old, new editions. New defenders, new to prison. Sign up to the system, line up, choose a witness. We lose due to fitness, we chew with a vengeance. No clues for the sickness, cold flu so suspicious. Mom brew hibiscus, a song that she knew, a stew or twisted citrus. Esau's the author of my free fall of torture. Eagles and horror, eagles guard the borders. Energy has a sequel, cerebral's getting stronger. The mummified hands trying to grab you. The son of I am, jagged stone streaming past me. Abraxas sweet as Simha Paroma. Galaxy above my head, holding my diploma. Graduated, not encapsulated, a lot infatuated with my greatness. Most of y'all favorites, I keep it basic.
Aroma, Cerebus Abraxas. Words slow motion, falling down side up. I read it backwards. The sea becomes a skyfish freeze, turning to blackbirds. Trouble is afoot with no ledge, like Bishop's last words. Free fall until he crashed. Now they yelling, free falling at an ankle. Need the cash, need the dough. See below, secret wisdom in the class nerd. We spill the juice crucible. Visions of the past stirred. Alice's paralysis. I want Atlantic fast to blur from fire above the phallus. Niggas curd, now that occurred. Reflections coming back like who was fishing for a glass turd. Seeing through the shift is so different, it was absurd. Trust my gut feeling as I'm hearing what my abs heard. The band was playing spinal chords, in them where the crabs served. Glasses full of passwords, wasn't in use tools. Has been plan on coming up to get new views. Falling out the sky while I discovered the blues clues. Colors and blue hues while touching the new views that shot the breathing prophecies. Scuffing his new shoes. It's magic how they all became ducks when his views blue. It's hypnostic like a cup full of blue booze. They're hiding bars inside my bars. I drug up they boo-boos. The exes quickly ghosted them both are like loose screws. Got mad and shot each other like a couple of news crews. Last memory, we didn't get the password. I'm stuck in the who's who. Good luck on the yuzu. Gemini that got them both in trouble like you two. Went from the esophagus, sent to the Moroccan trust. Hippos with colossal tusk told me what it's all about. The sunken place, me, myself, and ISIS had it falling out. Black Panther said the Jaguar's right. While they hear the child asking me if Hathor bites. Watch as I develop. Hands in time lost their grip on watches I that fell up. Watching as the kings collapse. Eternal voice in life is a bitch with no wings attached. He died before he let a bungee jump with no strings attached. Rings I snatched, fire from the gods in a thinking match. The universe threw me ideas I didn't think to catch. The tallest towers turned into dust. The fiends think it's cracked. The bricks become cities in the sky. I brought the kingdom back, designed a new treaty with the devil with a handshake. Flip the planet right side up like it's a pancake. Children rise from underground holes, receive the mandrake. Control me falling up in slow motion as I steer the crowd toward the sun manifest. Standing on the cirrus cloud, praising stride of Jesus. They was calling, I could hear it loud. I won't falter, nah, I won't falter. Scripted in the tomb, read the message in the water. The stars you thought were rising up, but dying what? Whole time I thought that I was falling, really I was flying up. Everybody screwing each other to get the tightest nut. T-I-T-A-N, y'all better tighten up and move this Jenga piece that was held in the feet. So society collapsed on itself in the week. revealed the secrets that were burned on the selfish elite. Allegations shook the planet till they fell from their seats. Caused an earthquake, the Killah Priest felt and released as he slipped into the darkness to the essence of the beast and turned it into beauty. Child of destiny, police now. Worry took his piece out the game, none caught the fall guy. Start to fall apart just like a Libra, telling all lies. I never fell for it, saw the answers in this small lies. The camera said it's all lies. Candles, they was all high, but as the felons fell in the trap, the righteous all fly. For every God deed, I gained a feather to adorn my wings. The beat was kicking, arms flying. When I talk, I swing punchlines, but the chemtrails. And when I got to the bottom of the seasons, to get even, out and out storm the spring.
Yeah. Welcome. Yeah. Behind the Vedic veils, Sarah Bartman, Venus of Holophels, victory visits Valor Vest through Vortex, Stargate, the tarot card shows Ptah face, the god is vape while I cigar taste, priest, I'm camouflaged within the grates, I channel into stars then disperse around space, sit candles in the Mars, then the verses I create, each bar becomes a god, past times, different place, while y'all on Instagram, I microdose with 1/10 of a gram, the mics I broke with the strength of a ram, took my rights, Jim Crow said I'm only 1/5 of a man. Now you can see the whole God that I am. I consume the whole mushroom. To whom much is given, much is required. Trust your Messiah. I'm a monsoon, a typhoon, clusters of fire. Big hands reach out the jewel, clutching the rider. What's your desire? To rule. My heavy mental became an empire. With the symbol of 10 bulls, it's simple, I reign wiser. My temples are raised higher. Explain firmly. Hermes, Trismegistus, and lyrics that specialize in the pyramids and physics. It's mesmerizing for human ears to hear this. My nebula guidance. Soon you feel this weirdness. Your blood pressure rises. You get cold as the fear grips your soul. The sheer bliss you go. Spirit from bones. This way into the vape room. Read my Vedas may make you want to take shrooms. Be free in nature. Can your nostrils take fumes? You need the gospel as you face doom. I lay in tombs and ski on vapor. The Kabbalion. 528 hertz the volume. My verse is like the universe is falling. I search. There's no human worth my calling. The whole earth, every womb, every coffin. The hermetic hookah lounge. I'm in the back, I'm not used to crowds. Sudden movements in groups too loud. I just lounge in my suit and crown. Cigars in the car, red shoes on the towels. Wild style when I blow a cloud. Women get aroused as their attention swim around. It's written down. Pen is swung like a pendulum. My writing is psilocybin mycelium. Bicentennium. Bodies and drums to next millennium. Reptilian. Next get rung, I'm killing them. Since Da Vinci carved this demigod. Called the priest cause he knew I came from the infinite divinity squad. Heru, Nimrod. Firestones engraved to the Templar. Priest, I rise upon the throne where sages grew. Avenger. Oh my God. I must go see the master. Now, the conquered Aztecs told the Spanish invaders how their history began. The statue and the ruined temple. The construct of the Philosopher's Stone, the primordial aqueducts where the astronomers zone, the eternal circle, the infernal turns into a square root. The primordial forces, fire, water, earth, and air. That's the four of the eye, most high angels. As the square fold in its sides where you can slide, called the triangle. I spin on the outside, counterclockwise to a tornado. I came to warn those behind the navel. After the 9, they'll be born. then sigh inside the cradle, eat, sleep, and cry. To the hands come to bathe you. The man that worshipped Babel made his lands unstable. They spoke from literature, some truth, some fable. Knowledge was regarded as magic. The astronomers charted on tablets. I came out of the 4 elements and saw elephants. Then my tribe explored the world from the time before I saw wild boar. As the people had melanin, they arrested the unrighteous president that was prejudiced and spread devilishment. This is all written in my lost testaments as the angel sat on the horse called pestilence. Famine examined the horse on top of Mount Everest on hind legs. This is designed for a sign and the plagues. Behold the pale horse, and him that sat on top of him was Thoth, the philosopher's stone, a popular poem made by him with the copper tone. The wind that played the instrument, they sung hymns and burned sage as they sojourned for days into the desert. Shepherds' records returned to the caves, hearing voices of ghosts and mummies that emerged from the grave. And the corpus of the heavy metal sourcing from the endorphins of the orbits into my text view, which makes me extraterrestrial. A flexing center and the inner divine contraction happens. Pulsate my occult state. The eruptions are rapid. A suction flattens, then pumping in a function fattens. Like an inner tube, but I'm in a cube, which give me the mental view. The kaleidoscope is like a microdose. My rhymes ignite the wood seen by the wolves. I dance with the psychic folks around the tribal smoke. Welcome into the Vedic vape room. I am one of your sages. Tonight is a snake moon. This way as the drapes move, see the crimson altar and the ancient pool. Come sit in his waters, the ascension cools. Join my descent into the devoured kingdom, the bottom world, the forgotten Eden, where the bohemian angels overthrow demons. Bereshit bara Elohim, Killah Priest, the God, righteous king. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which did weaken the nations? On their knees crawling, the beast awakened, the teaching of Satan, the meeting of pagans, speaking Phoenician and Canaan. The secret of sayings sits in his seat as the priest of the ages amongst his holy men. The 2 Thessalonians, heavens was his podium. Was he Elijah, also known as the Messiah? From his throne he required to talk about the stones of fire, the king of Tyre, who fell because of his own desire. From the kingdom, a winged empire, for the things he admired, the Babylonian, the golden calf holding gems, with the staff of an aspen, the men old as him. They would stay high off hemp and opium, and when day rise, God's strength was taken from them. The king of Tyre, the king of Tyre. Son of man, take up a lamentation upon the king of Tyre, and say unto him, Thus saith the Lord God, thou sealest up the sum, and full of wisdom, and perfect in beauty, the serpent amongst the 2 trees. And afterwards Adam knew Eve, that she could see one of your seed, then the bronze serpent with 2 thieves in between. Could you break down these mysteries? Elohim's hidden keys to the bottomless pit, only seen in dreams. These are things that archaeologists miss. They only acknowledged the bricks, couldn't follow the scripts. Was it different writers? Ezekiel 28 verse 2, the prince of Tyrus. One river flowed out of Eden to 4 was divided. Was it the Nile, Jordan, Euphrates, and Tigris? With one language, one reigning, nations united. Men are old, renowned, races of giants. The king of Tyre came down to make an alliance. With his firestone breastplate, had the body of a bull and the head of a snake. Each 7 was red and great. The 3rd World War took shape. Gave power to the beast, devoured peace, swallowed the sheep. Made followers teach and spread hate. Checkmate, death rate, escalate. Son of perdition, met his fate. Heaven's gate, truth to tell. Daniel and Zerubbabel. The prophecies scattered Judah and Israel. King of Tyre. The king of Tyre. King of Tyre.
Amazing.
Luminary consuming cherries, mushrooms, and berries. Beneath the endless skies in Gemini in June, I'm in tune with the fairies. Lit pituitary.
Very interesting face.
I see tombs in Timeri, civilized that had sewers ready.
Again, I knew it would be.
Saw him lift the bricks, huge and heavy. During the same time, Suma had levees. They fertilized with cow manure. The water fluid was steady. Now the scrolls are buried. Palms that are old and sweaty. Took the cloth off the bottle and dashed rosemary. Then anointed his own skull and faced the north of Gobekli Tepe. Turkey, Xerxes, Persian and the Medes. My words to MCs. You look for herb, you speak to a bush with burning leaves. Remove your shoes, fall on your knees. This is not heavy mental. This the master of the mysterious. The mind moving the macabre. Manipulate Mercury perfectly. My dark matter is horror. The golden guru of Google. The Yahweh of Yahoo and YouTube. Arm, leg, arm, horns, and crown of thorns head. Spawn, the dawn of the dead. All the natives are blue and the sky was red. And at night the tribes glowed like stars. And all the planets look like feathers on heads. Little waters talking from the medicine bed. Ate unleavened bread, buns from the son of heaven. Fed crumbs from off the floor. Greeks with no teeth, just gums. Lick with their tongue, sit at the master's feet, were bums, beggars. The legs were too weak and numb. The gestures pointed to the deceased and young. Who else you know can rhyme like this? Who else you know can take your mind through a time you felt exist? Quiet your brain, let me help you with it. It's getting hot, check the Celsius. Hell melt in every cell in yourself. You burn, turn your shell into a crisp. Your spirit leaves your physics like a mist to the outer limits. And the alchemist study your algorithms. Every sentence in my album's written, attempting to give you power building. Maybe turn you into flower children. They notice when the alpha's risen. My ascension go through cloud dimensions. The mouse is fast, but the owl's sitting. His talons hitting for gripping. He's silent in blizzards. He flew down, touched the ground as a wizard. As he morphed into priest. When he walked the portals like the immortal light, meditating, shutting doors. The more I write, all the crystals in my house come together to form organite. The windows open up by themselves, curtain blows, menorahs light. I hold on to the string theory. I pause, looking up at my higher self like I saw a kite. Divinity around me like a king, surrounded by all his knights.
Amazing.
The proto-origin of blackness. The sun's like oranges and patches. I pick them, put them in baskets. Tree of life. His eyes is red, his teeth is white.
Very interesting face.
Woolly head, his feet ignites. Features of Christ.
Again, I knew it would be.
Unleashing the dead with me on the mic. Monumental, Congo temples, confidential, cosmos, ceremonial science. Serious supermind, manufacture of manuscripts, mutating while rhyming. El Elyon, devil spawn, hellish forms of angelic zealots, the rebellious warn, the selfish from dorms where relics are torn. I'm meditating with the natives in the sweat box. Water drops from the wet rocks. Our minds are free as it gets hot. Now I play chess a lot, study the Ma'at and the Sephiroth. I leave Ox, Megabot, Ziggurat, Spirit Watch, but which is not. I miss the spark in the mystic spot. I'm from the hominid that's dominant, a king's continent, streams of consciousness. Look around, there's crowns on a winged monument. The smoke rings are opening. See my providence of promises, the source of confidence. Gods and goddesses bask in the ambience. Most high should die if I should die before I wake and feel the evil embrace of the eagle's lethal claws fit in my paws and face. I pause as I'm left and taken away back to his cosmic nest. I'm losing consciousness. My spirit disconnects as it devours my flesh. It's called the coffin's caress. The Heru hug. You are now with us above, amongst the angels of love. There's Abel, there's Endel, there's Gabriel. That's the Hootie, that's the Hawker. That's the Muzi, and I'm the father. Golgotha. Now it's just a riverbank with seagulls and otters and fish that swimming through the skulls of heroes and martyrs. And right above is just a ground zero for joggers. In the days are old, they said they created souls from the wheel and the potter. The Kabbalah scroll said it's the wheel of the macabre. From the pineal is the zeal, is the seal of the Nagas. They said a strand of web is stronger still as rain to still on the flowers. More ground to till as you heal from the copper. I showed you my views while standing on the hill of Masada. Been Israel since a toddler. Royal priesthood. Yeah. Vedic vape on papers. Yeah, on nature. Yeah, here we go. 1, 2. call me Captain Invisible, Master Original, Super Saiyan of Saiyans, graphic and visual, math metaphysical, rap somewhat mystical. From a sun-disc vehicle, I come to spit lyrical. When I talk, I force crowds to come forth as I return lyrical hip-hop to its source. That's food for thought. I add salt, so let it sit in the pot like broth. Stir it till it cools off. Nourishment from New York sidewalks, rent with high cost apartments, vents and lofts. Space and treble was twist. The ghetto was lit. I take my space behind the tape as the next pharaoh to sit. From sunrise to become Ra. Then I became God from Kane's Yard. Brooklyn from the train yard. Spray paint, brave saints, late night rain hard. Engraved ink, they drink back on the boulevard. My flow irritate demons, make them uncomfortable like it's a palm reading. Cause when I write it's like I'm foreseeing those in your circle that will hurt you and across regions. I call them out throughout our 4 seasons. They say my quotes galvanize ghosts and make the place spooky, like cemetery chase in the movie. My pen embraces beauty, a taste of grace, a face with 4 aces, greatness truly. To balance the brilliant bipolar, try yoga. Till the skies lower than climb over. The time flow, I baptize Noah. Joan of Arc, my refuse to get up persona. Rosa Parks, this is mental health help. Protect the temple, be gentle with self. The giant to elf, though it seem hard, it's simple and stealth. Attentive, attractive, anxiety disorders. Super supportive, silent schizophrenia. Dementia door walker. Dementia for millennials before the authors of Horus. Before the spirits moved across the waters. And my lyrics wrote themselves in Taurus. And Methuselah finally had rigor mortis. Now man makes machine to dig through the forest. The land placed with kings till he's to the orbit. I'm the understanding place in my queen in August. But there's more than 16 bars. So improved, dog.
Calculated zodiac, I figured the water formula. More mates and more braves dripping before Lemuria. Swimming in sound waves, the rivers of every aura. The dreamings, the real streaming Piscean movie Emporia. Currency's words for me, each sign is a note. That's $1. Dalai Lama Lake, I'm torching the boat. Cross the river Styx with an orchestra and 2 goats. Rode a llama through the lake of fire, walked through the cloak. Darth Vader, Darth Vader, peak the charm, leg to leg. Spoke the Brahma through an ancient wire, thought I was woke. Dreams wrapped in dreams, inception of a Russian doll maker. The secretive confessions of 100 stargazers, giving birth to the future, but it wasn't hard labor. Bizarre nature, they be saying we extreme. You think you woke till you wake up in the next dream. Guitar player made the music to connect scenes. What up with the clones of a nascent adept fetus? A repeating simulation of the living death sequence. With Vegas hidden nascent in the masonry beams. This is light architecture that remains to be seen. Made tea inside the circle, so I'm baking the steam. Taurus taking nanobites till I ate the machine. Who could swallow volcanoes like a plate of cuisine? Cause God made the spiral and hypnotized himself, staring at his own chart. Now who can wake the supreme? So eternity at once in the space and the stream. Between infinity and now and all this place in between. They so hungry for the light to get a taste of the gleam. The clip's empty, I'm trying to refill it. But the beat's already dead, I'm trying to re-kill it. Inside of a deep skillet, stop lying to me, spill it. Exercise peace while you puzzle, I still fit. Your circle's out of shape, but no muscular build fit. Papers from banana plants to puff on my grills with. Jungles though I'm used to going dust like the bill split. Light pole, fixed stars, froze time, I'm still lit. Playing freeze tag with my past self, I'm still lit. I'm still wet from my past rain, I still drip. That's nice and cool, Zodiac bicycle. Rapid eye motion beats with appetites roaming. This sounds like a job, for this is Captain Sky Ocean, Superman and Mr. Universe who snatched the time potion. Shoot, they optimism like it's magnified, hoping lyrics hit the firmament case and it cracked it wide open. Wide open, wide open.
No forest, no porridge, no ego, the T-Ghost. My aura is raw, poorer, check my notes. Vanilla ice cream, dry fruit, white cream, Fine leaves, pine trees, winding streams, baked orange, tangerine, pills, hills. The land is green, my hands are clean. Honey wine, Christmas cakes, hibiscus taste. The great outdoors explore, fish and lakes. Indoor, juices poured, biscuits baked. Forest of the happily ever after, that's the mystic place. Walking with the florist on picking dates. A holy water, then I pour it over witches on stakes. Wait. Innocent till I heard hissing snakes. The devil's at the door, desire to come in for a plate. Dessert, citrus, delicious as crisp when ate. Another devil at your window or you lifting the drapes. May I also come in? I have a jug of salted heart and pickled grapes. Oh, ye of little faith. Pull out the 4-5 nickel plate. Happy ever after? Manipulate, fine. Let's all dine. Cranberry wine. Pour out a glass in the land of the mind. Gaze across the prairie into the sands of time. The man is legendary, in his hands is the rhyme. Surrounded by chakra fairies, red, blue, and lime. Said hip-hop's not ready. The fans knew the signs. Let's drop lots of confetti. He's finally arrived in the form of a bee from the hive. The breeze from the summer trees. The silk from the caterpillar that hung from leaves. The trunk tilt, the house built into the forest
of the happily ever after. Come tourists. A life full of love, sparkling blue lanes, the key to life, celebration, careful movement.
The old lady with a dust broom, almost dusk soon. In a lawn there, a pond grows magic mushrooms. Where the ducks cool, it's a magic luck pool. In the late afternoon, look up, there's the moon. In full bloom, the flowers giggled. The purple round head of the thistles. From the stem, they sung and whistled. Terpenes with crystal, very beneficial, but very little. Berries on these berries like cherries in the middle. What these spores of adolescence called psilocybe azarescence. Cause the village tribe manifested. Quite angelic, psychedelics, white and velvet, the head red like a biker's helmet. If you bite, you're helpless, and flight through realms quick. Oh, my psyllium, it's like lithium. Then the black cats start licking them. Wizards and witches pick the stems. They use us for magic and practice hallucinogens if you take us in. There's a gnome in the cove. Quick, come in from the cold. Have a talk with the Navajo beneath the UFO. Come with me, grab his arrow and bow. We're going hunting down a dark, narrow road. A patch of spineless cactus was laughing. Psychoactive aphids on the peyote. We hunting rabbits and coyotes. On the whole leaf with trichomes. There's 5 tones. Purple, yellow, green, blue, red. Wild grown, boy, I'm stoned. Reindeers and beavers, bird feeders, herbs keepers in the area. Amanita muscaria. The mushrooms are called the chariot. Weed buds called the indicas. Sativas with catechins. Breathe nature, read Vedas. Beneath the tree, covered with cicadas. And the mushroom says, hello neighbor, said Jim Morrison from the doors. Picked up polyporous, welcome to our forest. See the eye of Horus while I'm talking. The vibe of orchids, they're transported. The still our waters, all unsalted. Dew before the sunrise, we are the fungi. Summer couples, touch bloom. Summer truffles, mushrooms. And edible flowers, medicinal. Stem is like a stick of glue. Like a boo, drips or do, the tricks on you. Sip our brew. Mystical, beneath the cap, they have gills. No, they're not fish, but weigh them on scales. Make the best meals. Recipes, destiny. Since BC, they were the gift from Demeter to Persephone. Long black eyes on both sides counting in the 5. In a tree above the ancient tribes with hives lived sisters that were all small in size. In the morning they would all rise and buzz above the buds, waiting for the opening of their love. Amongst the bushes and the tree shrubs. In Mexico, the old Mex would wait for them because they pollinate their cactus for the tequila. They were simply known as the healers. These small beings were winged and they had stingers to sting to protect the queen. They were responsible for peaches, oranges, and apples and nectarines. The color of their bodies were yellow and black. The rest were rings, the insect for kings. On a full moon on the right night when it's totally dark, the queen of the bees come out and talk with the wasp. We have all our ancient ancestors encased in amber. Great bees from the past that protect us from the bear and the badgers. They are the masters of the pastures. The wasp spoke off top. I scavenge from the bottom during autumn. While y'all fly above the garden looking for pollen, I see a problem, cause I search amongst the doom beneath the moon. While y'all eat that which bloom and blossom. Quiet, the possum. They tell me you have magic royal jelly. Y'all really came up since y'all evolved from us. And y'all from the ants before y'all were ever was. The universe buzzed. We all can agree that the breed gave rise to the plants, and plants gave rise to the canopy, such as the banana tree, then different strands of weed. We are the bees. Since the larvae we were godly. Our colonies are responsible for spinach and collard greens. Y'all are solitary, the ants have an army. We have workers and servers and drones inside our comb, high above the Tassili stones and the pygmy homes, before people unknown, places where gypsies roam, encased inside a hexagon-shaped cone. The sweetest taste that man can't duplicate, it can't be recreated or grown. Before the flood separated countries, before Egypt had mummies, the bees made honey. Silence of the oldest island begin to thaw, replaced by a growing comfort from endless wars. A sense of openness from the hopelessness of night terrors and war-torn. A culture hit on the tree whose roots go down to hell. A vulture sits, its fruits are strange. Comfort is the enemy of change. That's Buddha slang. Ostentatious displays of masculinity, master identity, clashes of chemistry, acts to ministry. They found ossuaries where Yasha was buried. Yale and Oxford is wealthy. That's where it's held in box with the Steelies. Sensation-seeking journalists, selfish collectors, thieves and lit professors, search for leads to hidden treasures, forbidden fruit that Adam and Eve bitten together. Seductive promise, corrupt the conscious, curse of the monstrous, a bomb nuclear launchers, dinosaurs extinct, who instruct the comets, destructive regardless, Buddha's twisted bamboo, the Messiah touch a carpet, unspoken tension, permeated the air, the sun show us vision, made perfectly clear, the whole solar system, from days, months to years, casting that over our tranquil existence, joy and tears. The town's whispers grew louder, weaving tales of a particular king of power, deceived as well. Conversation in hush tones spoke of a clandestine underworld, King Tut's bones, the son of hell. Gray smoke filled the air, creating a nostalgic atmosphere, contentment, religious. In the quietude of recent years, a mysterious veil descended from the night upon the living. The sun dipped below the horizon. The streets took on a different shape altogether, monopolizing luxury cars, sleek and expensive, stealthy rolled through the winters. Criminal business with their wives and the fitness. Some took bribes, leads to a sentence. Some survived, codependent, now they co-defendants. Exposed the witness to hopes and contradictions. Cellmates, ex-cons in prisons, killers with long convictions, addicts with strong addictions. Badges, they draw depictions. Priest and mystic, listen. My book fell apart when I touched it. Its pages turned back to a papyrus, then went back to a tree, to a seed of a mustard. Ty Phoenix. Let's get it.
Killah Priest.
Yeah.
Ty Phoenix.
From a mustard seed, I must succeed. Through storm clouds, the horned owl just brush the trees. The rainfall, I remain small till luckily the grain is tall, but I change form, become a tree. Dusting off my leaves, the moth and bee swirl around me. A world with no boundaries. The ignorant 10% thought it was just a breeze. Throwing dirt cause their heart holds in their hurt. Hey yo, Ty, you know the chart shows when to be alert. This goes from 2 in a verse to a whole universe. The altitude is windy, but through currents and air pockets, a rare prophet. To feel the world is too empty, it's too much to explain. Ty pH is the water, so it's only right she rain. And y'all know my name. Yeah, Ty Wave.
Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us.
A royal priest beside a phoenix is no less than fire. Every bar's a power line like an electric wire. We interplanetary beings, we could stand the sun. Been to 23 galaxies like a Samsung. When they speak of royalty, they thinking J and B. I'm talking higher deities and the awakened me. Unmistakably, I leveled up from A to B. Laid this beat like it was masonry. Don't play with me. Going higher than the rest of them. Flying, we caress the wind. Tower over lesser men, taller than the Nephilim. Use it like a sharp sword, so you will respect the pen. Claiming my reward every day, I put the effort in. Jewels around the throat chakra like a diamond necklace. Gather knowledge, drop clues like a crime detective. I took the road less traveled, found divine direction. We on the plane of existence with space and time connecting.
Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. Taking you higher than you ever been. Feel the rush in the air when we touch the wind. Soaring with the eagles, baby, here we up. In the clouds past heaven, baby, fly with us. 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 Fly with us.
Killah Priest. Ones, man. Here we go. Open sesame, I spoke my destiny, a broken legacy. Focus heavily, Hopi Cherokees, coated ebony. The flow is melody, flow like hella weed. Summer breeze, dungarees, tons of trees. Imaginations comes to me, priest to MC, rhymes comfortably. Mad B, your beast, your majesty, majestically. My mind weaponry, C1s, we up like the sun. Every day another rerun, then we done. Right before tomorrow begun. I venom with the rhythm. Solar system, old God is with him. I throw bars with mysticism. Avatar exorcism.
Yeah, baby. What? Your blessings of time to circulate the planet divine. Lessons and knowledge to rhyme, to meditate and teach. Breach the gap of poverty and riches. The words of wisdom and preach and shine like a prism. Keep the youth out of prison. Street politicians that change up the situations on the block and stay organized to bust on the cops if they had a line. Corrupt Babylon out of their mental and spiritual. Got dope fiends smoked out, snorting white lines. Government's feeding you pharmaceuticals to fuck up your godly body and mind. So we stay militant and ready for war. Killer bees on the swarm, kicking in your door. Spitting rapid fire words of righteousness with a revolutionary fist up in the 4-4. What? To do this, you gotta be skilled.
As far as he's concerned, God just in the way. You know, telling him nothing about no. He want to go make him some money. You don't want to hear nothing about how you supposed to treat people. You find a sucker, bump his head. Huh? It's a dog-eat-dog world, man. Ain't that what they say? On the outside are dogs, and everyone that loveth and maketh alive. Are they? And they bear witness to the word of God, not even realizing realizing that which they call a lie, they bearing witness to by the words that come out of their mouths.
Her name is Desire, eternal fire, grandiose, her hands are smoke. She eyes her admirers, they want her style. Her head is an owl, as she descends into the underworld and disrobe. Grips you, explode, the unknown, the no mode. Their death hold won't let go, the necklace of rainbows, the sexes of angel. Her head beneath halos, she'll take your soul through a gaping hole. She's not impressed when you say you flow, rap with honor, or this wrath upon you. The Black Madonna, Mary Magdalene, the Dragon Queen, Elizabeth Bathory, ripping up your anatomy. This is pagan written savagery. The lady of all given powers, unveil black darkness. Rats eat out your carcass, statues of the goddess, Medusa in the garden. Her hair serpents unloosens, unlooping, seducing her targets.
Venus, the goddess of love, but some may choose to call her hate. You see, it all depends on how she choose to relate. As the earth, some think they could walk all over her. She's the air you breathe, so you sneeze and even cough on her. She's the water that quench your thirst. She'll let you bathe in her, then leave her with all your dirt. Plus she's the fire that brought you to the physical plane. The 98.6 degrees your body maintains. She's like a net that captured many hearts, but might flip on some vengeance, then rip them apart. You see, even the greats succumb to love and hate. I'm talking heroes in they cape, they can't even escape love or disentangle the angles of the first star that spanked you. Regrets and resentment can strangle you. At times, she's as serious as cancer, but if you want to unwind your body and mind, she's still the answer. She'll be your private dancer.
Sumerian gods. Sumerian gods was Anu, Enki, and Enlil. Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, Israel. Sun, moon, and star, man, woman, embryo. In hell, silver, gold, emeralds. Skin and nail, now discover stem cell. Look up, now discover chemtrails. Right above, haystack bond with windmill. Travel foreign countries where they bury mummies, where monks be. Travel to Istanbul, to the castles of Hungary. Studying my chakras, drinking ayahuasca. Gave me psychic thoughts, my spirit god morphed into a jaguar. My brains took off like Nassau. Ran around the jungles fast as NASCAR. Talking with the faces of the Egyptian cat god. Chewing holes in the sky, follow the black star. The tarot card shows the avatar. Meet the priest named Drakkar. From Nippur to Lagash. Told me, focus on the inner lotus. Notice the petals. Voice sounded kinda Polish. Handing me roses. This old devil, I'm the cold rebel. / Othello. Parts of the mothership is inside of the Ark of the Covenant. Cain received the mark for his punishment. From the hand of God, then fled to the land of Nod, where he camouflage. Lift the candle, see a scar. Embarrassed, he vanished. He started to scavenge and found the people that were here before his parents. There, he took their women, hand in marriage, bare children that will soon invade the planet with killings and declare themselves as gods. But what odd? Who are these people from the land of Nod? Well, the Nippur, they're not the king who rule with vigor. Stay with me so don't lose the picture. You want a wife, you can choose my sister. You see my kingdom, we can make it bigger. We are the serpent people. Many gods that we worship, this one's the eagle. Sodom, Gomorrah, Adma, Zeboam, Bella, the fortune teller, caught the fella. We travel more east. Create the dragon, the kundalini, the genie, the gigi. Our gods have war, our gods have sex. Our gods are jealous, our gods get vexed. I was visited by an angel named Abel. He told me I should save you.
The headdress of a bull, his skin covered with wool. His cup of full, his servants were full.
Still, yo, Amir. That's what we gotta do right now. The golden deer, priest, the 8-deer ocelot claw. Fourth, we gotta go in again. Alright, let's go. Yo, Anunnakis with animal bodies, scanning safari, shapeshift, land of Mugabe. That's where the God be with my Sumerian colleagues. Now there's cameras and lobbies. I'm channeling Gandhi, killers with hammers and party. The technology lord fights with a mechanical army. It's the writer on the clay tablets, grave of the abbots, pray through the Sabbath. God words blaze at the dragons. His captain and his cabin engineered the beast gears with Satan mechanics. Pagans invading our campus, nation and planet. Blood in my veins is true blue. The blood in my wings is from the rubu. The blood of a king, celestial beings, the unseen. Now who you? Yo, God. Matter of fact, what's the day's mathematics? Listen, God, wait, hold up. I'm the remnant of God descendant, star defender, the kindreds of all existence. Start remember, divine fist of the North Dipper, secrets to challenge your chakras for my lost niggas, or AKA Walt the Killer, or meet my fists of the blue sky, the woo cry, soon. Now my zoo tribe, sacred fist of the southern star. God governs my bars, a style is from above and beyond. The Dogon lift up the trillathon, the poem killer had formed. The rap Christ lay on pillars of thorn. The 8-deer ocelot claw, prophet on walls. Great is the Lord, great is his name. Swing his sword at cyborgs and robots. And y'all go watch wind up toys, y'all niggas get your throat chopped.
Holy shit, man.
Yeah. Know what I mean? Psychic world. Your golden deer. Big son, I told y'all. Priest. Told y'all. On the planet where millions are murdered, what we look at, galactic dictators. The future, like the Silver Surfer, history of the future. Hip-hop's been altered since the psychic world of Walter. Now it stands like the rock of Gibraltar. Hood clips, footage, flying saucers, magi, rabbis close the Torah. Fallen angels disguise themselves as planets, reprogramming from 8-man. The kings riding the mammoth, multivite falling from the heights like this manna. I heard once you can't serve both God and mammon, and it all happens on the third rock. Sunspots, graveyards and gunshots. Space guards, the ones watch. Nazis flee to the moon, build empires in the space fleet to return to Earth to take police. Camouflage avatars, mutagen agents chasing, leaving unknown lubricant trails inside the staircases. After 2000 hit, prepare for foulness. Space gear with God striking our planet with battleships. The stone pharaoh splits and nuclear lightning left a castle chipped. Left out light your candlesticks, like candlesticks. The CIA plan to murder the evil galactic dictator over big paper, rich gangster, diamond traders, smuggling to the city of the skyscrapers. E pluribus is the one-eyed savior. They massacre millions of African children, trafficking women, assassin for emblems. Psychiatric advisors interview the survivors. Books in schools prove to be liars. Crooks rule the move on messiahs. Help gather the unwanted beings from all the kings in his control. Transport them to this globe, being stacked around the base of volcanoes. While preachers and drug users claim to see the face of angels. Just stuck, looking up for months in the same clothes. Memory adding from medicines, virtual worlds from the heroin. Hold on, we just got here, let us settle in. Inside the moon is a nightclub with trillion watt light bulbs. A green woman took us in and showed us nice drugs. The parents of a young genius killed in a plane crash. We all kneel before they face in the stained glass. Two armies charge and disappear to each other. And where they disappeared, a UFO hovers. The guard holds the mic. No two MCs floor alike, and no two stones are solder light.
Golden pineapples of the sun, kingdoms of amethyst, catacombs. It's another ice age gripping the earth, care of ourselves.
We went from reading the future in the cosmos to computer consoles, to every human in the household to have a barcode. It make me want to leave the condo and flee back to the Congos. The great Sphinx head of Giza originally portrayed Anubis. The heads of St. John, Paul, and Peter under the feet of Seleucus. And Jesus betrayed by Judas, and Caesar betrayed by Brutus. Only drink tea when it's made by Buddhists. But nowadays teachers betrayed by their students. Drug kingpins are sprayed up by their ruins. In the first modification of the god races, left scars on faces, spoke through a storm using Mars language. Body cellular network communication is an angelic dialogue. Multi-dimensional cities reversible, the planets of the gods.
And when they came into his room, they saw him sitting up in bed, dazed. And he ignored everyone who was standing there. All of them were saying, what is it? What is it? What happened? And instead, he reached into his bag and he pulled out a book. And he closed his eyes. And he opened that book at random. And he pointed to a passage. And he opened his eyes and he read it. And he shook his head. And he closed the book. And he put it back in the bag. And then he opened his eyes and said to everyone, all right, I'm all right.
When I'm all alone, my chair's a throne, my desk is ruins, found from Soviet Union, made of marble and stone. My hat is a crown, finally my destiny's found. My journey begins, pick up my pen like a brush, start to scuff art galleries of galaxies. Once my pilot is squeezed, the pilot can see. My crown now grows great wings, the music sound is a breeze. I begin to lift off like a king on the back of a dragon. Anything I imagine can be seen in my graphics. Tablets of magic, telepathic at the dawn of the Sabbath. When I write Mount Sinai, I lift up to the heavens. God passes judgment, the gathering of the brothers. My mathematics emanate lights from the mysteries of divine thought. 700 new Torahs go forth if I give them the Quran. Show them the hand of beyond. From light years to eons in space, there's a great mountain where all the dead climb, trying to make it to the top before the mad tiger gouge them. Beyond that, invisible castles with all the pharaohs and all the Mayans talking and dining. And Malcolm X walks in with Medgar Evers whispers to King, Nat Turner and Harriet Tubman the scene. And Obama's grandmother's busting, yelling to everybody, we have our first black president. The heavens commence to party, acting up, standing on tables, dancing. Marcus Garvey holding up by Marley. I see the sinister smile of Haile Selassie. I begin to write more and more. My mind was sore. I can see the Shekinah giving the Gavora, the Hisson and the Tafrat, the Melkut, the divine order. My mind's aura, my body swim across the cosmic waters. Divide the night from the day, calling the moon from out of the grave. We were a nation before we were slaves. Remember that. This is how I write. This is how I write. This is how I write. Through a bald needle, I can see all people, absorb soul like a cosmic eagle, landing on a sharp surface. Many things to interpret, the mind is perfect. One of God's greatest designs, since the dark gray curtains that hangs through the 7,000 universes. How I write is like day turning to night, from beige to light, from the grave to a life. From a babe to those pipes, from rock showers to meteor storms, from watchtower my graffiti is formed. I sit with the cosmic Egypts, Nefertiti on my arms. I write with the whole city in my palms. I give you an updated song of songs, a King David arriving on a spaceship. Scribes try to trace it, scribble, erase it. I show you how far I can take it, beyond Mars to places that's sacred, to other languages of ancient shit that came prince. The vegetables came and went celestial. Through concentration I can see the constellation. This is my revelation. It's how I write. 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 Rain and thunder, the pain I'm under. Paranoid, I keep seeing the same numbers. Even on the train that's coming, lights in the tunnel. I'm standing at the terminal of eternal jewels.
God is love. It's either you just did. The same thing that created the tree created me. The same elements that created water created you. Same element that creates the wind and the rain created woman. God is everyone and everywhere.
I said it before, I'm a melody, a metaphor. I'm the L-O-V-E, comma, MC, comma, mentor, comma, Assalamu alaikum, breaking, Satan, embracing the day sun with night arms, quite calm. You see peace as we sleep, as you stare in the spheres, you hear light bombs, distorted noise, distant thunder, a sense of joy and mystic wonders. Spring is escorted into fall's courthouses in the winter season to visit summers.
The moon and the stars, the fields full of grain, the soft summer breezes and the mountain rains, it all belongs to my Father. Abba now is Shabbat Shemayim, Orion, Holy Mount Zion, snowy owls flying. I watched them closely, then slowly they morphed into Kobe Bryant. Talking, what is he saying? Then behind him I saw thousands of musicians playing instruments, intimate, actors and entertainment giants, masters of science. Get a path with their guidance. I'm in the craft when I'm writing. I am brass, I am diamonds. I wear a mask to keep them shining. I believe in man. I believe in woman. I believe that we can change anything that's wrong. I believe that God gave every man and every woman the power to change, to cause effect, to treat people decently. We have the power to feed the hungry children or not to feed. We have the power to give and administer justice or non-justice. We have the power for everything.
I dissolve the Old and New Testament like it's a peppermint. These gospels open up my nostrils. The treatment's like a medicine. It secretes within my tonsils. Then I speak counsels to my apostles. Like it's heaven sent, like Jesus in the Nephilims. I'm in past and present tense. To unmask the devil Schmidt, to the upper class of presidents. Whether testosterone or estrogen.
Wait a minute, the colossal bones left evidence. Paintings of these ancient astronauts on these stones are copper tones. Solo, let's make an estimate. Chisel, now place the rocks on his phone. Then put it in his box that's unknown. The sun is hot, ozone, layer, prayer, watch. Time stops the invention of hip-hop. This is a microphone. The scenery is like a twilight zone. That's how I write poems. As I hone in my third eye combs. Then combs through ancient black civilizations and highlight thrones. Blood type Israelite to the real Christ is shown.
Do you believe in God? That is God to me. God is trees, air, women, men, children. We are made in his image. So my philosophy is if we're in his image, we must really be close to him. So man and woman must be a part part of him. That is God.
Sell us the dope that leads to heart failures and strokes. Where do we start? Do we believe what the elders wrote, or the ones who watch through a telescope? The Illuminati cyclops, beast spark on every coast. The head of a cult, the devil goat that sits in a drum circle like a hippie, dressed like a gypsy. My best of rocket to nebula quotes is like Tesla notes. Now they got surveillance on Diddy. I'm a cross between Umar Johnson and Billy Carson. I told my grandmother that we are from where the stars from. I'm like Rod Hayes, but I'm Todd Wave with a blonde fade. Some days it'll be an orange braid, half shade. That's just his character. I made hair like lemonade. Both his parents come from Africa. Y'all know the prototype, it's the walking life. See, the sun is the source of light. They made my quartz bright as New York at night. They say when Walter right, he can steer Hathor to the boat of the moon. Into the cliff, sent to the glyphs to open the tombs. They say killer flows is like pillar protocols that fulfill the scrolls made of silver and gold. The bars I laid is like sculpted on the architrave. I wrote it like an art display with gods and goddesses with darker shades. I wrote it in the chamber, glowing like the child that was golden in the manger. Only 3 kings knew he was growing to be the savior. Okay, back to rap more about Hathor, the cow-headed near the Nile desert. Under the white clouds, the native dancing in the powwow. He wore the head crown of owl feathers. As the clan went from loud records, and Priest and Jizza wrote their signature down on Geffen. And hip-hop's where I found the presence. The shepherds are coming down from Mount Everest, surrounded by peasants. With unclean skin disease, they called them leopard. I pointed a finger up and moved it around till I found the nebula. I told them I walked through Babylon, Persia, and Mecca. I talked to bees out their nectar, kings out their treasure. I've been counting ever since I've been walking. I started from forever. I've been writing on steelies inside of caverns where it's misty. Dealt tarot cards to the hands of time. Closed my eyes while the mouth of a cave kissed me. I gave the walls history. Y'all enslaved us all misery. That's why I shaved it off and came back bald, a mystery. I wrote it all on big slabs of lapis, lazuli, channel vibe to the candle fire. 12 candlesticks sits on amethyst. I write my scrolls on the clove of a rose. You see them when they unfold, the untold secret me and the queen bee hold. So when they make the pollen then, I can communicate with the insect world like King Solomon. I mean solar gems, most roll to him.
Then I went rogue on them, those who stole my pen. Then I went ice cold as wind. Geminis we roll as twins. When we take the mic, we live the walking life.
The D's raided houses looking for your favorite out of Brooklyn. Africa praises to the bushmen, to the natives in the woodlands, the raisins in the Jukson, through the mazes of the bullpit. They killed our saviors, re-raised us and made us into hoodlums. Malcolm X became one of the greatest out of the Muslims, except for this boxer who never went to Oxford, never became a doctor, but got the rings of the chakras. Cassius Clay and Hathaway passed away, saw dimensions. George Benson, could this be a masquerade? Preacher said fast and pray. My mother's not there, but I asked her grave. Tiffany's not here, but her ashes stayed. What word will Prince and Michael Jackson say? I was a boy, now the mirror showed me patches of gray. Then it got black, and I started like tapping into a haze. Dazed, the mirror said your hair looked glazed because that's how much passion you gave. This is what happened, you still rapping. The mirror became my healer when it told me I was a pyramid giver, a gold spitter and a soul filler. I came to slay the Antichrist. Walking life, walking life. Yeah, that's what
Walking man's thoughts expand, rivers in my orbits ran after me across Japan. Mastered the default command, skin brown but so bright. The mirrors where I caught a tan, lost the pan's labyrinth. Spirits move across the sand, but birds to fly, the words defy. But in exchange, they lost their hands, appeared inside the jungle. And the bed upon a more Moorish man, I'm multiplying gold horizon. Traveling, I goes Orion, burn the tree to 3rd degree. Asking all the birds agree, I'm certainly a giant. Using bamboo just to stir the sea. Watched across an island, suddenly cooked the leaves to turn to tea. Smoking gun and spoken tongues 1,000 leagues below Poseidon. Fell asleep and felt asleep. Woke up and I spoke Hawaiian. Kamakami homicide. My brain was never colonized. There's angels, demons, gods inside. Bakeries with prophesied. Serving loads of sermons they all heard and drove in herds and droves. To see me with I'm cooking up, I'm writing over burning stoves. While levitating lepertainment. Search below the surface robes. Surface codes, words explode. Terminator circuits froze. Zigzag zodiacs. Killer, that's in murder mode. I hate how serpent hurt the toad. I can make the sculptors cry. Rivers undiscovered under colors in the sulfur sky. In the child lullaby. Valley where the skulls are dry. Swimming this a cold supply of culture. Most of those deny. Children see it, still believe it. Lyrics make your brains whirl. Zodiac charts inside the coffee cup. He made swirls with coconut creamer like he slowly watching paint swirl. Quiet child who clammed up, spoken that it made pearls. Kai died twice like Mandela and James Earl, but only lived once. So many bodies in strange worlds. My neck's a grail. Talent, spinal fluid in the mind wine. They don't understand me here. I'm from a higher timeline. I wonder what the microscopic people on my spine find. Pro Tools arena. So cool demeanor while my head and heart battle. That's old school Medina. Show and prove repeater. So smooth computer. I told you, Eureka. Zodiac and show theatrics. Clearly they don't know the brackets. Nearly break your bones for practice. Think of kids who grow the cactus. Marveled at my own exactness. That stand lethal from lowly maggots to holy maggots. Engraved sigil in the stone of Cabraxis. Who kept his name hidden as unknown on the track list. Who rode a winged dragon on the road to Damascus. That kept his wings flapping on the throne of Galactus. No man can tell a Muslim from the bones of a Baptist. Dragon flame spit and turn the stones into ashes. I don't even mean music, but I own all the masters. They ain't really government here, they're only actors. Farmers sat on lonely tractors, shaving over Hopi pastures. Only realized he giving haircuts to an Olmec after. Children in my gene pool, they couldn't get a pool pass. Used to walk on blue moon grass, vision the cruel past. Astrology just take the wheel, now I don't need the fuel gas. My Uranus versus means I'm following the rules last. Back when I was formed, all the angels in the heavens stared. Sharp and sports and harpsichords, playing over 7 stairs. Said a prayer, said a bear, my solar system set up rare. Know why I'm so fly, I'm flowing in the debonair, left the square. Anywhere I sit is an electric chair. Inside the maze I reached the dead end, and so I made a door. By just thinking, modern legend of an ancient Moor. When you die, the world dies, you're who they made it for. The tallest giant made a glass ceiling, it became my floor. Lyrics in my brain galore, miracle they can't ignore. Zodiac, I'm the only man that time waited for.
Now, who were some of your early influences?
Well, the planets, the creator, mythical gods, real ones, people, flowers, everything in nature, inspiration. Musicians get their inspiration really from environmental things, and all musicians are inspiration to me, no matter what style they're playing.
It's called Namakwaland, after the Nama people, the Bushmen of long ago. And it's a part of our planet unlike any place else. Heat blasted, frost-bitten, and wind-blown. But the Nama knew this land had a secret, the tenacity of the life that hides between its stones. They knew that the land could awaken and blossom into a paradise of flowers.
Cotton grass, willow buds, little buds, midsummer clouds billow above, white doves over palms below, minnows grub, fish spawns, water lilies, slimy slugs, timely bees buzz, the season of love, sunbirds.
And perhaps the Bushmen knew that the glory of the spectacle in some years outshines all others.
One word, undisturbed through the grasslands, superb through the suburbs. Water dew condenses, then trickle down into the roots. Moles make the soil more loose. They dig holes and coils and loops. At night the owl hoots while the flowers talk in groups. Pollen from flowers in Shaolin or remote islands or coming from the smoke from mountains. Yesterday I spoke to the falcon. He had a rabbit in his talons. I said, why so much violence? The falcon said silence, for nature itself must have balance. True, but we get our sustenance from the sun. My petals are succulent. I sit amongst rocks where rivers run. Daisy, Chinese rose, orchid, parrot flowers getting cold. Billion and billion of years old. Water makes us grow. We are patches, we are rose. Divine order, the lifeline to the vine of the orchid. Today I'm a flower, tomorrow I'm a forest. Our big brothers make Guatemala chocolate. The falcon turned to me and said, I am Horus. And we said, peace be unto you, for we are the lotus. As the praying mantis emerged from out of his petal, hocus pocus, stay focused. I was waiting for grasshopper or locust. We are life and death.
This is not snow, but sharp quartz pebbles in the Canersflacta region. The word means gnashing of teeth, and perhaps was inspired by the grinding of the early trekkers' ox wagon wheels as they crossed this desolation back in the 1600s.
The best time to see owls is at dusk. The best time to see owls is at dusk. Right when the sun's going down, I see squirrels and little mice run around on the ground. A small little light because it's dark now. Oh shoot, stay quiet. I heard a hoot, could be a barn owl. It's gonna be a full moon out. Took my car, headed south, highway to the forest route. Cause today I wanna see a owl. Today I would like to see the owls. Past the bay and the bayous, hiking my way up the trails. I noticed some mushrooms, the turkey tail, maybe some lime bangs, some reishi next to a teepee. I'm gonna source the Animita mascara and weigh them on the scale. Psychic powers, 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 power, psychic powers of the owl next to the lake. The best time to see owls is at dusk. The best time to see owls at dusk. A Leo or Virgo, she told me she was born on the cusp. We just stayed there looking up for the owls. Ooh, ooh. For the owls. By the creek. The dusty forest. The lake. Even the orbits. And the waters. It's near dusk. Look up. There it is. Horned or barn owl. Thank you. I've seen the owl. I finally have seen the owl. Beautiful. Priest. Looking up. Ow. Look up. The owl. Play more Killah Priest. Play more Killah Priest. King of Dadanari, speaking wise words to Matani, dress godly, the book of proverbs I embody, student enrollment, my music's golden, with writtens that influence my opponent, I'm fluent when I'm flowing, the words from faculty to nurture, carved out in murder, priest rockin' cherry that's from Persia, write rhymes using old English curses, like I'm from 685 BC circa, get off your knees, you know not what you worship, but salvation's for the merchants, black child of the Berbers, the ruler Hassan Hadan, write it in a book made of bronze, they're like they pushing my creative palms. When I was born, there was major storm. A black god in his greatest form. I'm what real rap listeners was waiting on. I mastered the 7 skills, so I was taking long. Then went back and got the 8. That's not in the book. It's not seen, not spoken. Only true masters can relate. In this place, there's no time, no date. God says you have to rhyme to be great. Abanawa Shabbat Shemayim, a whole lion. Like Gilgamesh and write a scroll in soul of Zion. Ishtar in front of Urdu Malisi. Sit on his throne easy and write a poem weekly. Priest in his own, my microphone become a species. All on its own, new chromosomes. Bones Marvel DC. My impact on rap to free all the righteous people trapped. I'm overstanding, we under attack. Bismarck, your music was godly. 82, they dropped Atari. 26, empty clips, John Gotti. Killah Priest, hip hop version of Bob Marley. Amongst the Ansars, Israelite Muslims and God bodies. Now we got the whole taps. As far as deep, only priest flow is left. I took an oath the whole set. The Asher, Ike, in the writing. Holy Bible, Genesis, chapter 6, speak on the giants. My favorite anime, Attack on Titans. Favorite boxer, Mike Tyson. When rhyming, I miss the excitement. Play more Killah Priest. Golden. Gold, play more Killah Priest. Priest, it's from around the way. Shout out to all the DJs. Stop the rhyme with the skills. Killah Priest keeps it real. He want it like that, so he got it like that. He want it like that, so he got it like that. Deuteronomy chapter 28 verse 68. The black Jews to the 52 states. All those who relate, this is not up for debate. The stars form a hexagon shape. Metatron in the face. My body forms in the Babylon race. Through megastorms, electrons made a heart pulsate. Piece of Capadon, Ray Kwan and Ghostface. Islam is your faith. Open Qurans beneath Ramadan dates. A Hittite king assassinated by a Syrian prince. A chronicle from the honorables recorded the event. Also with the help and the blessings of a religious establishment. Priest is the dragon in the trench. It's raining badly, I'm throwing daggers while I'm drenched. On the top of his palace, I scale down, looking through his windows, eating salad. Holding a chalice, I'm moving silence. Like smoke, you'll never taste the scope on your palate. Who wanna hold their throat in a challenge? Bleeding out, trying to stop the blood while I kneel on the prophet rug. Shots blow through the window, snowflakes in my memento. Gold plates, blindfold, tied up, pillowcase. Foreign voice asking me for info. They fed me whiskey till I'm pickled. They hit me in the arm with the sickle, but I'm calm and official. Alarms whistle, royal priesthood came with the game. Save the Messiah, fire rain. Armageddon, the beast beheaded, we reign supreme. Play more Killah Priest. Play more Killah Priest. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Play more Killah Priest. Play more Killah Priest. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Play more Killah Priest. Play more Killah Priest. Fading fake one. Yo, you need some understanding. Here we go, here we go. To learn the laws and commandments, cause we're learning. Yo, the city. Our mind is gonna blame. Not using our mind. We're not using our mind. We're losing it every day. You know what I mean? Priesthood. We always seem distracted. I'm distracted. Our magic always cause a reaction when we're real magic, rap magic. You know what I mean? In the streets of the city, Brooklyn, Bronx, love solo gems. Let's go. Hebrews always talk about reparation. I came here from another world. What we say? With just a hood on me, just a hood. It's a ooh, just a hood on me.
Have you heard of Nag Hammadi? No? Let me tell you about it. The Nag Hammadi Library is a collection of 13 ancient books called codices, containing over 50 texts. Texts that present a radically different view of early Christian beliefs.
During the early race, man wanted real estate, so he started building shape. Others started to fill away, though they started killing snake. Those of the worldly faith found themselves in pearly gates, left his seat as girl inflates. Blessed he who elevate, set the tea and meditate. Rain splash off of the stained glass. Medieval cathedrals that still stand in Spain and France. Skeleton fingers, how many diamonds his ring had. The courts had green grass, the hawks took spring baths. Across where kings clashed, they fought for the queen's hand. A masterpiece done by priests. Refractory property so unique. Sister goes Sophia in her holy seat. Her feet Alistair Crowley sleeps. It's where Kiss and Bon Jovi meet. The Greek, the beast, the owl covered in rosaries. Prophetess, potions and poetry. Abraxas Reba Simha. The lion called Simba. When rhyming I'm the Templar. The troubadour when music for the temper. The rooster call from roof to floor. The eyes in the center. The truth is all manly hall. What lies within the picture. The fruit don't fall. Nuclear war that ties within the scriptures. The zodiac sign of Hitler. More than one Jack the Ripper. More than one Shakespeare. For some of it take years. The Nag Hammadi god body that practice motionless karate. The dragon on my Vatican Armani. Nag Hammadi, Nag Hammadi. Craft I'm in, I'm mastering. The carpentry, the scaffolding. Corian stones to cornerstones. When I grab the pen, I fall in my zone and reach the African. Plastered in the walls of Rome, the priest is practicing. The royals on the doors of the dome, pads and fabric skin. On the mountain surrounded by columns, writing my album. All alone like I'm in the solemn, solving my problems. Gothic sanctuaries, a wall of St. Mary's. The Gospel of John is scary. Lately I've been drinking heavy, reading Psalms with nervous palms. Open the vote, grab my sword and my coat of arms. Murder I wrote. Nag Hammadi Library. Nag Hammadi Library.
Imagine finding a book that tells a completely different version of a story you thought you knew by heart. These manuscripts were hidden for a reason. In the end, Nag Hammadi's texts aren't just relics. They're a bombshell on traditional teachings, showing us just how diverse and dynamic early Christian thought was.
Whoa. Priesthood. Yeah, whoa, when you come with these beats like this, no, we do. The super dragon spirit, the candle holder, behold the lyrics, ultra supreme, light keeper, the beam, paranormal flow, guided by UFO, catch it right before the portal close, the immortal soul, underwater, streets got coral reef in the road, his art dark heart, wears information probe, 1.1120, his big stature, but a Zen master, everything visual that is pen capture. From the super god of the sword clan, from outer Gabriel Palace to Wonderland, his toast, his holy chalice. Prolific flow. Prolific. The fellowship of his ring flow. Blue galactic rogue angels, destroy planets, kill gods from afar through a mic cable. The witch king of Brooklyn, the rose of Bed-Stuy. Laser beams in my red eye, the ghostly flow under dread skies to Jedi. A beautiful ball of light in front of you. My lyrics guide you through the gate to Mora. Snowflakes shaped into my aura. They say when he's rapping, blow out the candles like menorahs. Yo, I don't know. I told you about the second strike, the third is coming. Don't be ashamed, don't be worried. His flow is from the northern land of Ireland, fire in his hands, haunted but yet beautiful, like a parade in a funeral. The lady of Antar, Avatar, half a bar, Draconian, holy men, king of Babylonians, wedding of Umar, the king of Nashi. Y'all heard P, Xerxes, when I word these to the unworthy. Hercules verbally, who cares of legend? Beware of his presence. He flew from deserts. Bruce Lee on a loose sleeve. Forget them other writers, this writer demonstrates true chi. Prolific. To get prolific, you have to demonstrate the art of breathing. Exercising the mind, white teeth, nice writing. Drink some tea, and get your writing to be prolific. Alright, I'm gonna do one more verse. Here it goes. A silent welcome, a quiet hill, a riot launched, a peaceful fighter killed, the writer's skill, invest more in his characters, carols of love, questions stabbed in the body of the story, inventory. I turn brains into laboratories, advanced war-torn societies, horns of Illuminati, escape the mother nest, find the crest, this is the quest. Nevertheless, they say hip-hop started out in the BX, but who's the best? Who hurt smirks? Okay, try my chords and course, the atomic verse, loaded with jewels, bad fools, sad fools, strap nose and kill rap dudes. My light heart, right art, describe my black mood. This is rocket science to a cosmic giant. Log in with God guidance, either die or join the alliance. There's no pact, quest between lions and men. Question, prolific writing. That's what we do. Keeps going on, man. Our stories. Sensei says, when the pen sway, I mean, DJ War, Ocelot King, Bay Deer, Golden Deer. Warriors home.
The untold stories.
Yeah, this is really represent Will. Raw Trading Mixtapes. Represent, peace.
A date with Summer, she said Leos have egos, but make great lovers. That's all that she knows. Ocean, white seagulls, sky turns purple, Virgo. On the sand with Merlot, her clothes off, her skin so soft, it turned cold, wind from the north. Beneath the purple spinning sky, let me tell you about my twin, Jim and I. We were wet from the waves till our linen dried. Then the sun started to fade, then in tides. It's all love, but I hate when women lie. She said she was just my summer fling. Wait till spring, she'll come again. She kissed me gently, I rubbed the winter hair. White as snow, we said cheers to our New Year's. Right in flows, the night is cold. Come here, put this jacket on. My dear, took some tongue cat, Ollie, and horny goat, Capricorn. It's getting late after dawn, let's make some passion porn. She said, wait, let me score them till the autumn. It's like a lake when we falling. Brown, orange, sound of birds calling. Don't beat around the bush, get to the point. Taurus, or our envy poison. Left us a corpse in the cold. Scorpio, coffee in the loft with some weed rolled. A kilo, fish scales. Pisces, summer of love, sheer bliss. Reminisce, kiss and tell. Ocean, boat sails, big whales. Times I miss, she said, this is the season, let's take a picture. Aquarius, pouring out a heart. Take a chariot like a cherry pick. Seasons, morning till it's dark, like Sophia the Caesar. She said I should never leave her. Thoughts are laying on her heavy. Libra, you be my angel, I'll be your leader. She looked back at me, don't be a jackass, Sag. Couldn't think of why you always stay mad. That's why we always bump heads. Aries, I used to drill it like a ram. Relationship got cancer. Sideways, held on things like a crab, especially our past. But seasons are our destinies last. Forever November 22, I stick a gum, pennies and glue. Loafers on sofas with you. Mocha, posters of us too. Seasons. Summer, winter, spring, fall. Seasons. All seasons. I love the seasons. The seasons. The seasons while we're here. The seasons while we're here.
Yo, Khalid Z equilibrium that mastered the gun style. My cell phone's own, called the past with the sundown. But Aries answer saying he'll be back from a gun trial. Caught shooting the breeze in the back is the sun child. Leave it as a phone to the side, the mind Jupiter, Capricorn, answer with one ring to rule them all. Sun King Aquarius change can make you new it all. Taurus are the spokes in the wheel, they know who to call. Superman, rise to the occasion when the humans spoil a lonely child. Better sand castles with the hands of time. Relax, meditate and stay home like the Cancer sign. Gemini 12, imagine I'm Peter Pan, I'm the pitter pattern of the brain drop rings of the grand design. Phantom of the amber shrine, Virgo things you can't combine, but it makes the plans align. Leo under the camera time, up the stage I look up at the stars like they're fans of mine. Scorpio found treasures he ain't seeking, never plan to find. Fish up his footprints in the annals of the sands of time. Pisces footprints, 12 inches is a ruler. 12 signs, the ecliptic is a jeweler. Sass cross the spirit river in the physical maneuver. Ask the martini, take a sip of the Kahlua. God craft coming hoppers to the ship is our maneuver. The 4 seasons, I call them the 4 seas. 7 in the center, it calls me the 4 C's. I'm leaving bars behind like I walk through the doors free. So much self-esteem, I could walk through the wall, see? Message in the numbers, I met her in the summer. Hit after hit, I never guessed I was a drummer. Wrestled the Leviathan, my vessel is the lion's den. Moby Dictionary made the steppers out of hydra skin. I sat back, just watched the time spindler. Zodiac Goldie, Optimus Prime Minister who climbed the sky ladder to rocket the mind temperature. And once I reached the pinnacle, I got the perfect view. Sometimes I'm not even sure if I'm on earth with you. Be prepared when the seasons come. 4 creatures, 4 wheels that complete the one. 12 signs on the road, what will we become? In a race against time, who can beat the sun? Be prepared when the seasons come. 4 creatures, 4 wheels that complete the one. 12 signs on the road, what will we become? In a race against time, who can beat the sun?
Dear colony, I am gone and do not follow me. I left no pheromones. I'm on a mission of my own. Where I'm going is alone. Give the queen my regards. What I seen last week was so hard, she left my heart permanently scarred. During 007 hours during the Operation Termite Mound, I was left there bound. There was no food or larvae around. Our battalion searched the whole grounds. I was sent there with our liberators and corporals for some detainees on some classification of some other insects. Unknown, if they detest, we made arrests. That same night the platoon had to find rest, so we slept inside of abandoned trapdoor spider nest. The very next morning, who came in swarming with some trapjaws trying to fight our sect. The combat resulted in a few more deaths, but we sung our mantra. We are ants! We are ants! And the plants we must protect. During the daylight, we gorged on millions of parasites, cut in pieces so many bodies of mosquitoes larvae. We are the original army of the safari. We eat fly maggots, bed bug eggs, cockroach eggs. You should watch them, they crack like tacos on a tray. Our strong mandibles can crack bones and tear through flesh of insects and chew through tissue of any animal. We're the smallest but the strongest of the botanical. We are ants! We are ants! Stare at the word giants and you'll see our name. During our march, we carry rocks, we carry leaves, we carry grains. Our body is armor. In our sector, we forge nectar. We'll give our lives to protect our base. Even if bears want our honey, ask the wood ants. We'll spray phoric acid in your face. And it's not difficult when we get to the edge of a lake. We connect at the head, we connect at the legs. And others climb on top of us. They connect at the head, they connect at the legs. Over and over, connect at the head, connect at the legs. Patches of ants going over the waves. Now I'm at the end of my days, so I'm writing this page. As my heart beats slower and the time comes nearer, I'm also telling my story to a ladybug and a caterpillar. The ant slowly turned towards the caterpillar and started to cry and said, though I had many blessings, only one I was denied. The caterpillar asked, what was that, old ant? The ant said, before I die, I wanted to stare eye to eye and talk to a butterfly. Butterfly, butterfly, from the cocoon, which is a womb. I stare in my mother's eyes. I'm sent from the moon to sit in the room, and I'm totally justified. My stomach ballooned, the trumpets were tuned by the angels, maybe Gabriel, some great fool in your navel. Butterfly, butterfly, looking for the pollen. Her wings spread over Brooklyn to Harlem. Where kings tread, I look at the problem. Over Queens Head, Manhattan, Long Island, Staten and Shaolin. Wing flap like a falcon, then launch up the Bronx like a mountain. Why stop when you have talents? Hover with balance. Hug my mother in silence. The asylum, some suffer from violence. Chevalier touches with violence. Well prepared, never scared, frail or fear. Hell is near, swell up tears. In my eyes, strength and size, energized, develop a bear. Amazed, I scrambled an egg. Then from crumbs to flour to back of the box. The ingredients, add water inside a bowl or pot. Then wrap on the black astronaut. Butterfly, butterfly. I rub my eyes, blood inside. Embrace the earth, hug the sky.
You give me butterflies, got me falling in the deep end of your disguise. Spot with the highlights, so I feel this might be my goodbye.
Butterfly effect, what if I inject cassettes? Love drop core quest. What's next? Vibe one.
I don't need reparations, boy, bye.
Ancient of days, days are old, De La Soul.
Counting blessings by the dozen, ooh, I'm God shy.
The son of man of the Wu-Tang Clan, 100 grand.
All it took was dedication to make me fly.
Let's water to the beach, more Killah Priest.
Not a minute could be wasted, we ain't got time. I see the type to leave me confused. In a maze, trapped in your room. Many tried to cleanse me of you. From my heart, you give me butterflies.
Yeah, priesthood. Of the glow. The Black Madonna with the child. From Uganda to the Nile. Rock paintings of a cow. Lilith, feet of an owl. Ancient world beneath the clouds. Ugaritic priest in front of a crowd. I frighten storms and tidal waves. Hold the devil behind doors with a Bible page. A golden dragon on each side of the blade. One hand holds the atlas, the other throws a grenade. I'm a rider, speaking of Remus and Romulus. With the winged dance of demons and Phoenix are rising up. Lovers like Mercury and Venus for astrologists. A long line of kingship, the gods to apocalypse. I hold the keys to the pits that's bottomless. I exist from debris as soon as the marble chip. Who is this MC that rhymes so marvelous? Priest bar for bar, you win every argument. Since heavy mental, look how hard you went. Came from the stars to a god to a prince. And I've been taking on all the odds ever since. And every now and then I don't move in this pinch. When my pen is gripped, every picture in the room flinch. Every scripture on a tomb switch. I go from stiff to movement. Priest, I'm just here to uplift through music. I teach, you must get my new hits. It's not a reaching tune, soon as the moon shift. You gotta eat, food for thought, the spoons lift. I am magic, you was always spoonless. It's foggy or starry, innate, going through the gate. Travel through space, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, sacrificing Billy Goat. Nah, don't cry now.
There's a lot of alcohol in my
Extra
system right now.
room in the vape.
Just ignore all of this message because
Extra room in the vape. Four. More Killah Priest.
Priest, vámonos a la playa.
Embraced by poisonous snakes, such as the cobra and the bandit crate. The black mamba, Uganda, no chance is fate. You lie under the thunder in a tantric state. In Leo summers, the wonders that the cancer breaks. Aquarius moon, various rooms. Raided his Vedic papers, is buried in tombs. This ghost need a body to host. There's something godly invoked. Went through my arteries like a tsunami. I wrote on impulse. The insult was flowing through my mental, in my fingers and my pencil. Extreme Flaming yet gentle, I'm no longer a vessel for devils. I'm something holy, something special. The OG that came up some levels. I wrestled with modern Romans, over 30 pieces of shekels. I was sold out by Black Judas for my rap music. Hated I had math to it. Drift down my path on the wrath, it was mad fluid. From my pad I had students. Tears. Let me drink your tears. Let me drink your tears. There'll never be a time like this one. Too many black people caught up in religion. It's either that or drugs or superstition. Stevie Wonder, could you give us your vision? Fake preachers and politicians. All world leaders are under suspicion. Hey, I got something to say. Take off your glasses, read Obey. Classes, we are slaves. That's what it reads. Misbehave. They live as a classic till this day. Our bed is a casket, elevator cage. I suppress all my melanated ways. The angel's gun, load the palette from my page. Shooting the righteous words. I can't fight this urge. Kill a bee and the mic is herbs. I got a bad chick from El Salvador. She says she's moving to El Paso. She's with her friends from South Central LA. We having tequila and tacos.
Priest, vámonos a la playa.
Play more, Killah Priest. Early Egyptian knowledge, hieroglyphics on hydraulics. Home of the Lakers, home of the Dodgers. Known for shooting, but I'm in Houston with the Rockets. Pina coladas, I'm in Nevada, then in Stockton. When you hear Jose, you know I'm good for it. Late night JFK, land in Newark. Then I'm headed to the city, uptown. What's up, Isabel? Where's your brother Chacho? I need some more pounds. Extra room, saga. Extra room, saga. Because we're royal, the royal priesthood never stops. The royal priesthood is alive. Oh, come join on the podcraft. From a moderator, join into the podcraft. AD solo gems the podcraft.
Faith Room Saga continues. Extra room, extra room.
The Moor from Berber, the Prince of Persia, a stitch of murder, the war observer, saw him lynch a herder, blood rinsed from a lurker. Took a risk when he heard her, her neck in his grip, then he jerked her. Whispered pagan prayers, then let her go down the stairs. Curtains blew everywhere, he hurried through the night air. Lights flared from the watchtower. Search team with rock wallers, kings that got power. From queens that drop flowers, screams grew a lot louder. He schemes as the fox prowler. Caught him on the trail, lit the veil, tried to impale, it didn't go well, they both fell. Grabbed his coattail as the moon swelled in the open sky. The ocean in his eyes saw blue whales. From mountain high, the falcon glide above the island tribes. Caught smiling at his finger prize. From off his claw, he fell to his own demise. For all his losses, hell has thrones inside. His flesh and bones collected by the tides. Sand wet with foam, bubbles till it dry. The morning comes, the sky is lit with the sun. It's the earth kingdom, full 360 is spun. Prince amongst the living ones, children will run. Sit down and listen stunned how his mission was won. He said the night before I had dreams of being betrayed by the God. They consulted on a plan, I prayed on it hard. By day I cannot rest, by night there is no peace. I spoke to nobles, the wise men, and the holy priests. They told me it was grief, showed me too much sleep. I slowly went in deep. There I fought on beasts, awakened with torn sheets. Wrestled with devils and leveled his armies. The calm meek was breathed. chance to speak, I turn the other cheek. After I murder his elite, I'm the Canaanite king with Babylonian wing. My battle's holy supreme, arrows are loaded on your team. As I swing the axe, all our kings are black. I'm the murderer and Merkaba, all bow and worship us. No book can interpret us. We're before night, we are pure light. We absorb sight, we are the tallest height. We are called the bright. We're social culture as the day falls to its closure. Like a retrograde turning off its motor, and the earth's shadow is in full exposure. 200,000 rays of light, slightly beige white, silvery dark grays overtake the third boulder. The land of kings and gods in the heavens are now lowered. Talk to him, priest. For a fortress, they ride on horses and kill with soldiers. The greed of man, the seed of damn, for we are the I am. Back when Africa was a tropical rainforest, the Tyrannosaurus, the planet's purest, went from combat with hands to swordmen, the cannons for warring. Check the canyons for drawings. Famine made the land a porous. Unknown forces. The first books was just talking, and man found a way to record it. In ancient Samaria, they found records of schools and mortgage. Tools they used for schools and soaring. Back when the natives first saw New Orleans. Sonship, the impact of the Holy One's hit, mass extinction, disappearance of the veranda decks, wing discs, the ascended masters. In these chapters, the headquarter heavens, endless disasters. Dinosaurs disappeared, the great engineers of the near and distant spheres. Occupying Zion, we're always here. The ships are gone, the hallways clear. Water systems, organisms, the broad day appears. Alternation of the rocks as the temperature on the earth decreases. The sea level drops, pool begins to cool. Gases releases. The constellation daddies lift up my eye like a Grammy. Put away in scale, an animal, woman, arachnid, and a fish to form the family. Now call a zodiac, and each one shows on the flowing tracks. My flowing rap, it's like you unfold the map. It's freedom when I write, free those who's trapped. It's extra pages in my Vedic papers, extra rooms to see the nature. Forest of the happy ever after. Here and after, within my tears there's laughter. I wanna know, wanna flow. Vedic vape room, open up the door. Extra room, unmasked devils in plain sight. Religion, tunnel vision, I see the train light. Women, give us children, we have gained life. Mysticism, I spit snowstorms to a flaming mic. Thus spoke Zarathustra, Pisces, Barracudas, high priest and his cherub rulers, with his wifey somewhere in Sumer. Amongst goats, then I broke the fortune cookie that I shared with Buddha. He poured me tea, we talked with geese, I called them B. This was ancient times when LA and New York was trees. Extinct animals where the woods and bushes are. This forest is now Hollywood Boulevard. We would laugh and joke as travelers. From here I see Detroit, to my left I see Africa. Muslim, Jew to a Christian, I'm Utum the Bishop. I came to tell the truth to the children. I flip a nigga wearing a fedora hat, a smoke down cigarette, a large peacoat, a vintage set. I paid a dime for the papers and got a quarterback. Y'all all crossed over, I just crossed over rap. My Vedic vape room keys unlock the doors to the mystery room. Starry night, silvery moon. The bars I write are memories from wombs, walls with baboons.
I was really hoping that you would pick up because I miss you a lot.
They crave attention and power, control over your soul. Employing manipulating tactics to sway my perception. I'm supposed to be the protection, you supposed to be the essence. Your delusions have zero impact on my thoughts. For your amusement, call me a weirdo empath, it's all my fault. Yes, I was strong as the cast iron, but you came with the gaslighting. I saw the flaws of your cracked diamonds. I took a pause cause you lacked guidance. All the lies, exaggerations, and inadequacies. We were Adam and Eve, now you're just a dragon to me. So you have it out seeds. Vedic vape room keys. I'm leaving this room. Incapability. Can't escape the trilogy. It's the Killah Priest, ESP, an out-of-body experience. Now we in godly excellence. Do you listen to Sade, or do you listen to what the gods say? She said she listens to Yahweh. I said, do you listen to Sade, or do you listen to what the gods say? She said she listens to Yahweh. Back in the days and not nowadays. In the boundness. I'm twirling through rings of fire. My wings are tired, the king attire and dream attire. Eyes of a tiger, the supreme rider. King Ashipanapaw upon the wall, with two angels holding dragons on the wall. Standing in castles with sunken floors, holding tarots like they were doors to paranormal dimensions. Above there's thunderstorms, 1,000 fingers, 100 palms I write with. On the page covered with sage, and my mind is of a psychic. I go to sleep today and wake up in yesterday, then daydream to rewind it. What fellowship does clay has to a diamond? The bounty hunter through cloudy summers for the William County brothers. I kick in the doors looking for the Satan lovers, and I have cases on others. Killah Priest, kill the beast. The 7 silver leaves feel the heat.
War is still raging inside of me.
The greatest MC.
Still feel the chill.
My words make you feel.
I reveal my shame to you.
Angels too.
I wear it.
Wake up, wake up. 100,000 years, Jacob. 100,000 years, pyramids. And ziggurats of Mesopotamia. Black figures on the wall. Back when they written out the law. Mathematics and science. Open up your mind to explore. Killah Priest. Violent watts of hip-hop. Vintage like wine, you pop a twist top. Pour, explore the thrift shop. It's pure, I'm a ball of fizz knock. On the desk doing reader subjects. Rhyming to myself like I was obsessed. Now when I rhyme, the demons protest. Cause I kept the king with an English old text. Vedic Vape Moon Saga. Play more Killah Priest. Play more Killah Priest. And above was a firmament. Below, I'm the journalist. Divided the waters, I'm the reporter. Even in the morning, the tides were in order. Tribes on borders. Call the dry land Earth. While the stars in the sky describe the Taurus. Made man from the dirt. Woman get birth. God alive in all of us. Killah Priest Extra Moon Vedic Saga Part 2. Unreleased. Painter, brother's letter. I should cut my ear off like Van Gogh. Stop performing at the Klan shows. Watch myself from the audience. Play piano with lit candles. I mean, I'll still perform, but the thrill is gone. I don't feel as strong, maybe cause the will is torn. I clutch in a ball cause I'm sick to my gut. Then I brushed off the dust, stood up like I was touched by healing palms. I picked up my shield and 3 rocks as I'm hearing psalms. Know ye not that ye are gods? And I've been blocked by bouncers, overlooked by the announcers. I'm in the stand with the fans, which told me many of my album was like a counselor. They said songs like Then From Now, got them from then to now. Even deja vu, they said the old man was you in the reoccurring nightmare where you kept coming back around. I took a picture with him. Then he showed me a picture of his daughter in a cap and gown. He said he put her through college because your words stood up for knowledge. Said to be honest, you like a prophet. I said stop it. He said what made you right before quarantine take us to Nebula in a rocket? I said it was just my journey to the planet of gods, a divine intervention. Just a mantra I said for the monsters in my head. Kept reliving, but we true and living. Like 3 supermen then, he said who you kidding? That was a beautiful listening. Clan came on and music was hitting. They did 4th chamber while I talked to strangers about his divorce and child support papers. Got it restrained in court for his anger. On the cross cause of haters. Asgos finish up with the black suede while he dawn. They look around, I'm not on. They search backstage and I'm gone. Watch finish the set, play the next song. Play the next song. Nobody would remember. He hardly was a member, but the gods was his. Freak out, yo! Yeah, ma. Ma, say what up.
Huh?
Say what up.
Say what?
Say what's up. Ma, you look like grandma.
Oh, you looking at me now?
From the darkness came in the light. Best I'm from Gateside. I was born in Bushwick. My upbringing is in Best-Style. And a lot of MCs came through my block. A lot. Big Daddy Kane, Jay-Z, Jazzo, and a lot of them came on. My block was like a haven for that. I'm a fan of rap and all of it. So just being that, just being a fan of it, made me want to push a little harder. You know what I'm saying? I had a mixture of gods and Hebrew Israelites and Islam, you know, so it came from a lot of mixture. I kind of like had a lot of this energy that was in there, so it's like a different type of philosophies in there. But they didn't give it when it came in, it's slick because it never was just set. It was like, you got a demo deal. So the demo deal, at first you stress out, like, damn, I got a demo deal. That's good. But just say deal. You know, once you hand in the songs, then you got the deal. So I handed in the song, but I wanted to hear, yo, the deal is yours. And 3 of us formed the Maccabees out of that. And Hellraiser came, and then Timbo came, and it was supposed to be all 5 of us, but it didn't work out. We got Black Market. We'll talk about that later. It was my song. It was a song I had called As I Die Slowly. So it was the same thing, and then we just called it America. It was the whole clan. So there's a song called As I Die Slowly. So I said, yo, I got the song. Because they would say, yo, we wanted something for AIDS. So I said, I got a song about AIDS, but it had to be all of it. It got to be the clan. So I said, America is dying slowly. And then we just ran with it. RZA loved it. To do the next video, they was just like, sorry, there's no more videos. No more nothing. We done. So after Heavy Mental, it was like, I was really like, man, I'm done with this, you know? So I was ready to go independent then. But then MCA called me with a check. View from Masada was about to be born. I met this producer that was in there. He kept asking me, I kept going to the studio, and it was like, yo, man, this cat keep going to your studio session, you know, and he wanted to hit you with some beats. He was working there. He had dreads. It was Just Blaze. 4th Chamber, we in the studio. I'm over here with Jizza. Ghost and Ray is over there recording at the same time. And this dude, I just saw this dude in the middle of the circle, commanding it. And this, I've never seen that done, especially with the clan. Like, nobody had did that. At that time, this cat was different. And that's when my first time encountering the cannabis. We met sword to sword, man. The offering is all New York. When I came out here, it was like more of a, like behind the stained glass where it started at. But then I started getting out, and then artists, I seen people wanted to work with me and things like that. So I was like, oh, yo, this is a little different. And other than the clan, like we was doing it because we was keeping everything in the house. It was my first time out, so I started working with other artists. So Four Horsemen came, the idea came from cannabis towards me. Can't speak for the rest of them. And then he told me to call Corrupt, gave me Corrupt number, and Raz. And me and Raz already had a relationship. It was cool. But the first one who brought that to my attention was cannabis. He was like, yo, we got to start a group. I want to do it. It's going to be me, you, Raz, Kaz, and Corrupt. It was just special to me. I started meeting people that I was fans of myself. And like DJ Pooh and all these guys, it was just dope. You know what I mean? I didn't know they was actually listening. I just thought we was making music, and it was right there. We was all celebrating right there, and that was it. Hip hop is here to stay, and I'm a part of it. So let's go. It means a lot to me. This is all behind the stained glass. So when I first came out here, I moved out to Manhattan Beach, and I came to Topanga, which was a whole different world. This place, mountainy, it's the view from Masada. Is the vision, is the vision.
All lies increased. Listen, Killah. These attempts to divide the speech of the now silent gods were recounted to astonishing variety and complexity. By the first millennium BC, huge collections of them are made in the library of King Ashurbanipal at Nineveh, about 650 BC. But you, Killah, you must go into the water. You must go into the waters. This priest, the monad of the podcraft. Could your mind grasp the preacher nocturnal reaching the supernal triad? The 360 circles of the sky dad. And virtue, the alkaline gas that condense in the fine glass. Black mirror like the iPad. I've been woke. I don't feel shame or guilt or insults. When I deal with the insults, I react on impulse. Since my heavy mental intros, every time I pen stroke, that's from the I leaf to the toe. Master of the alphabets, the alchemist and calculus, balance and width and depth, breath, till I begin to sweat. Okay, now measure. Now there's 22 letters like planets being formed in a nebula. I bring them together with 9 numbers. This is the building blocks of the 9 wonders. At first it's black and white, but the rhyme colors. Now the all is creating itself, and the all is comprehending the God beginning in its image before it was written. Then Adam, Eve, in their oneness named everything that the sun hit. Every fruit and every tree was in abundance. Everything you see, every ocean, the mountain summits. They named everything in a unity, then the duality. The atom split personality. Genocide on the twins inside like the Gemini. One swim, one flies. Opposites. Energized, Sinariv, Adam and Eve, the Ish and the Ishar, the Ki and the Kishar, the Nana and Ishtar, Lilith, Kidman, written. The people of Cushtan worship Nehushtan, the serpent of Bushman. They said Tammuz is the Tov. That's the cross inside the wheel that rolls. Who submits to the will of the Yod? It's too deep, I'ma let it go. Letting go is good. But few questions have endured longer, more traveled, and more perplexing history than this. The problem of consciousness. Okay, the Merkaba wheel. I control the center of the field like Willie Mays of the Milky Ways. A Kemetic priest telling you what the Stillies say. Before the Greeks led by Achilles' blade. The monad is like stars in the vast. Join the podcraft. Brother Glow. I suffer from severe brain fog. I wake up in the car seat in Nepal. Rainfall, Veda books, strange broad, red dot on the forehead. She came to as she nodded forward. Tire box, airbags, engine lights, smoke everywhere. That explains more. We both saw blood stains and paused. Outside the car was 2 dead men, well dressed. One had a vest, the other had a chainsaw. Who they came for? Was it gang wars? I saw open suitcases of money. On the ground was cocaine and slain dogs. This was real, though I'm bipolar. This type of money that bosses die over, wives cry over. Wise guys and took the lives of many soldiers. Both they pants was wide size and penny loafers. My third eye's like the Wi-Fi, plenty coaches. Looked to my side, that's when she came closer. Blood on her dress, on her neck a winged cobra. She told me that's my trauma and attachment. My codependency and abandonment issues are unwrapping. Said all my childhood experiences are now coming to me in these gangster images. I hypnotize you, but this is how this finishes. Your failures and rejections are the witnesses. This is for a more supportive and attentive, validated and responsive. Check your premises. The reasons that you see drugs, all white like ghosts. That's why it's coke. Psycho, the psychos, then you need hugs. The stress code of the ghetto. Let go of the devil. Death hole as you receive love. She said my hypothalamus, pituitary, adrenal axis is plastic. To take out one of the 3 evil masters. Cortisol, glutamate, or norepinephrine in my hippocampus. She said, let me please explain. When I put you under the hypnosis, I wanted you open, so I rode with you in the rain. You said it drove you insane. Then I asked you to take me through your fears and your horrors, your younger years and your trauma. You just shed tears and said, Mama, it was ghostly. It was a slow steep as you sit back and sip on the smoked tea. Just watch the charm go back and forth. Just watch the tongue go back and forth, getting sleepy. Just watch the tongue go back and forth, get sleepy.
was therapy for my cognitive behavior. She said the Vedic papers was just my creative nature. My negative place, she made it safer. I often fled to escape where the hate was greater. My pen get close as an electric saver. Gillette, 8 sets of razors. In depth, direct, effect is major. Oh, now I get it. Look around, it's Asia. The ground is mystic, the suitcase of cash. Begin to mutate the gas. I begin to lose weight and fast. My inner critic begin to chastise, offend my spirit. I'm getting bad vibes in metaphysics and in my fitness. I ride with you, I'll be your witness. And please allow yourself some forgiveness. That's what she said as she held my hand. Set boundaries of how you feel. Strengthen your communication skills. Now get back behind the wheel. Damn, this lady is good. The craziest woods. Moon out, Tasmanian wolves. Mushroom sprouts. Windshield wipers as it rain on our hood. It happens slowly as we sip on smoke tea.
You told me about all the wonderful things in the universe.
Yeah, right on.
You told me how I could take good care of my planet and not worry while I'm gone.
Ancient worlds with airplanes, scientists can't explain. Shadow pharaohs travel aboard portal trains. The wormholes abode without burning cold. And dust, the prices bust a tut, sit on gold. Before the Lord raindrops hit the globe to wash away the giants of old. Before Adam lying in the God with his ribs exposed. Reconstruction of the cosmos, the worlds that God rolls.
Tonight, why are you so quiet? Maybe we shouldn't have told him about the wizard, Scarecrow.
The imagination has a bridge to fascination to which we live. And Genesis, take a pilgrimage to the wilderness. Stop searching for the ways. What you need, courage, heart, or a brain. Rediscover each part I explain. The Tin Man is the working man. He had no heart for retired plans. The Scarecrow was the farmers. Yeah, I know they said Southern people had no brains. Without them, we get no vegetables or grains. Zion was the lion, had no courage. Dorothy and the dog is now uncovered.
Be free to explore the universe, to visit all the distant places yet only seen as small twinkles in the sky.
The origins of the Kabbalah, the more it's been before Allah, the oracles of the Macabre. God moves in the Agada, Black Jews salute Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahuwah. Mama Dula go through futures, a pearl in the sky, a cloud in the shape of a shell, and a land where oysters die. I stood on the beach and started to cry. Sand shot from my eyes, I dive in the ocean to dry.
Water's so refreshing. It's such a shame you don't know what you're missing.
Memoirs of tomorrow, a ship lodged in a bottle. Societies beneath the sun inside of earth that's hollow. Few birds from Apollo, a crew search for a marble that can give each human a feeling like it hit the lotto. The sky fell on the head of a swallow. 1,000 eagles lifted off his body and back to the cosmos. Books, scrolls, and novels. Subatomic clouds above a conscious cloud that stand on radioactive sand. Hundreds of white garments bow. Beneath the moon is the barn owl. Land of the black alien wizards. Alpha Dracon, star human seas, Luciferians and mystics, priests, the order Rapatron, the mega Spitatron, the grand mic holder, the Hippocraphus nickel gun, melanated walls, he elevated from floors, back to the light, holding the mic, the metal space doors that hovered in lake fog, the color of ideas, everybody loved the sunshine for raw years, playing back to back, sit back, enjoy the spheres.
What do you mean they're from the planet of the gods? Where's this place at? I wanna go.
It was of a highly unstable nature. Its wavelength yielded frequencies well above 2 million megacycles per second. Intense heat enabled us to photograph the spectrum. 3 hours later, we had compiled all the information possible.
First, the brain created itself inside of a mind, around an island of thoughts in the world before time. Then the friction process starts by telling itself it had a heart. The imagination began putting itself apart. This is called the animation period. By collecting proteins from the star Sirius, let us create gods after our own images. From his own genes, he formed a king mysterious. Later transformed into a ruler, then placed inside of a computer. Then later turned the mic into the future. Then turned his pens into bazookas. I'm from the world where gods are prophets. Technology turned cheetahs to rockets, and lasers turn eagles into starships. The mind can build, y'all never stop it. The rhymes of will within the cockpit. 1,200,000 leagues under the sea. The god scientist formed this MC. My mic haunts the future city of dreams. Artificial gravity, space Viking, round rings.
That's the element to work with at last. We began a series of exhaustive tests. Testing it under extremely high frequencies, we were able to ascertain the exact strength of its magnetic field.
Through the galaxy's fallopian tube, I came out in the goo. Wide my view. Horizon, atomic energy fuel. The first post-cyber rapper we used. Like super robots with a fixed sequence of subplots. Hundreds of rappers would come from one blood drop. Blood clots, wizardry on gold box. The science was called the stock character process. With organic aerial objects, his first planet life field was called a play test. We spit on the clay and made flesh. Infinite mind where the great light spun. In the orbit of the 8 white suns, the double phoenix ring. I came from Venus to King, submerged in my mother's womb like a submarine, shooting rhymes like a pilot of a giant bio machine, attacking the central nervous system of religion. Read the verses on my pigment before I burst into the pigeons and flap around the earth with the bats of vision. I rap intuition to listen, my mission. Then I turned my telescope into the heavens, the skeleton, the ghost, the legends, the rhymes I wrote on weapons. As I rise out the moat, a shepherd, your demise, cause you approach a leopard. The result is supersedes the expectation. Millions of volts I breathe into an X-nation, always inventing something new. I'm above the sun. The standpoint of this view, the billion worlds above the noon universes, revelations, space location, vanilla sky, after planets collide, genocide, alien hive, lost tribes on horse rides, holding the torch is dark, it's scorching the stride, rappers falling short circuit, the thought merchant, sea urchins, MCs worship, bottom feeders, look at Solomon features, y'all follow the leader, now follow the creature, Tokyo witch, the flows I spit, UFO off a cliff, Cosmos ships.
Our next step was to consult the maniac. At last, we were coming close to a true picture of the monster thinker that blundered into existence.
My millennium years is in the hundreds. The abundance of the earth's circumference. My verses under the summits reverse the compass. Bursting the thunders, and it rain from the brain as a storm. Each unit is drawn like a cuneiform. Grow wings like a unicorn. I sit down, write rhymes from noon to dawn till the moon is gone. As I remain in solitude, I do the impossible. I can move a molecule like a marble move. The hotter the cube, dissolve them into two. The rhyme revolve and turn it back into fuel. For the mind and it turn into food. I drop the jewel, it's too heavy. Bars is over his head, he's getting sweaty. Can't pick up the line, he ain't ready. Steady doing push-ups with you pushing your luck. Press for time, then I wait. This gem is for the class of the great. The star elder, the cosmic heart, astrology chart. Mars dweller, body becomes cellular. Encoded with the DNA of poets. Sky gapes, guided to the cosmic. On a landscape, my phantom escape. Saw myself standing in a round structure, dome shape. I heard the gods I saw, Apsu and Haru, somewhere near a pyramid in Peru. The Adonai, Most High, I, Allahayim, Elohim, King of Kings, The nobos from the cosmos, the serpent for their logo. The first sapiens were the homos, Quetzalcoatl from the star Sirius B. Gods from the period BC, perfect like the pendulum, through energy continuums. Half-brain reptilian, called the Anunnakis, landed in the safari of Mali. Saw the Dogon tribes, they had scaly skin and proton eyes. Floated on in the skies, Nibiru, Vishnu, the Turu, the disc moved from the sphere cube. The earth was void and formless and empty, without void, weight and density. They formed their assembly. Darkness was upon the face of the deep. With their conscience, they found the space to create heat. So they moved upon the face of the waters to create in these quarters. Moving through space in these saucers to show and prove. It got so hot, it evaporated, then made it cool with their aura. Then one spoke, let there be light. Then they took the rays, called a day, the shade they call night. Within their specs, they form a gas clouds of energy mass, perfectly round, with depths in pounds. A system of planets, inorganic and organic amino acids, chemical catalysts. Catalyst becomes enzymes, and time became cells that fell into oceans, became whales. Creatures with fins, thin skin and shells. So they started high above us, the sky structures. Then they made pigment in odd colors. Their glory transmitted to man image through chromosomes. Divide and combine clusters, divine wonders, multiplied in wide numbers. Knowledge, singular, that's one from plenty gods. In their glory they spread as the sun, a duality to wisdom. When in their glory again created a system, new reality, a school of alchemy. They formed a trio, understanding, meaning under the heavens and standing above your ego. And culture was the tetrageometric of 4. Freedom gave them the power to add one more. That's a pentagon. This gave man the idea to draw the shape of stars. Equality, the subtublet, the blueprint of God. The 7 sides of the heptagon. They wrote their names in the book of life, the angelic lexicon. Complex, they begin to build the octagon. That's 8, and every 9,000 years is born in space and reformed and reshaped. God's spirit inside the hydrogen case. Now let us create bodied and face at perfect temperatures at 37 Celsius, and give them trees for vegetables and cereals for healthiness. Have you not heard? Have you not seen? I'm at the triple mean, to the mausoleum, back to the gods, back to the star beams. Origin. When cells fell and the ocean became wells. Organisms, the time before, then the dinosaur, and Lucy. Up north wanna hate on me, ride down to the 803, where my cousin's a straight OG. Straight pimpin's a scary world, dripping with Jerry curls. In the 80s had every girl, all those ladies had Coco Chanel. Back to dope, sniff coke off his nails. You back at home, it's the dope on the scales. Ask my cousin, Priest some smoke, make sure you roll it well. I said that's okay, I do not smoke. I just came here to see my folks and lay low for a week or so. This bag is from my peoples, yo. Went down in the 803, gotta stay low key. When nobody knows me, old lady knows it, gotta move slowly. The girl got a hold of that fentanyl, and that Adderall had a spit on the walls. Fish and grits in the morning, buck tooth, head twisting long. Where you come from, you sound funny. Do your peoples got some money? We don't do that fancy talking. I get antsy, I start coughing. God of the low, beware who you entertain. Man, you different, man. My cognitive behavior, practice at the bar with a stranger. Black fist, God entertainer. Boss said, why you bother the brother? My eyes turned colors, K9 teeth got longer, ears got pointy, hair turned slick and shiny. Grimy took my gun out the Bible, shaped like a crucifix. Louis on the kick, start shooting, anything moving, hit. No mirror, no garlic, garlic. Graveyard darkness, devil with his carcass. Up in the 803, it got scary. So who comes pulling up? My uncle. Oversized clothing, vibrant colors. One hand on the wheel to Egyptian lover. Popped open the door, get in. Is this by Hunter? Video game, at least 3 men. Don't tell him that he old or new school, true school. Then he played some Jets and the cassette. Up next, I got some Wham and some YouTube. You seem upset. I'm like, yep. Like damn, staring through his rear view. Step on the gas, go fast, so I don't have to kill you. I don't want to look back to the future. See, I got these powers. Explain it to him about an hour. If I get mad, I'll devour. It first happened at the lab with some powder. I turned horror into the ink of a marker. It gets darker, he started to laugh. Well, alright, it's like Teen Wolf, a movie screen or a book. My eyes turned green as he looked, then he screamed and shook. See, I'm the weird science, no fear of dying. Fierce as a lion when you come near the Viking. To hear what I'm writing, I'm sincere. It's not a rainbow appearing as lightning. You wild, nephew. This is what I'm talking about, nephew. Cause I'm down, this word is bond. My distress is triggered in the mirror. I'm trying to figure, could I help the killer? The brain fog becomes clearer. Vedic vape room, put your favorite rappers on the plate. I'll consume, then wash them down with some crushed grapes. Why the flush face? Have you ate? Did you take mushrooms? Bodies floating down the lake. For heaven's sakes, he spake beneath the good luck moon. Practical tools to improve your bad mental moods. Here's lentil stew. I'm passing the knowledge like food. I'll leave you this jewels. First there's some rules. Validation is why your palates are tasting. Before you get to eating, can you balance the plates then? Grab the salad and put some olives and grapes in. Then add some knowledge. I'm out of the spaceship. I'm the werewolf barefoot, howling at the moon, prowling around the gloom, growling for some food. Fresh meat, bird flesh on my teeth. Then I eat the beak. Now I'm looking for the human MC. He's underground. The archaeologist said his tomb is empty. Killah Priest crucifix, Lucifer sits, pair of eyes in his uterus. Dear God, why am I used to this? Lunatic, with the pen when I'm using it. Stir the Virgin Mary. When I write, sacrifice the entire herd till your arms are heavy, palms are sweaty. Then read the book of Psalms deadly. Vedic vape room, Aquarius moon. I bribed the brides, hand me his insides. Now where did you bury the groom? Walls crumble, we all jungle. There's a mystic moon, here's a bowl full of tea. The Oolong owl, jasmine jackal hair. This one's rare and it's free, see? I just want you. Brother, glow is on you, brother, glow is on you. Mother, I just want you, mother, I just want you. Mother, I just want you. Brother, glow is on you. Vape room, planets align, greatest case too. Prove who can rhyme, build on stories, allegories. The walls open up, the palace before me. So I walk in, the floor lights up, the hall lights up. Hit a roar of tigers, great and small ciphers. The more I walk, the more the doors get brighter. Falling in this darkness, calling for the honest. This time all the gods said we taking off the harness. I'ma turn Zeus loose. Just let priests rap and let unknown produce. We got celestial gram coming, the Podcraft. Peace to all the Mars in the God class. Star gas. Play more, Killah Priest. Play more, Killah Priest, why don't you? Play more, Killah Priest. Play more, Killah Priest, why don't you? Play more, Killah Priest. Play more, Killah Priest, go ahead. Play more, Killah Priest, go ahead. Play more, Killah Priest. She had me caught in the whirlwind. Me and my girlfriend, 86 in the flick with the Sherlin. In ancient Berlin, I was known as Merlin, a magician, musician, stars unveiling. I'm Sheikh Entity upon the Keops. Y'all look lost like the books of Enoch. I push my ruck, good cushion, teapots. Let her play chess, less stress as weed crops. If you could love me more, free to soar, see it all, explore. No more keys to my door. Go ahead, be a whore, and have your cheating dog. You tell your moms and your friends you adore. I'm so immature. We both sins, hope this end and fall. Went to win, so you cringe when I call. And we both pretend to win when we draw. Attention.
Could I love you more? Time was running out.
Yeah. The stoic poet, riding a clouded horse from the Northern Army, holding the book of the dead that showed Newton Gab. The horse's hooves pounded on the four winds godly. Y'all fell in love with Beelzebub, the Babylonian king head held in blood. Which rapper who won it? It's torment. I open my book of rhymes like a coffin. A big raven come out, it's gonna be horrid to the chorus. My two blades re-enter the forest. I draw a picture of an eye to circle it with Horus. You see the name priest, the missionary of the Macavita Melchizedek, the angel avenger, retells the death. My grammar's like heaven's hammer. I'll shove your souls into hell's stove. I'm the goat with 7 antlers. I'll make your brain fit inside your skull. It's all written inside my Johnny Pump scrolls. Fire hydrant writing, the L of the stairwells. And they're gonna know. They all gonna know. They all gonna know. Killah Priest is the world. All gonna know. All gonna know. Killah Priest is the world. Open the portals. Room 5. I know they're thinking priest. 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 Thinking the priest. Thinking the priest. They more to the priest. More to the priest. More to the priest.
Like 2 black people, but then very, very black. And one was near the spaceship and one was a bit forward. It was like very, very bright. And I thought,
that's true, I know where you want to be. Here in this moment, master of his craft and crowned. The 5th room, the saga. The sub-Saharans where we used to be. Builders of pyramids in Egypt. The black ground in the Levant. I know you hear the stories again and again about how we was gods way back when. After the Homo genus came a kingship, a queen list that wore the winged disc. African land of rulers that advanced to Sumer. The richest man was Mansa Musa. Then they went to transatlantic cruiser. Kings from Benin, low self-esteem, the future. They poked their head with syringes cause they wore fringes. Borders of blue to slaughter the... Rise up young kings, rise up young queens. The future needs you. It's about all of us. This is our exodus. Play more, Killah Priest. Play more, Killah Priest. Play more, Killah Priest. Play more, Killah Priest. Da 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 da. It's been a minute. Da 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 da. Room 5. Room 5. Room 5. Moon high. Fire worshippers, Abraham followed Abraxas, Sax, priests, honorable and hollow words. Same word, sages of the ages, and prophets, Coptic, Gnostics, and apostles heard. And those sinning unfinished, now it's written in the ribbon, and held by 4 swallow birds. Beneath Abraxas practice, in the blackness, seance, each one of my classics. Burn a candle to Anu with bottled myrrh, and Quetzalcoatl and herbs. Priest the novel in the marble Ben Hur, a gold icon of Basilides of Alexandria. They sold to Italy from a palace out in Zambia. Stole from Sicily, Africa towers over Pangea. Amateur, reaching for my pleroma. Deep sleep in yoga. Psyches like the Pisces of Jonah. Tertullian, so I get the nutrients and come out a Nubian. I'm not talking about the ancient Natufians or hooligans when I'm putting out something new again. Let LF tell her death. Me, I'm an embellish on the angelic. Holding the mic like a relic. Last one left. Priest and purpose. Leaving footprints deep in the surface. Enough to be called a crater. Meditating in the Tibetan hall in Asia. We all evolved from nature. The ink shooting out my pen like flaming balls hitting my paper. I grab the dark horns of archons and star forms. The bars drawn to give you Mars floors to walk on. Epiphanius, Arrhenius, Hippolytus, sit by fire. Different writers sniffing coke. Who's the most highest? Baptizer, Holy Ghost. Santa Morte, Phantom in all gray. Stands in the hallway, head of a ram, put hands on your grave. Purpose, let the chords play. Priest never had an off day. Never let my sword lay, so all pray. Work from the bottom like Noah. Meditate, I slip into a coma till I reach my pleroma.
Here, the centuries of loneliness were to end.
Your collection of Leonardo da Vinci masterpieces, Mr. Flint. They appear to have been recently painted on contemporary canvas with contemporary materials.
Then, age, death, the taste of dust. Do you understand?
You wanted a perfect, ultimate woman. As brilliant, as immortal as yourself. Your mate for all time.
Merkaba master, I charter demons to other worlds, drive devils through plaster, rush them to hell, breathing asthma, play Satan on gurneys next to Hermes, send them off to their journey to Cleopatra. They read those chapters, egos captured, the Leo laughter, neoplasma, run through my veins in this matrix, and my basement became a plaza, and now I'm in the Sky Lounge, with negative spirit hackers, build on math and we read the chapters, observe through our windows at the quiet disasters, riots at NASA, marches, gender pride, freedom rights for the masses, till we do away with first and second citizen classes. Religion is backwards, trying to comprehend to the pastor. This gym is like Jasper. Either we all live and strive for the youth to survive, or it all ends with the rapture. Forget waiting on the man, I'm making a plan. And for the ages of false statements, I'm taking a stand. Start an investigation on Satan with a cross in my hand. Make him plead guilty, now face the jury. We're in the courts of I am. If I could just vanish from off the planet, like magic, become caught from granite. Days, mathematics is understanding.
Hey, hey, did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear. Oh, hey, did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear.
A billion stories in the naked city. Ghost told me that his best friend needs a kidney. We froze, reminisce of Tiffany in the cold. Open whiskey from the 20s in the memory. Sympathy made the angels play a symphony. Said he could have had a scholarship. Toured different colleges. Now he's out of it. Faded away slowly on dialysis. His name remained anonymous. But here's my acknowledgements. Street legends and hood guards. Kingdom fall into a mirage. Ghetto depression sets in. Then we place weed and cigars. A child has difficulties concentrating. From where he lives, he sees his promises fading. He sees his pops gone, his mom's is aging. She trying to stay strong for a church congregation. And meanwhile, a kid named Rico was the coke king. A lot of siblings of the dope fiends hope you scream. A lot of children with broken dreams, homes were clean. The most extreme, you got rich and what you sold to queens. Look what you did to Josephine. And Ebony is unheavenly. The devil's ready with open wings. As Lucifer uses love and his youthful mug. Then his blood on the cobra's fangs.
Hey, hey, did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear. Oh, did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear.
We are giving you these scriptures on our authority and by the authority of the prophets and the apostles who came to open everybody's eyes to the fact that you are too manifestations of the divine. This discovery is the gospel, that is the good news, with the eternal energy of the universe and the love that moves the sun and other stars.
When KP is silent, he's still powerful, like a pharaoh in knowledge. Y'all think about it, when y'all done, I'll be over to the next one. Giving your mind and your ears direction. What you hear is perfection. When you disturb the Egyptian kings, death comes swift on wings. Either kiss the ring or get bit and sting, or it's dimethyl-tryptamine. That mean you die while you trip off of beings. No human beings, what you seeing. Only me in a huge coliseum, with slaves following me to their freedom, with trumpets and swords, and we're taking out the kingdom. When I rap, I'm Lord, and this is my Eden. I write in my laws for the snakes and treason, chariots out the floor that I'm placing my feet in. Horses put my microphone cord, I take a seat then. We thrust through my bedroom door straight into deep winds. The crown of love, eternal light, glory, seat of the throne. I receive microphones, surely thine will shall be done, because there's nothing new under the sun. The crown of love, eternal light, glory, seat of the throne. I receive microphones, surely thine will shall be done, because there's nothing new under the sun. I wrote on steles and pillars of Master Killah and Jizza, and saw my own reflection crash into mirrors. The healer, shut out the RZA, the cure. My rhymes could be mistaken as cocaine lines so pure. I should have wrote this on aluminum foil. Light a torch beneath it, to the room is fumed with the royal, like Upper Egypt. Back in the days we used to fight if we scuffed a sneaker. Your name ring bells to the school if you snuffed a teacher. I used to rhyme off a boombox with a busted speaker. Back when Biggie and Tupac was just a feature. I started rhyming like I couldn't be touched by neither. I was only a child like King Tut, but deeper. While y'all poses on Instagram, I put roses in the pentagram, scent in my nose when I kill a ram. I'm son of man, rappers think they goats but they still a lamb, so I use it for a coat and to warm my hands. The crown of love, eternal light, glory, seat of the throne. I receive microphones, surely thine will shall be done, because there's nothing new under the sun. The crown of love, eternal light, glory, seat of the throne. I receive microphones, surely thine will shall be done, because there's nothing new under the sun.
Meet the gray eyes Moses like a rocket cane that turned into a serpent in my top reign. I'm certain that I'm not sane. The end is near. Engineer service in the clock train. Glock range, Dr. Strange, linears, hemispheres. Hammers from the top crane while handling the rock cane. Ran before the cops came. This manual was not named. Now they call me Rock Kane, the cool Jesus rapper. Half a brigand and half a militant. He's the master. Read the chapter even after I can hear the demon's laughter. From A to Z, I found these letters between, written by Allah's hands. Every step is supreme. Flew across the hot sands, turning breath into steam to make nimbus clouds by dining on electric cuisine. In the center of it all, but still never be seen. The memoirs of Superman who flew ahead of his dreams. Clan of the 10 planet spheres under one roof with me, combine them all. Made a W, like there's two of me. You guys, you gotta feel it like your moon degree. But who would see the breeze who stole heavy mental riding on the ferry? My flow across the wave valley like riding on a jet ski. Turn to heavy, getting to heaven like the science has possessed me. Spirit in the body, use the iris to impress me. Calls from the astral plane, need a psychic to connect me. I gotta hand it to him, knowing lightning couldn't catch me. Run me the procedures, sweet as honey Indonesia. Staying on my D-Nars like money in Tunisia. While they studying how Nas ticks, I was with the Gnostics. Until I started rapping like I couldn't be touched by ether. From 5% is it intelligent hoods to God MCs, I was God, they was never this good. Heard the silence swept the room like a ghost when it's calm. And said you took their breath away, how they supposed to respond?
The crown of love, eternal light, glory, seat of the throne. I receive microphones, surely thine will shall be done, because there's nothing new under the sun. The crown of love, eternal light, glory, seat of the throne. I receive microphones, surely thine will shall be done, because there's nothing new under the sun.
Since inspiration always comes through a human vehicle, whatever truths I might utter to you will be distorted. My voice will be distorted, and you might mistake the meaning of what I said. Now, so therefore, everybody who receives divine inspiration, sometimes it comes for no reason that anybody can determine, and you can take that or leave it.
This is the rain, this is the rain. And I'll spare the life.
Born natives in the flesh with their hidden wings. I'm talking angles that connect, it's a different thing. We royal priesthood, we the wizard kings.
The most anticipated, kiss the ring. Scream the name out for the priest. Supreme, all real, kiss the ring.
We the royal priesthood, we the wizard kings.
Smacking seas, watch you scream your majesty.
She's not a raven, not a dove, and not a pelican. The immortalized phoenix, universal element. The throne holder with the flow that's most eloquent. Bringing the rebellion, the mothership propelling it. I'm nicer than they ever fathom every time I'm doing this. My energy is like slicing an atom to its nucleus. Interstellar, surpass astronomical. That's why my aura got a sparkle like a diamond do. Soaring through the sky, but I was born underground. Blood on the temple from the thorns in the crown. The seventh seal will open when the horn makes a sound. No time to mourn, you was born not to stick around. So start reflecting and atoning. I recollect the sectors I was known in, even long before the Greco-Roman. Time to bow and kiss the ring, you will respect the chosen. I won the battle before I select my next opponent. 6 million ways to die, they lied to the masses, but they never taught you how to rise about the ashes. My intuition say we trapped inside a simulation, so I'm here to bring demolition to imitations. I dispel the pressure when I held the scepter, the luminescent, iridescent solar cell receptor. I rebelled and I refuse to sell the elder treasure. Time to unify, rebel against the hell forever. Every word in the verse, you know it is Phoenix. Give the people rebirth like I'm growing a fetus. Say the truth with my chest like showing my cleavage. The mothership kiss the ring, cause we the ring leaders.
Multitasking through the multiverse, immersed in the energy that broke the curse. In a thirst for higher works, dispersed out your speaker box like Peter Tosh. Days balance equal vernal equinox. High voltage, frequent shocks, outward charged particles. Flares bring more color than carnivals. Editorials, rhymes are written articles. Alkaline, my arsenal, I'm Canis Media. Others are marginal. Fez, brilliant red like a cardinal. Flourishing with other Moorish kings. Kiss the rings, mystic streams. Beyond intellect, holistic beings. Ecclesiastic, legendary like Atlantis. Reminded of divine protection, seeing the praying mantis. King Sharif on my throne, caliphate in the east. My influence increased from Greece to Mozambique. Crown jewel, laying new ground rules. Eagle Carre, my mind sparred in renowned schools. No parlay, gracious, build an oasis. Spacious, greatness, entire priesthood, traveling spaceships. Connect with lawmakers, Mahatmas, scholarly, those who know the truth about the Barbary. God's professor, private sector, beat the architecture. Tartarians are on the microphone, a barbarian. Islam, Al Day and Bay. If we Voltron clans, we'll run circles round Satan like the photon band.
Jack fell down, broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after. The black and brown came from the ground and filled the sun in the magma. I rap profound as a lounge so kneel in front of your master. From merry-go-rounds to burial grounds, I killed every one of you rappers. With my skills I can heal, but my tongue is disaster. The age seal is revealed in none of the chapters. Burn them on cheap wood, this royal priesthood. There's cavities and casualties wherever we stood. When I black out, I see the bats route. I say things that make the cats crouch. Wings from my back sprout, serpents coil. Anoint the head with virgin oil, drip with olives. We sit in garments and spit astrologic. Regardless, we goddess and goddesses. And thick as the dip with the garlic. But hard as the chip, that's smart, that's trick knowledge. Nah, we kick knowledge while eating salad in a big palace. The roof open and the sky show a rich harvest. The Bitterman man, the black who a thick target.
Hey, yo, musically I'm married to the group, that's a wedding band. Cycle Jordan rings like Thanos with the heavy hand. The ringleader, the electric lamb. I'm staring at the rings like a breast exam. I'm peering up the next cycle at the drug ring, spirals in the dust ring. I made a campfire with the circle around the sun spring. I see rings in the flowers where the blossoms bloom. Knock the onion rings out of supersonic boom. That's 2 holes in the middle of the VM. I seen rings in the middle of the tree limbs, clothed in the gospel, the noble, apostle. I'm moving more circles than the O's in Morocco. My blow made the rocks blow. Killing sex traffickers, my flow freed the kids in the ring. From death massacre, priesthood, vampire hunters, arrest Dracula. Earth stage, I rock, never left in the ground, but smoke till I'm so high up that heaven is down. 12 angels quickly circle me wherever I'm found. Morris headband leader, that's a heraldry crown. Lying no sort of omens, bodies lammed in the floor. Purple rings of cerebellum, see who answers the door. As I quickly throws, they bang the snow rings like the sound of sleeping, playing ring toss with my chakras over mountain peaks. Now's in the owl chief, ornaments around the reef, alkali, riding on the decibels around the streets. Brainstorm will gather the star charters as every knee bends, kiss the rings of the Zod father. The Don Zada, in a sense, like the Nog Chomper, knowledge chomper, Kaharaja, squash him like a Kalabasa, Kali Lama, Dalai Lama lamp, Muhammad Ali Baba, uncontrolled voters. They all bowed down when we stood. Big flag, zigzag, Zodiac, Killah Priest. Killah Priesthood.
Scream the name out, Maye Muses. Leave the blood spilling in the street. King, supreme, all meal, kiss the ring. Scream the name out, Maye Muses. Leave the blood spilling in the street. kiss the ring.
Stop when I start to talk about the equinox and how I sold from the Merkaba. Ever since then, my mom's never heard from her. Years later, I'm doing Reiki work with her. She became a master of chi and observing herbs and the right of Abraham in the land of Ur and the people from Shinar, the living God. She said I came in the image of an ibis bird. Let it be written and observed. For the occult is the hidden proverb. Devil ghosts of the synagogues burn. Mosques catch on fire. Cathedrals explode. Pyramids overturned. Michael Jackson come back. Prince returned from the urn. The sky turned purple. Look like a thriller is confirmed. Storms rain down on James Brown. Upon their palms, bring them their king's crown. Y'all can dance, sing and scream now. Good God, Prince played the guitar. Priest, my average bar is an avatar. It would be written if my heart wasn't in it. Atlantic star. Its inscription is depicted like a tarot card. Shadow work has battle scars. As on Earth, as on Mars. And by the universe, I am charged. Walk down like a Mason lodge. One by one, 21 ciphers. I punch rod his eye, left black around his eyelids. Left my mark on the earth, pleasure and pain. My range is 528 hertz. The root of all suffering is attachment and desire. The Buddha said to use this nothingness. While laughing he required poems of the prophet that received punishment for improper prophecies, parables, paranormal paragraphs by the priest. People to leave perjury permanently. I'm a god of sea. I am the end self of what I wrote. Go back, check my quotes. All of them are greatness I spoke. I'm from a spaceship out of smoke.
I write my verses like the curses using curses. I write my verses. My gospels go spells you worship. Worship in the surface. Worship in the surface.
Yo, watch how you speak to me. My bars on guard frequency. Your arms too short to spar, even if you in arms reach me. Discard decency and ours and resolve peacefully. Heavily armored bombers when karma's involved. Frequently secrecy, coded language in cryptic forms of mystic norms. Monolithic lords and suspicious storms. Prolific born elaborate author of emerald tablets. So I packaged it for wise men and abbots, extracting the gems that's trapped in it. My pen's mastered it, astronomers tone. They've written books based off on poems, the clone philosopher's stone. Behold progression, the father of all perfection. The wind carries my sessions and travels in all directions. It's evolution, manifesting purpose was sparked. The works of art brought to life by the birth of a thought. So serpents who pluck it, smite it down. Mark it, book it, write it down. I am bound to peek around and found out when I struck the ground. Thunder sounds broke the sky, open for my potent rhymes. Soaked in blood, the chosen rise. Floating, I awoke in my inner beast with synergy, giving me Christ consciousness. My mic will ignite, throwing embers of light off of it. Know who the prophet is, the great Archon Abraxas. 7 classic planets commanding and chanting the lands with magic. Decipher the name through numeric tactics. 365 heavens, ascension axis. Relentless practice, tragic. Read the Shimha, the great work redeemed through alchemic means of grim boss. My shadow known to dim stars explode within the coldest men. We overthrow like Moses, kin exposing sins. That's where my flow ascends.
My right hand is a symposium of holy men holding pens. Each tunnel out and go to gym, then barrel back in. I sit as the pharaoh of rapping. I flow like I spoke in hymns, Catholics and masses. My cathedral cerebral, blood on Abraxas. On my back's a black eagle, medieval. Steeples from ashes. I rose up, wings tucked, king tut, gold rings, emerald green cup, queen's blush, Fareem and Magnum. My egg-shaped skull, the phoenix dragon. Come through the mall, all of y'all human beings that's savage. Wishes are granted if you're left-handed. Toe text, old Mex, written in old text commandments. Sun, moon, stars, and planets. My Xbox-shaped object just vanished. Chariot of ascension through dimensions. Did I mention this extension of Atlantis? I'm the phantom. I wear the face of space and a million grandsons. Each change place from black to white, from white to random. Master like the yin and yang symbol in temples. I like my money blue and green like ours are the Hindus. Priest and purpose, the wordsmiths, this beat is monumental. Christ consciousness, bow down and honor it. Yeah, we deal with the waters, Noah's Ark. Now we deal with astronomers, show you the charts.
Composed of 12 signs, 10 planets, 12 houses, aspected by these ghostly marks. Behold the spark, shown to be a gnosis tree with golden bark. Saturn by a chest of cataclysm who gloat in the dark. And Noah's Ark, Nova's arts, planet spoken, making points, sharpen up the throwers darts. I was in the oldest quarks, Superman, I strolled in Clarks. Mother plane, drive the planets crazy, I threw it in park. Ball of frisbee, time will turn it all to cities. Jungles took it all so quick, the plane became the earth. Hawaii, the apple, macrocosm of the human heart. I showed the card, future charts, hidden Andalusia art. Bullseye, Taurus field of vision, saw his own remarks, remarkable. The stars go, lightning in my sword glow. My spirit forced to have my body playing tug of wardrobe. Study supreme math, arcs, angles, the archangels. Virgo clean the satellite dishes off for the star table. Scorpio wave sign, intersects. I took up lust, double cross, right bed, intersects. I took a plus, spun it, did it multiply, reproduce. Now look at us, shocked when I merged both 8 points. I made a universal flag out of the snake's joints. The serpent goats, compass of the zodiac, 8 points, virgin host. Infinity is infinity. My cup overflows and refills instant for me. I drink from my own brain, from the visions I see fall. Everything was 8 by 8 to 64 chess squares, so they stared. No one's ever been as lit before. From the pleroma of the thrifty Moors that drift ashore, the broken winged people free falling down to 60 floors. Demiurge and venom serpents been the current's time talker. I'm Luke Cageless as a baby, used to Skywalker, walking life with thoughts of Christ. They walk in death, they thoughts possessed. Money was the goal, they thought, then lost their breath. Thesaurus Rex moonwalked the Green Mile backwards by my orange dress, put on my flesh. Use Monster Eye in my skin suit. It turned brown, circle mounds, lions play wind flutes. My brain erupts, their rain is up, they staying stuck in Satan's crux. Strut around the sacred grounds, kicking up the angel dust. Following the pathematics, mathemagic elements. Thine will and testament, mind skill is excellent. Zaya log with me, your spine chill, the exorcist. Legged eye and eye exam, labeled in the diagram, great I am. Once the y'all saw me, all the ligers ran. Cabraxis, Zodiac is who won't smoke with the highest ram. Shepherd here to guide the lambs, Messiah man, Messiah grand. Well of Zam Zam in my diaphragm in my command. Notepad elixir, Boaz constrictor, Benita Apple bumper clock, throw jabs in Mithra. Hieroglyph and hydrogriffin, pyro spitting, fire wicking. Roll the tape, the time is sticking, clock inside the diamonds ticking. My dimension, my henchman, my ascension, time suspension, master builder, walk amongst the strangers and still act familiar. Time is up, so match the killer. Holy rhyme book that I used to light a match the gorilla. Smack the silverback gorillas, Mr. Zodiac Attila. Medicine from sarsaparilla, temple with 2 lions on the side, call them caterpillars. Caterpillars.
I know my sacred rights when I write. Who am I to judge? I'm in my pen tonight. I got booked in the pages with blue bars in. I started doing the sentence and finished at the margin. My mind tried to escape, but I'm the correctional garden. Max in the mental state, full of gems while I'm jogging. Using words and terms till I serve my turn. On my brain, cells form into a bell's bond. Recording while I'm self-rewarding. Like I spit 3 autumns. When I release a masterpiece, just talking. That's how I get when I'm zoning. Just flowing. I make the listener a prisoner of the moment. And dialogue. And dialogue. And dialogue. And dialogue. To create new knowledge, the old face was abolished, reshaped and polished. Graduate from college, move to different states. The same people that hate make the dollar. Leonardo da Vinci envy. Cathedral cardinals were busy throughout the cities of Italy. The evil part of the history and mystery replaced the people dark as the pygmy. Eventually, Michelangelo and Bible radicals handed gold by the Pope from that century to cover art immensely, intentionally. To dark ages from archaic, from rock paintings to started language, charts and data, tribal marks invaders. Before titles and parts of Asia, the heart was nature. Africa was far ancient. Older periods, stars Sirius over pyramids, walls with cobra images, rituals were open the mouths of mummies, or biblical, how to rip a crowd for money, identical, beneath the clouds of countries, subliminal, one wears the crown is chubby, while we hungry, they ugly and frowned upon. The down on us, but count on us, and our growling tummies. Arrest the devil, read him his rights, eat him mites. In the courts of the cross, the Lord's jury seated Christ, and the two witnesses since Genesis. Bringing the devil as God prisoner, the job for the minister. Persecute him, then drag him to the chair to execute him. He tries to bribe you, stone him with Bibles. Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. A million saints with their swords to the devil's hood. Metal hooves, stand in heaven where I never stood. Only in hell, music and spells. Magic only several could. Before religions, oral traditions, total transitions. Dogons, Egyptians, both arms are risen. The boat gone and drifting. Let's roll on depiction. Let's roll on subscriptions. Snowstorms for Christians. Black magic and sorcery. Mathematics, bad habits, horrors that I see. And dialogue. Giving honor and all glory, thankful and painful during long sufferings, calm when storms hovering, protected by my guardian angels, their lower and their upper wings are covering, for soul restructuring. I'm like Job recovering, loosen all the knots and the cluttering till I'm filled with coloring. My life's a book with crayons or spray on. Our legs and arms are bronze from the Amazon, lost tribes in Babylon. North skies we sung a song, sweet chariots, then we carried on. We came from the nebula as settlers. We came here to plant grain, then explain the weather. The 10 spirits of the Sephiroths, their attributes and appearance. 10, this is the beginning. The hot ones like the chakra transcendent. Our demeanors in Vina, in its likeness in its image. The nexus died like Ma'at, the astronaut on the ziggurat. Comet rocks past the equinox, cast it on my headdress. The space cadet, that's the message. Then Gavura, like Suma, then Teferi, then a tea beverage. Connect with comedics, genetics, and deep merits. Next up is next suck. After is hold in your soul. The Malkut's Tao book. Weed is Nubian, brown kush. Take away the image you saw. Now look. Jacob hinges on Esau, his crown took. Before the Platos and the Aristotles. In days of old, those were pharaoh novels. And dialogue. And dialogue. And dialogue. And dialogue. And dialogue. Come with access from a praxis. Every tree is going dialogue. Become paper for my reasoning and dialogue. Rhythmic, big applause to the lion god. Round of six melons, quick the sounds can make the giants nod. Mayan guard, zodiac clocks made of compliant cogs. Move barbarians, medicines from a psychic rock. Hallucination equations lost in vagina bar. They all bow when I walk into the highest lodge. Climbed out the pupil in the all-seeing iris rods. Vivid third eye massage. Flying pigs high up the hog. While they hoarding, I'm bored of the next astral plane. The wheel turns, but I never seen its axis change. The same script, just the actors in the apple frame. While we giving different roles written just to act the same. And clearly view can master's flame. Who could reenact the same? That's a shame. Planets rotating as the math explains. Shed my skin, left a million bodies on the path I came. Came up on myself and got away, but look what that became. Master brain, sky releases science when I ask for rain. Master brain, if you don't have a name, you don't have an aim. In and out this world so many times, still I haven't came. I can see the next me, seen through galactic frames. 7 keys, 5 degrees, demons on our path get slain. Royal priesthood, our reputation got them scared to death. Devils caught wind of us approaching, they give up their breath. Treasure keep a century, eat a season with time spice. I ate a clock and deprecated minutes from my hindsight. I took the 7 vows and went from infinite to finite. He's in the days, but he only entered it to finite. Looking at my chest, now she got interest in the finite. Talisman, tortoise man, the ignorant divine height. Body, all the Gnostics knew their wisdom's is divine right. Profound magic of a master at the round tablet. Heaven's real meal, not immortal from the ground addict. Holy evidence, open portals in my crown addict. Special spectators took the spirit world around back. And why knows like why know is ignorance bliss. But it's all mirage, vanished with one flick of my wrist. Took a picture of my watch like it didn't exist. Photo of my photons from the mystic abyss. Serpents with a hawk face, circus in my thoughts race. Knew my Pegasus would be the quickest at the horse race. Spearhead the mirror, every visions of the Lord's face. Arab in the abracadabra, abracadabra. Zigzag, zodiac killer, the next massacre. screams. Naked, wet in streams, cold water, running dry, body sunken. Each finger a row of golden rings. Each tell their moments with heroic genes. It's detailed perfectly, encrypt in codes on beams like mercury. Written on scrolls unseen, only the worthy see. Missing head rolls from guillotines and perjury. Body release the soul in surgery. The mirror is clean before it cracks. Killer is back at the murder scene to clean his tracks. At the darkest hour of the night, glides on the wings of bats. Like a black avenger called the crow above a phoenix bat. Swirling ravens around my fountain pen. There's all my written text. Unforgiven death, counted sin? If so, I write this epistle, holding a crystal, trying to counter them. With rhymes I'm balancing, and the mind is challenging. And all my writing books that lightning pushed. Open with burning pages, minister from sermons from ages. A lot remain hermits nameless. Hip-hop ordained minister of greatness. Came in the game from a spaceship. My merkable message, wordsmith on records. Magic, check it. It's like I'm related to the inventor of Tetris. It's weird, cause as my name slowly go down in the pages of history, the book disappears. My bars then reappear in shapes that's great. From the top, then slowly drop. It's reoccurring as ghostly hip-hop. I'm the phantom. Hold your attention for ransom. In my father's house, there's many mansions. Each room a bar, lounge, and expanded. A black K stretched next to a Celtic P. The crest etched upon my eldry. Red rosaries, holy beads. They read, I wrote a creed for the dead that goes to the elderly. Try to put a hex or spell on me. Ropes around the necks fell from trees. Open the doors of the cellars, make you dwell in hell for centuries. As the middle age seal reveals the MCKP, an executioner, with a letter from Lucifer. The dreads go booyaka from Memphis to Utica. I'm really that vulgar as I read from the stilly of the vultures. I'm hip-hop, I'm the city and the culture. Watch, I play chess upon the universe. Map first, flat earth, pull up my chair. I use the borough of Queens as my queen. Protect Brooklyn as king. They call check as I place Manhattan on the Madison Square. Then wait calm, you can't touch the Bronx. You in check, you got a problem, try to lift up Harlem. He touched Strong Island next. I start smiling, that's checkmate, Staten Island. 32 pieces from my Charlene set. Who went next? I shuffle tectonic plates like it's a deck. Any concept, my sword complete with all flesh. It's Killah Priest, the war vet. The gold of Psalms, coat of arms, and medals on my broad chest. Othello that shove devils into a vortex. Eyes yellow like the great owl. As my mic appears from out of gray clouds, my verse heard in wave sounds and frequencies of high pitches. Hide in hieroglyphics, the lyrics is aged now. A sage found. How do I stay bound? Young with a face frown. I'm older with grace. On my shoulders go plates. I went from headaches, but now on my head is where they place crowns. Caution when walking on my stage with your sacred grounds.
Anywhere our feet touch become sacred grounds. See us walking over clouds wearing flaming crowns. If you ain't speaking with love, it's just a waste of sound. Sacred ground, laid it down, builders of the ancient mounds. Anywhere our feet touch become sacred ground. See us walking over clouds wearing flaming crowns. If you ain't speaking with love, it's just a waste of sound. Sacred ground, laid it down, builders of the ancient mounds. The lips of death kissed me and it died right before me. See, they say the Grim Reaper took his eyes when he saw me free. They need me like breath, though they cried and ignored me. So ironic, knew I was the most high as a shorty. Trees tried to record me in their rings, years of extra Lakers. Why y'all don't see that every tree's a stack of record players? Nectar mayor, nexus maker, killers on our best behavior. They say your next friend could also be your next betrayer. Magic trick, 3 eyes that saw me in half. I'm illustrating, brilliant, raving, spoken, taught me the math. Now it's all I see, thought I'd be a seraphim that shared honeydew melanin with the Z hive that's swarming me. They rhyme and it's boring me to dime. Be the glory, he's Allah's favorite suit. I arrived when he wore me, God. Body in the cleaners, had a stellium in Virgo. Kill adrenochrome sippers, melatonin into Merlot. Flying over New Jeru, I saw a giant priest rhyming on beats in a circle, playing chess with all the boroughs. I said I got next, sat on Barican, dropping words, snow like ashes. Seraphis, Caraxes, we played some worlds ago. I reached my jersey pieces from Monopoly and AC. Computer hacked the saxophone, calling music the play me to learn your pattern, son, your KP. Where should I move my next? Word horse jump, can JC? Or is that move smart? I spark the LEO with ideas to build a new art. The move is nights falling, cause his curtains made the room dark. I'm serving turns to blow to level the playing field. From owners to renting the kingdom will never kneel. From Brooklyn to guillotine neck, protect your shoulder mug. Upon his head he wore a T-set. I spit a soldier's blood. The mad MAGA hand of the dagger is still liquid. Watch it on Camden in slow motion, it's still missing. The Knights of L's cut off their legs and still kick the globe back to the subconscious mind where it existed. Bishop coming at an angle but Woody, maybe he missed it. I spot the rook coming trying to take the Queen Elizabeth. Swept the pieces off the glass roof while turn it slow, breaking ozone layers. Once connected to the turbo deep, they trying to figure out how I cut them with a steel sword. And though I danced across the ceiling, they was still floored. Skilled at war, though I became human, I was still the Lord. Right until my name became huger than a billboard. I almost cracked the firmament, yeah, with just the surface below. While I was in the sky, breakdancing as the earth was rotating in the circle, I created an inferno. My breath across the glass wrote my name into the words glow. Head spinning on the ceiling like iguanas, it's the lizard ill. Nothing ever happened if it's all a dream, it isn't real. Pictures in your image real, lightning that I get to wheel. Rip the wheel, whip a pill, bananas when I drove off. Grasping with the spoke speak, magic on the throne seat. I'm faster like I don't eat, magic when our souls cross. Say the future limits you, traveling with no peak. Hide and seek the time I sneak back again, but don't peek. I saw myself counting on the map again, a stone chic. But many kings vanished, cause their character was so weak. Collab with God until we slay the dragon on its own beat. Out the lid, on this pot they battling with no heat. Without my hands I caught a glimpse, then married it with cold feet. I walked on thin ice and melted half until there's no sheet. The Matrix figure skater, when it battling your whole fleet. The greatest figure skater, to the math magician, don't cheat. But what if no one can see us? No squares to hold and keep us. No board and no chess box, just astronosis Jesus. We just played each other's music, it controls the pieces. Humans on the sidewalk, squares, planet psychokinesis. Every move connects fate, and empty heads and neck weight. With Santos and priests in Australia, we talk to plant ghosts. Creating
like money together. Now that's a checkmate.
Made the devil eat his heart out from off his breastplate.
Here, the centuries of loneliness were to end. Your collection of Leonardo da Vinci masterpieces, Mr. Flint. They appear to have been recently painted on contemporary canvas with contemporary materials.
Then, age, death, the taste of dust. Do you understand?
You wanted a perfect, ultimate woman. As brilliant, as immortal as yourself. Your mate for all time.
Merkaba master, I charter demons to other worlds, drive devils to plaster, rush them to hell, breathing asthma, place Satan on gurneys next to Hermes, send them off to their journey to Cleopatra. They read those chapters, egos captured, the Leo laughter, neoplasma, run through my veins in this matrix, and my basement became a plaza. And now I'm in the Sky Lounge with negative spirit hackers, build on math and we read the chapters, observe through our windows at the quiet disasters, riots at NASA, marches, gender pride, freedom rights for the masses, till we do away with first and second citizen classes. Religion is backwards, trying to comprehend to the pastor. This gym is like Jasper. Either we all live and strive for the youth to survive, or it all ends with the rapture. Forget waiting on the man, I'm making a plan. And for the ages of false statements, I'm taking a stand. Start an investigation on Satan with a cross in my hand. Make him plead guilty, now face the jury. We're in the courts of I am. If I could just vanish from off the planet, like magic, become caught from granite. Days, mathematics is understanding.
Hey, hey, did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear. Oh, hey, did you hear?
place to disappear. A billion stories in the naked city. Ghost told me that his best friend needs a kidney. We froze, reminisce of Tiffany in the cold, over whiskey from the 20s. In the memory, sympathy made the angels play a symphony. Said he could've had a scholarship, toured different colleges. Now he's out of it, fading away slowly on dialysis. His name remained anonymous, but here's my acknowledgements. Street legends and hood guards. Kingdom fall into a mirage. Ghetto depression sets in. Then we place weed and cigars. A child has difficulties concentrating. From where he lives, he sees his promises fading. He sees his pop's gone, his mom's is aging. She trying to stay strong for a church congregation. And meanwhile, a kid named Rico was the coke king. A lot of siblings are the dope fiends, hope you scream. A lot of children with broken dreams, homes were clean. The most extreme, you got rich and what you sold to queens. Look what you did to Josephine. And Ebony is unheavenly. The devil's ready with open wings. As Lucifer uses love and his youthful mug. Then his blood on the cobra's fangs.
Hey, hey, did you hear? This is the perfect place to disappear. This is the perfect place to disappear.
Through the mid.